Cut through the skin.
Hello everyone, welcome back to LOL Park here in Seoul, Korea for the lower bracket round 3 matchup, and if anything was like yesterday, we're going to be in for a good one. Digon here alongside Wolf and Chronicler to break down this match between Nongshim and Gen G. Welcome guys.
Thank you, Digon, for welcoming us as always. I'm really looking forward to today because I feel like on paper, most people are looking at this like it could be a stomp, but I feel like everyone wants it to be a close series. Everyone wants the Noodle Boys to make a dent here. And I think it's definitely realistically possible. We'll just see how it goes.
Hi, I'm most people. Unfortunately, I'm not feeling too good about the odds here. I'm with Wolf. I think that for Nongshim, we have seen glimpses of what makes this team really fun to watch. And I still, regardless of the outcome here today, think Nongshim have had a much better LCK Cup than we could have expected. I also do think that Gen G, even in a pretty abhorrent form, was able to bring Hanwha Life to 5. And I know Hanwha Life won, but the fact that it went to 5 in the first place, I think is testament to Gen G and how high their skill floor still is.
All right, well, let's take a look at the journey it took to get here as we take a look at the playoff bracket. It is D plus Kia awaiting the winner of this game after falling to Hanwha Life Esports, who are waiting in the grand finals, which leaves the Noodle Boys, that's right, the number 6 seed, the final red team here. That's right, it's not T1, it's not KT, it's the Noodle Boys, and it's very weird, but yes, they are here up against Gen G with the potential to do the funniest thing that could have ever happened in the LCK. I feel like I might be exaggerating this a little bit, but
if they win, it actually will be the biggest upset we've had in a really, really long time in the LCK. Like, it would be monumental.
I definitely agree. I feel like almost nothing can really compare to it, but let's look at what has historically happened between these two teams.
Oh, Wolf, don't do it. Wolf, no.
If you look into the past a little bit, like if you look back just a little bit between these two teams' records. Remember 2021? I'll cast everyone's minds back to a rich peanut gory Knockdown roster.
Yeah. Knockdown Palin, baby. When the hype was at its highest. Yeah, this is unreal. And this includes even back when Nongshim Redforce was Team Dynamics. And it's not been good at any point. And these weren't all great years for Gen G either, which I think is the most damning part. Obviously, there's a couple of years there where they were at the very best of their performance. But, you know, 2021, 2020, not so much.
Yeah, and I feel like we hold Gen G to such a high standard right now. You mentioned they brought Hanwha to 5, even though you said abhorrent is their form. And I think their form hasn't been that bad. They actually still have one of the highest goal differences at 14, sitting around like 800 right now. If you look at their playoff stats, their early games have been clean, but just not as clean as they were last year or in 2023. So we hold this team to such a high standard that when they don't perform to what we imagine this roster is capable of, especially with Ruler coming back, it feels like we're all a little bit down on this team right now.
Yeah, definitely. And when we take a look at the objective control by both of these squads and how they've done, it kind of paints that picture that you're talking about. It looks like Gen G's control over these things have been good, and a lot of these objectives come up early, but it's not as clean and as dominant as it's been in the past.
And the most important thing for me is that Gen G's laning is so much worse. Because as Wolf was highlighting, Abhorrent is, in comparison to last year, one of the best spring splits we've seen of all time. Their summer was incredible. Their whole year really was amazing. And the objective control still is great. They're still able to play very well to the map. The big difference is that previously it felt like they were never, ever going to fall behind in gold. They were always ahead of every play. And it's a lot more scrambling this time around.
You can see one of the big standouts there for Nongshim is they have the highest grub take percentage in the league. We've been joking a lot about Gideon grubs here on the space, but it's because they're playing through strong side Kingen a lot of the time in these drafts, and they heavily prioritize getting that side lane power online early, and I think that's something Gen G could potentially target in this series.
And they're able to do that because Nongshim have found their identity through their Hyung in the support. It's Lahens who's just said constantly, listen to your Hyung. I will lead you to victory. You did a good job listening to your Hyung. We lost, it's because you didn't listen to your Hyung. He's been able to be all around the map and be impactful. And if he be impactful in this game against his former team, boy, what a story that would be.
Live or die by Lahens. It's something that many teams have done.
Governors died to Lahens.
We saw it last year as well. Lahens was having a great tournament. They win MSI. Lahens was having a really rough Worlds. They don't end up making it further than the semifinals. And as we take a look here, I think that Lahens and Kingen are really the reason that this team has been performing it. On paper, they could, but because both of their Worlds were so rough, it was always going to be a bit of a question mark. They've developed so well over the course of the tournament.
I really do feel like there's been trust that's evolved within Nongshim. To listen to your Young thing, definitely kind of coming into form with a massive champion pool that Lahens has. This team has a lot of agency around him, and I think coming into this series, our biggest gap by role, by far, is Lahens versus Duro, right? Lahens having so much experience, being a huge shot caller, and on the Gen G side, Duro being more of a liability. So could be a weakness that Nongshim are able to exploit.
One that's going to be a little bit more equal is in the top lane that we talked about there. Kingen and Keen going head-to-head. Both these players have had fantastic, fearless draft LCK Cup tournaments so far, showing off their pools and their skills in weak side, the weak side meta.
And Keen is the only player on Gen G that has actually maintained his form, I'd argue. And again, we hold Gen G to a very high standard. I think we've seen glimpses of it for Chovy. I think for Canyon and Ruler, obviously, haven't really. Even for Duro, we were talking about it earlier as well. Feels like both on BNK and when he was in Challengers, he was a lot more consistent. Keen, though, if he doesn't have this one game, I'm pretty sure they get 3-0'd by Hanwha. Like, I don't think that series is even remotely competitive.
I 100% agree. I think Keen has showcased that even on some of these weak side picks, he can actually be the aggressor. When he gets a lead, he takes over games. And it's the consistency we've seen from this top laner that I think is sorely missed by Canyon, by Chovy, by even Ruler. And I think that if you have one person you can trust on Gen G, it's going to be this guy in this series. His counterpart moving forward, though, is where Nongshim have been playing through. They've been playing through Kingen's Rumble a ton. He's been picking it up whenever he gets the opportunity to. He's had some amazing games of it. And when you play through Kingen, you can get those grubs, you can make him a side lane threat, and that's where a lot of the macro has come from for Nongshim. And Kingen really does feel like this season, he's back in World's MVP form. You know, I feel like he's had more great games in this one LCK Cup than like he had in total all last year, right? Like, it was more of a passenger last year. Now, feels like he's the main carry for this roster.
Yeah, sorry, D+ fans.
Yeah, well, I think both teams ended up being happy with the swap. And the biggest thing for me is that Kingen is a player that's been around for a long time. And I think we can see it in the kind of confidence he has in a lane swap scenario. top laners in lane swaps need to be so much more tilt resistant. They need to be so much more resilient in general when it comes to just taking beatings, trying to outplay with very limited resources. And I think that both players have done a good job of this, even more so for Keen, because in his case, it feels like the entire team is relying so heavily upon him.
Now, there's 10 extra games here for Kingen, but he actually has showcased a few more champions than Keen, something you wouldn't really think when you think of these two players. You think of Keen as having a more eclectic champion pool. He's played the Udyr, obviously he's played the Urgot already this season, but Kingen really isn't somebody who reaches deep into the barrel. Unfortunately, some of these picks, though, for him, as creative as the Anivia was, didn't really work out, didn't really showcase a mastery of the Sylas either. So I'm hoping that Nongshim lean into more of that shared champion pool and some of the more robust picks that he's more known for, the GP, the Rumble. I think those are picks you really want to prioritize in this series.
I like that eclectic champion pool there, Wolf. He's bringing his A game today. But you know who's struggled to bring their A game is the player that's returned to the team he was synonymous with. It's Ruler, where Ruler's been trying to refine his form that he saw in years past that made him one of the most dominant bot laners in all of the world. Here in the LCK Cup, it hasn't been quite the same. It's been okay, but you didn't expect for okay when you bring Ruler back into your team if you're Gen G.
No, because they did come just off of really 2 incredible years with Pace. And Pace, there were definitely valid concerns to have of his performance in very specific scenarios, but by and large, Pace was an incredible bot laner, was contesting for, at worst, top 3 for a large part of it, had a couple of issues in high-stakes games, but Ruler is chasing his own form. And this is the last time he was in LCK, but the most obvious point of comparison is not just this. When summer playoffs was obviously a Zeri meta, right? But it was his 2023 on JDG, where he was incredible. And yes, that was bolstered by 369 and Knight, who played around him incredibly well, but he was the premier team fighting AD carry. He was getting the resources, they were giving him the space, and he has not been able to maintain that form.
And even when he has massive leads, he's playing as if he needs to make a super play to get his team ahead. And this kind of greedy and risky playstyle has often caused him and Canyon to get into some shenanigans, has caused him to get caught. You know, his teleport into a team fight, his death in the mid lane where he overextended, which we've seen so many times in the Ruler spot. These types of things we need to see less of, because Ruler, when you're ahead, you could just sit back and enjoy the ride.
Yeah, all right. Well, we'll see if he's going to be able to do that. In between matches, though, the coaches had a lot to say, and we have them standing by for their interviews.
안녕하세요. 젠지 감독 김정수입니다. 패자조 와서 조금 아쉬운데 뭐 그래도 저희가 실수도 많이 하고 잘못도 많이 한 만큼 꼼꼼히 열심히 해서 다시 꼭 올라가도록 하겠습니다. 선수들하고 그 부분에 대해서 피드백했는데 대회 때 주도적으로 못하고 조금 위축돼 있어서 편하게 다시 한번 해보자고 얘기하고 왔습니다. 뭐 당연히 오브젝트 싸움이 날 수밖에 없어서 요즘에 게임이 저희도 그 중점적으로 그것도 생각하면서 뱀픽과 플레이 할 생각입니다. 저희가 뱀픽 뭐 상대 팀하고 저희 거 보고 저희가 잘할 수 있는 걸로 준비했습니다. 지금부터 차근차근히 선수라 집중해서 올라갈 수 있다고 생각하고 꼭 열심히 최선을 다해서 승리하겠습니다. 젠지 화이팅!
안녕하세요. 농심 레드포스의 감독직을 맡고 있는 박승진이라고 합니다. 저희가 이렇게 높은 무대에 올라오는 것이 저의 기준에서 있어 처음인데, 사실 어느 팀을 만나도 쉽지 않겠다는 생각을 하고 있지만 젠지가 최근에 흔들리는 모습을 보여줬어도 굉장히 잘하는 팀이라고 생각해서 잘 해줘야 될 것 같습니다. 오늘 경기 운영의 핵심은 어쨌든 양쪽 다 유충을 되게 많이 선호하는 팀이라서 뱀픽 양상이나 이 게임 안에서 유충을 어떻게 먹는지가 되게 중요할 것 같고, 그런 부분이 저희 팀이 신경을 많이 써야 될 부분이라고 생각합니다. 기본적으로 라이너들의 이제 체급이나 이런 부분들이 많이 좋기 때문에 뱀픽적인 양상을 통해서 저희가 그런 포인트들이 최대한 덜 나올 수 있는 구도를 만드는 게 좀 필요할 것 같다고 생각이 듭니다. 젠지가 좀 최근에 흔들리긴 했어도 라인업도 좋고 이제 다 잘하는 선수다 보니까 결국에 뱀픽 얘기를 가장 많이 했던 것 같습니다. 저희 뭐 쉽지 않은 상대를 만났지만 위축되지 않고 저희 경기 해서 저희 게임 잘 할 수 있다면은 이길 수 있다는 생각도 들어서 그런 부분들 보여드리고 결승까지 쭉 달려보도록 하겠습니다. 농심 레드포스 화이팅!
Well, both coaches have shown that the focus on the objectives is key, which means these could be explosive games and games that are done pretty early here.
Yeah, it certainly could be. I'm a little bit worried about flipping on Grubs, to be honest with you, Degon. That's not my favorite type of game to watch. We often do have games decided by some forced team fights there, so I hope You know, if Genji loses by upset, it could be because they overforce on Grubs, you know? I don't like that.
Well, we'll see what happens here. Prediction time, though, and it's time for us to unveil probably the most one-sided votes here in this tournament, because I think most people, they want an inkling, they want to see it, they have an inkling, but I don't know if anyone's going to pick Nongshim here. It's 3-0 for me. Quick day.
I don't see it either.
I went 3-1 because I think in Fearless we've had some big draft mishaps. Genji is not any stranger to that. We saw D+ drop a game to Nongshim for a similar reason. So I do think Nongshim should be able to get at least a game, but I think Genji are by far the stronger team.
Yeah, I did go 3-1 as well, and I really regret it. I think it should have just been a 3-0. I think I was a coward. I do think if it is a 3-1, it's with Wolf's reasoning. Nongshim have actually had really good draft reads thus far.
Plus 37. Just throwing that out there. The last 4 years, plus 37. All right, to get into the match, we have Brendan Valdez and Daniel Ox Harrison on the call. We'll see you in a little bit after game number 1.
농심 화이팅! 젠지 농심 화이팅!
Hello and welcome to another day of the LCK Cup 2025 playoffs. I am Valdez. With me is Ox, was mentioned by Degon. We are here for Genji versus Nongshim. And this one is, as they said, should be one-sided. On paper, you would imagine Genji looking like the stronger team. But that hasn't really played out all the way. Genji's had their weak spots. Nongshim have had their strong spots. It's kind of an interesting matchup we have tonight, Ox.
I think if you look at like the past few years, this is the weakest probably Genji you've ever looked and the strongest Nongshim you've ever looked. But it was a huge gulf to close. So even with that context, still feels like there's a gap between them.
There was one game that Nongshim did win, and then there were 38 that Genji did win. But that's not to mention too much as we get into this one, because it's a very different situation. We have different rosters now. Nongshim, only one game against Genji. Their highest LCK roster record is 4th place. That was also a very different roster. That was the one with Woori and Peanut and the whole gang. Top 3 guaranteed. This is, of course, at the LCK Cup, different format and stuff, but still, this roster from Nongshim has been impressing so far, but they've struggled to beat some of the top teams just yet.
Yeah, I think, you know, they've obviously fought their way to get to the top 4. Huge for them, but I think going that step further is always difficult in the LCK. It's one thing to get up there, it's another thing to push further, especially when you look at the teams we have left in the tournament. If somehow they pull the miracle and beat Genji, I feel like it only gets more difficult from here.
It absolutely does. Lahen's definitely kind of the star of the show today. You see all of his other teammates there laughing alongside of him when he used to wear the Genji colors. An active member.
Yeah, not laughing at him.
No, well,
laughing with him.
Kind of looks like Paige's got a little sideways smirk at him at the moment, but when you're playing with Lahen's, I'm sure that happens a lot. What does true spicy taste like? I guess we'll see.
We will find out. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's fearless. I think there's a lot in these longer series where things can get a bit hectic. You know, you have to really lean in your champion pools. But also Lahen's, We've seen him find ways to punish teams, especially a team he has so much knowledge of. Not just Gen G, but also like his lane opponent, Ruler.
Yeah.
Decent amount of experience together in the past.
Yeah, and Jiu is playing up against his role model in Ruler. He got a lot of inspiration from Ruler's Ashe. I still remember a highlight reel from Ruler when we used to do the, highlighting every single input that the player did and just showing him kiting on the Ashe was kind of crazy stuff. From Ruler, he was the best and hoping to still be the best. We're going to talk about some of the predictions we have here for today. All Gen G, unsurprising. There is 1-3-2 in the mix. Will there be any more Ox?
I think there'll be at least one more. At least one more. There it is.
Yeah. So why did you go for 3-2 when us as a global side have gone generally more Gen G sided even than the Korean side?
I just think, I'm not completely convinced by Gen G. I know obviously they had a close series against HLE, but HLE having a close series against everyone, it seems. But I just still think there's some problems with, Juro's very new addition. I'm not sure they've really figured out their shot calling.
Yeah.
That is Nongshim's strength right now with Lehens coming in. And I ultimately think that even though I favor Gen G, even though I expect them to win, I don't think it's going to be super one-sided throughout the entire series. I'm hoping that that's the correct assertion because we'll get a more interesting series. I could be wrong, that's always the thing with predictions, but I think this isn't the Gen G that we've had, in years past where it's like they are the strongest team decisively. And, we're very early in the year. This is a new Gen G with Juro coming in and obviously, losing. They lost Peanut, who was a big shot caller for them. Then they lost Lehens, who was their replacement for Peanut as a shot caller. I think there's still systems to be worked out. There's still time to do it over the year, but I think LCK Cup, they have been struggling.
Yeah, and they've also added a very strong voice in Ruler. He's not a shot caller, but he's also another guy in the mix that might be one of those too many cooks, right, in the kitchen. And it's looked like that at times. I think when you look at this roster, outside of Duro, everybody just has insane amounts of experience, titles, etc. They've done so much as a squad, but it's not really producing the results we expected so far.
I think it's difficult because, the timeline was, Peanut was that shot caller, then it was Lehens. Now, you expect Juro coming in to hopefully be that shot caller, but you're on a team with such veterans and a really strong, large-voiced lane partner. I think it's hard to step into that role, and it's going to take time before we see that full form. I think this key player matchup is spot on. Keen definitely leaning more on his tanks, I'd say, more recently. A lot of tank options to the top lane, so it makes sense, but Kingen has just been an absolute demon on the carries that he's been playing.
Yeah, I do think that Nongshim had a relatively easy time against KT. There was that one unfortunate low light for KT. That was a big highlight for Kingen, where he kind of just pressed his buttons at REVI, BDD, and Cuz, and just took them both down. He's been playing well, though, so you can't really take that away from him. But this is definitely a different opponent tonight. Nongshim on their way here, of course. They did have to go up against DK, who they did lose to, but at least they took a game. That was a very troll draft from DK, though, in that game number 3. So I do worry for Nongshim when it does come down to this Fearless. But I do think that Gen G have shown enough weakness to at least drop one.
I think my biggest concern is honestly for Jiwoo right now, because Jiwoo on the previous iteration of Nongshim roster was the shining light, and I think everyone looked at him as being like the most important player when they had successes. I feel like he's been struggling so far in the LCK Cup. And the thing is, I can realistically see Nongshim with the strong pairing between Lehens and Gideon getting an early lead against Gen G. But if you're relying on Jiwoo to be that carry in the late game, up against a team who have historically been so decisive in how they play out team fights, he needs to be on point today. And we've seen him play at a level that is higher than what we've seen in the LCK Cup before. We know what he's capable of. It's just we haven't seen that replicated more recently. And I'm really hoping he shines today because he's a player I feel like a lot of fans get behind.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when they had kind of that young challengers roster and everybody was kind of cheering for them, even though there weren't very high expectations. Once the expectations are raised, though, then it's like, what's going on with you? Is Fisher good enough? Is Lehens good enough to carry from the support role? Can Kingen be the carry? You just begin to ask all these hard questions, and certainly we're going to find out more answers tonight about this one. One thing to note, we love to talk about predictions and stuff and score lines. I have cast all of the very short series. Atlas has cast all of the 3-2s, all of the 5 gamers,
So
all of the
it's
silver
your
scrapes.
fault.
So it's going to be, if we follow that line, that pattern, a very short day today.
Wait, but we did say 3-0 to Gen G,
He did.
and he's the curse. So we'll see. We'll see.
I mean, I just think his predictions have been generally wrong. So I don't know if I'm convinced by the wadded curse just yet, but I guess we'll see tonight which curse is stronger.
No. He's not incorrect. It's a curse, Brendan. You've got to believe him.
Yes.
It's not his fault.
Well, don't ask Chronicler about curses. He'll tell you they're not real, but we know better here at the LCK. Let's get into the draft, as this is game number 1. Always, it feels like the most stock standard of the Fearless drafts, obviously, because everything is available. But obviously, we've seen a lot of teams bring out their best, like 5 of their best champions, and I'm not sure if that's 100% what you want to do in a best of 5
Yeah,
list as well.
I will say for Nongshim, really important they start off game 1 with an advantage because they have that side select decided by coin flip. So really important that they get that win when they have side selection. And obviously the big benefit of being on blue side is you can actually ban champions. Whereas Gen G, they have to ban Skarner and Clister mandatory, and then they get one ban where they actually get to decide what they're taking away. And they do take away the Jace. Ambessa and Rumble still available as high priority top laners. Obviously Nongshim took away Keen Sante, which I think makes a lot of sense. I don't think you need to take a top laner right now in this situation unless you want choice of it. Could even lean towards the jungle, and they're looking at the Vi right now. I think it makes a lot of sense, especially if you do end up going for something like the Rumble later on. Really helps with that setup to have that guaranteed CC.
Yeah, and in that case, we might see the Rumble taken away if Gen G are thinking about that. Vi across the LCK Cup has not been seeing a lot of success. Statistically, she's at a 33% win rate, funnily enough, even though she does get played quite a lot. The response here from Canyon might just be his Nidalee. He does have a license. We have checked it before the games. It does get hovered, but they immediately swap over to Ezreal. They want to have something that has mobility against the Vi. They'll still pick up the Nidalee afterwards.
Yeah, so already it feels like some long-range poke options that are hard to pin down. The Vi does help with that, but she'll kind of be committing like full charge Q into ult to get on top of them. I think the Ezreal pickup's big, given that Zaya's banned. We often see like Zaya Ezreal banned away when you have a Vi. So Gen G knowing they want to pick that up first rotation. But also importantly, by taking the Ezreal Nidalee there, they leave that third pick as a counter option. And unsurprisingly, Nongshim go for the Rumble. So I think that third pick is definitely going to be valuable in terms of counteracting that if you want to secure something for Keen like the Ambessa. On the other side though, Nongshim looking at the Yone for Fisher, a pick he's had fantastic success on, pairs well with like a dive focus that they're looking for, and when you have the Rumble in the top lane, you have that AP covered. So all kind of coming together with Nongshim having this dive focus composition. And now Gen G, they can look to counteract one of the solo lanes in this situation if they want to snap something up like the Ambessa before it gets banned away. Alternatively, they can go in a completely different direction and just pick like a support, and then Nongshim can't ban both top and mid out.
Looks like they want to have a good option for that Yone in the mid lane. Galio is flexible though, and it does get played into Rumble and could even be played in the support role, so...
Yeah, I think it'd make more sense. I mean, it's a flex, which has a lot of power here, because obviously if Nongshim are banning away, you know, you could put it in either lane, but in honesty, I think you're probably going to prefer it in the top lane into the Rumble specifically. That's when we first saw Galio come back in the meta, was specifically into Rumble. And it also means not matching up with the Yone, who kind of can just shred through you with that magic resist. That being said, though, they still ban away the Ambessa, considering the fact that it is a flex pick.
Yeah, it's a flex, and I wouldn't even put it past Jovi to pick up the Ambessa. I'm sure that's more for the top lane for Keen, but yeah, they're really giving a lot of credit to the Galio to go into the mid lane to be flexible. Another 80 carry ban is going to be taken down here. Zeri also off the board, so Jiu already getting his champion pool pinched a little bit here in game 1.
I think it makes sense. These are the 80 carries you really want to have when you're diving into the enemy team, when you're going forwards, when you have like a Vi, Rumble, Yone, they have the follow-up, so they'll be taken away. Camille going to be banned away as well, so they are thinking this Galio is going towards the mid lane, it seems, or maybe towards support, but then in the pool that Keen has, not want to play against the Camille Galio, which obviously has that zero outplay potential combo. And it looks like Gen G toying with the idea of the Leona in this situation. They will lock it in. They do have some setup, which I think is important when you have a Nidalee, but also a Galio as well, but keeping the Galio flex alive. And now over to Nongshim for what they want in the AD carry and support role. They could honestly go something like the Braum into the Leona. They have like a lot of dive already, so I don't think it's that bad to not have specific engaging in support role. But there's a ton of options when you're this early in the series. They go for the Ashe, and they do end up going for that Braum. So really strong level 1 combo with his bot lane. Good matchup into the Ezreal Leona, but also like a bit more engaged in the Ashe. But you have so many auto attackers to sync with that Braum as well.
Yep, definitely feels like a very good answer for the side of Nongshim. They've definitely rounded out their composition at this point as the set is going to be locked in for game number 1.
And still, we don't know.
I think it's going mid.
Yeah, I think it probably is mid.
Yeah, keep in mind that Nongshim banned out 2 top laners, essentially. And they could have been flexed too, but like...
Yeah, there's two sides to it, because it's like, does them banning out those top laners make Gen.G put Galio top lane, or were they already going to put Galio top lane? That's always the question you're wondering. Either way, looks like it is going to be Chovy playing the set mid lane. Obviously, Chovy, a player who is very comfortable playing pictured expectant top lane in the mid, but we've also seen Showmaker play the set in the LCK Cup in the mid lane. Personally, I'm kind of leaning towards what Nongshim has. I really like the composition. I think it has a clear identity, has a lot of CC potential, a lot of teamfight power, and even some strong lane matchups. I think in the bot lane in particular, a lot of power there, and you can even leverage that early level 1. That being said, you know, they are playing into things like the Nidalee for Canyon, and he has set up. Every lane has CC, so he can basically go anywhere he wants and get kills. Land that spear on the back of your laner, set up the CC isn't too hard of a job.
Yeah. It's nice to see a Nidalee that has a little bit of support. Even Canyon's Nidalee, I think it's going to be incredibly strong in this one. So they've got that. They've got a lot of other options and a decent amount of poke as well. It looks like we are just about ready to hop onto the rift here for game number 1. Let's do it.
This is really important to note. They're a new duo, right? Building synergy is important. And how do you start that?
Same skin.
Skinergy, right? They both have the Battle Academia skins, Duro and Ruler, on the Ezreal and Leona.
So they saw this invade. There was a ward that spotted it, so Nongshim able to invade themselves. And so just going to get some deep wardage in. Kengan likewise up on the top side. That does get spotted by Gen.G. And everybody's favorite meta, the lane swap meta. We are currently living in it, but will we see the lanes swapped in this game? As the Ashe Braum is heading bot.
Okay, looks like they're not going to punish. It seemed like maybe they were going to try and catch Jiwa between the towers. Not going to happen. Right now, with where the minion waves are, we're locked into standard lanes. It's a little bit too late to switch it up now. You see the Gideon going for a little bit invade on the top side as he knows his bot side jungle is being threatened.
I mean, Galio's pretty good at taking down the little chickens, right? Looking for a bunch of them. He's going to deny a lot of XP. He will have to probably flash here as he's just waiting until the very last moment to do so. Just gonna back, and then he's going to flash over, so kind of delaying the inevitable was keen.
Yeah, this does give an advantage over the Canyon. In twofold. Firstly, that Gideon missed out some XP, isn't level 2 yet, but also Gideon now moves away from Canyon's topside jungle, whereas Canyon is just feasting so far. So in terms of the win cons for Gen.G, getting an advantage on your Nidalee, that box has already been ticked.
Yeah, they're feeling pretty good about that. And this top lane, I feel like Keen should be able to lock it down, even without his flash. I mean, Galio, though, you have to play it very careful now, so that does mean that Kingen can kind of just do whatever he wants and push the lane if you'd like to. I say that as I'm looking at the minimap. Keen is just Justice punching into him and does not care. Obviously, at this timing, Vi's not going to be up there, but you never know, especially if she went into red and then immediately went top for kind of a crazy gank, but not going to happen as Keen continues to push in.
Yeah, I think, you know, the amount of wave kill that Galio has, and also just the fact you have that shield and you have the combo on the Rumble really should be looking for those freaking trades. Lehen's just hovering mid, trying to help Fisher get a crash. And again, I think this is going to be a lot of the play for Nongshim, is that your lanes are just going to be vulnerable whenever they're overextended. Although actually, this seems like a bit of a translation of pressure. So we talked about how Canyon was getting that advantage. Lehen secures the push in. That secures Prio for Fisher. That allows Gideon to invade and challenge on this red. And maybe some of that advantage we saw earlier is going to be mitigated a bit. So it's just little moves like that, I feel like, really hallmarks of Lehen's being on this roster.
Yeah. Level 2 Braum. Don't let him tell you engage roam Braum at level 2 is fake.
Yeah, it has led
to... Lehen's is on the rift.
It has led to Jiwoo falling behind a little bit. And what's really important here is that whenever you make a move like that, you go and you get pressure elsewhere, but then you have to come back and like assist Jiwoo, which gives pressure in the other side. So now Juro's roamed up, Canyon's here, and Fisher's doing the correct move, which is playing very safe because he knows he is definitely under potential threat if he overextends.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing about the set is that you've got a lot of threat to the Yone. Generally, the Yone can just kind of slip and slide around the lane, do whatever he wants, you know, dash into you, chase you down, especially if you're playing a caster and you don't really have a lot of fight back ability, but Set is very good at brawling, and it feels like a great pick into the Yone specifically, as we do have a bit of a late lane swap here. We do see that the Genji bottom lane is heading to the top lane, and Keen is already in the bottom lane. And we're going to see a response here from Nongshim as the TP comes out from King into match.
Well, you know, Gideon needs to be there early, right, for the grubs. Obviously, wants the backup.
Yeah.
Got to focus on the big objective. And actually kind of denied there by Duro by blocking the volley. So already we're seeing a little bit of a lead over the ruler, partially from that roam, but also just moments like that. I think he looked to block a cannon earlier as well. I'm not sure if he was successful, but definitely was on that one. And over the course of the game, that does add up.
Yeah, it absolutely does. Jiwoo, in this game, there is potential for him to just kind of, even if he gets behind, you know, throw out an arrow and set up his team as long as the rest of the map is doing okay. But you don't want to just have, you know, arrow bot Ashe. You want them to actually have items and to actually be able to scale up a bit, especially in those later game team fights, and be more than just an arrow. As Gideon is here, this is a set. Can they do anything to it, as Chovy's level 6 and Fisher even going to miss the Q for good measure, so Chovy really doesn't care about that setup.
If that had been all TP, I mean, he wouldn't have been able to TP right there in the middle of the lane, but also he would have been there a lot faster. You could see how awkward it was. They were kind of waiting for him to turn up, and I'm like,
hello?
Is he coming? Did he get lost in transit?
Yeah. Did he get lost on his hike on the way here? Canyon is going to take down the Grubs, by the way, so... Grubs, rather. Grubbian here is going to go for the Dragon instead.
Yep. Obviously, I think nice for Genji, given that they really want to snowball this game. Getting those Grubs early can be pretty advantageous. But they did get nerfed. Current Patreon, which is 15.3 or 25. The naming convention changed like 8 times.
25.s1. No. 2025.s1.3.
Sure.
Right.
I don't think that's right, actually.
Right, Chronicler?
I don't think that's right. I think it's S25, whatever.
We're not very good with change over here at the LCK.
Yeah, anyway.
We like things the way they were, you know?
The Grubs did get nerfed a little bit. That's the point I'm trying to make, you know? So maybe Grubbian has re-examined his priority.
Yeah, I mean, it feels very good to get 6. And especially if you lose the first 3, there's a lot of pressure to just kind of go all in for the Grubs. As Jody's got an angle here, just kind of sets it up. Seemed very obvious. They block the ult. Fisher does flash away, and the flash forward with the haymaker. Nearly takes his head off, but Fisher will get away.
Oh,
and Chovy,
no.
No, it's wrong.
Missing. It's off.
Wrong,
It's off, yeah.
Nope. Nope, not even close. We saw that 5-6 seconds ahead of time.
Oh, Lehen's didn't block it, though. It didn't matter at all, but he didn't.
He didn't do it, yeah.
Yeah, well,
paying attention.
Ultimately, that play's actually really good for Fisher because you trade evenly in terms of flashes. You both use your ult. That is very realistically a scenario where he could have just died. So the fact he comes out of it having traded evenly in terms of summoners, you're pretty happy. That being said, does set him up to be in a vulnerable position for like a regank, and you kind of seen the value of that setup from the laners for Gen G. Canyon like pre-firing the spear before the ult even landed because he knew exactly where to go was pretty heads up. But even with that, even with them really playing it well, just didn't quite have the damage.
Yep. That's Yone for you. Just gonna get out of there alive a lot of the time. And, you know, set early on. Chovy just going for the plated steel cap, so it's not like he has a lot of damage. So Fisher gets away. They both don't have flash, no ults, and we're just farming. Chovy is ahead on the farm.
Yeah, I think as well, the other thing, not just the plated steel cap's not giving much damage, but a big thing with set is you take damage, and then your Haymaker deals a lot more, and Fisher wasn't really doing much damage in return.
Yeah. Whereas in trades like this, Chovy probably going to enjoy that. Building up his grasp stacks as well.
Yep. I will say though, I feel like if the game keeps heading this direction, Nongshim pretty okay with it. You know, it's a 1,000 gold lead, not fantastic. You can see 80 carry is really where you're feeling it the most, but uh-oh.
Yeah, Fisher 3 seconds off his ult. He just walks away. He's got Vi there. Gideon was hovering near the lane. Even Lahens was kind of close.
Yeah, making sure he has the support there. There's a decent amount of vision for Gen G just below that, so clearing out that would be big. Jiwoo has the lethal tempo stack, was going for a heavier trade, but Keen simply just walks away.
Yeah, best strat in the LCK, as we have learned over many years, but even recently. Just walk away. It's the best thing you can do. Not a huge amount of action, but as you did highlight, we do have a lot of lane leads. And, you know, Ruler, Jiwoo loves his Ashe. He's playing the Ashe in this game. Ruler, though, is fantastic on the Ezreal, as we know. And, you know, you give him enough space, he's got that 180 carry that can deal with a composition like this that is well crafted in a game one of Fearless very well on a champion like Ezreal. So I do worry for Nongshim if they can't stop Ruler and just allow him to free farm and get all the grubs and get everything essentially, that Ruler might just run away with the game.
Already farming pretty heavily. You can see Chovy as well, both of them having similar farms, about 10 CS per minute. And I think mid-game, when you get like the 2-item spikes in Ezreal, that's when it's really going to feel rough for Nongshim. So the plan is either... Oh, they are looking for Duro.
Yeah, Duro, he's very tanky on the Leona, but against all of that pressure, especially with this composition, they'll just crack down on you very fast. So
yeah,
kind of out of position there.
Once one bit of CC hits, they all hit, right? And that arrow coming in needed to be flashed. It was a little bit of a distant arrow as well, so the duration will be quite long. You know after that, you're getting hit by like a Braum Q, a Vi Q.
You're probably just dying. But at the end of the day, they did use their Ashe arrow, so Gen G take the opportunity to just take a grub down. It's now Duro in the front line. They do have a lot of peel, but Canyon getting dove right now by Gideon, who's going all in. Has to flash the Solar Flare, though, and cannot end Canyon's life here on the Nidalee. The spears are also flying, as Chovy remaining here as a stalwart tank in the front, gonna pull in the Yone and pull him even deeper into the team. Trying to burst down the Yone. They do get the kill. That's first blood. And Duro tanks up the damage. Will live. King in the front line, but doesn't have any support from his team as Ruler. He's on the chase. The flash forward. This one is a good one on the Ezreal, as he does try to chase them down, looking for 7 seconds on his ult. The block of the Q is huge for Lahens.
His ult's gonna
1
be up
second.
now.
There it is. But they spot it, and they see it coming. Too obvious.
Yeah, they did manage to get one grub, so denying the full 6 from Gen G, but really licking their wounds as they back away from this one. Every single flash burn, I believe, there by the side of Nongshim. So the initial play looks okay from Gideon, but the problem is this TP is quite late from Fish and he gets immediately taunted. So Canyon survives. He can play on the outskirts of the fight, heal up, throw some spears. Not really a concern that he's low. And then this ensuing fight, Fisher still has ult. And you actually look, gets CC change, tries to use it here, but doesn't get it off in time.
Yeah.
And I think really if Canyon had gone down, if Fisher was able to get in the fight a bit sooner, I actually think Nongshim's initiation was good, but they just didn't have the follow-through. And against a composition with like Ezreal, with Nidalee, if you don't take them out quickly, you're just going to get harassed.
He definitely will, as Duro in a bit of trouble, but a nice Solar Flare might be able to just kite it out a bit. Ruler also going to block that Q, so he does get out alive. But yeah, I mean, Nongshim's composition, if you've got everything layered, it's fantastic. But, you know, we saw like the Equalizer coming down, like the Vi ult onto one, but not really immediate follow-up. Kingen kind of showing up a little bit late afterwards. Felt a little bit all over the place, whereas Gen G were able to group up as a 5-man unit and just peel.
Yeah, and to be really clear, with a composition like Nongshim's, I don't think it's that hard of a composition to play, but you really have to be crisp with the execution.
Yeah.
If you're not layering, if people surviving on small slivers of HP, that will be fight losing.
Against Italy as well.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
with all the healing and stuff, it's rough. By the way, we do have Mountain Soul. Gen G, not only did they get the 5 grubs, they didn't get, you know, they got the first blood, but they didn't get any other kills, but they got so much objective advantage here in this game by picking up the dragon, getting another bunch of grubs.
I think that's the big thing, is that because Nongshim was so low after the fight, it takes so long to reset because like they had to avoid the ruler ult and stuff. Gen G got on the map way quicker, able to pick up that dragon. Right now, we do have Jiwoo with the Yuntal Wild Arrows. Fisher doesn't quite have the Blade of the Ring King yet. Those one-item spikes are nice, but really, Jiwoo needs to stack it up. Fisher needs Blade of the Ring King. You probably need some more items as well, just so you can be a bit bulkier as the Yone, and Ash is going to take more time. So the goal lead isn't huge right now, but I feel like really Gen G on quite a big advantage with just the state of the game for their composition right now.
Now he got a little setup here, actually, as Duro once again being bullied. He does not have flash. Might just be a free kill here, as, you know, when you're playing Leona, you feel like you can kind of be anywhere, but it was actually Canyon that went very deep to go in onto Lehens and maybe overextended and kept Duro around, so kind of a wonky little couch out there, but Nongshim will be able to benefit from that as Kingen's going in, but so is Keen as the flash comes out from the Harpoon. Keen showing a lot of respect here.
Yeah, I think Keen baiting all his cooldowns and suddenly realizing Kingen's going to have a fresh rotation. Also, the fact Kingen overheated in the taunt, so he was whacking him with the empowered autos. Kingen finding a good advantage. And, you know, Nongshim showing some life. I think here, Gen G just trying to get some damage down on the Hens, but he's a Braum, he's not really in a threat. But I love the turnaround play. Like, the understanding is that Ezreal and Nidalee quite hard to pin down, even without summoners, but Leona without flash into this composition is just a sitting duck. And they give Jiwoo the kill as well, which is pretty big. I think if I was this Leona, I would definitely be looking to get some Merc Treads pretty quickly, although I'm not going to lie, it would not have saved you there.
Yeah. You know, positioning will be very important because you're very tanky, but as you mentioned, like, if you're just left alone and your team isn't there, you can only tank for so long. You're still going to die eventually. If everybody on Nongshim is there, they will take you down, so it's really just about smart positioning.
I think if Duro gets like Celestial Opposition, Merc Treads, maybe like a Locket, I think that's when you can really stall for a long enough time for your team to get like an advantage out of it. We've seen that a lot in like the LCK Cup where teams are like, hey, we can pick the support, it's been working quite well, and suddenly they're just a bit too tanky and they overcommit a bit too much and throw the entire game. So maybe we see something like that later on this one. But right now, Gen G starting up the Herald, and Nongshim looking to move in and return. Kingen's TP just came up now, and Fish is on the flank.
I mean, TP's coming in, but it's in the mid lane. The Rift Herald's already down, pretty much. So one eye hit, one smite away. That's going to do it. The engage comes in from Duro, but not a big follow-up from Gen G. They got to worry about the combo. Able to get away from the arrow, but Fisher here on the flank is always threatening. They've got that Vi as well, and look at that. Keen is going to be burnt down, and here's the follow-up. He lines up two. Fisher able to get on top of the set. Toby, nowhere for him to go, and Ruler and Canyon are just left to run away. Yes, they get the Rift Herald, but they lose 3 kills to Nongshim.
Yeah, and now 30 seconds until Dragon, so both teams like looking to reset and play towards that. I will say Nongshim burnt a lot of ultimates there, and I feel like their composition is a bit more ult reliant as well. So definitely an advantage for Nongshim. We'll see how it pans out after that. Jiwoo in trouble.
Yeah, this is pretty rough. He's already getting punished here by Ruler. They're both super low. Lehens has to come back just to save him. But that's extra pressure and extra tower damage here for Ruler.
Yeah, and now as well, we're talking about resetting for the Dragon. They will be pretty late on that, although I just saw a TP top, so maybe Gen G not opting into it. And I think Duro just, you know, you got the Herald, could have just disengaged, but he looks for this angle onto Gideon. And immediately the ult comes out from Keen, but Gideon manages to flash away. And then I love how this is played by Nongshim. Passive on Galio. Wait out the taunt. Taunt is gone. Now it's time to go. And as well, one of the things with playing set into Yone is even if the shield keeps you alive, he's just stacking up the unbound soul damage. So you're going to die after. Really nicely played, I think, by Nongshim, playing around the Galio very well. And we did see Genji made a TP play towards the top. They prioritized the turret. Gold is back to even. But it does mean they lose that dragon on the bot side. So feats of strength secured, goal lead equalized, but an extra dragon to Nongshim, I'm sure they are happy to take.
Yeah, it's definitely anybody's game from here. I mentioned before, you know, you just got to keep down Ruler. Essentially, he's still farming very well, but take a look at Chu. He has 3 kills. He's going to be looking at a second item very soon in this game.
Yeah.
And actually might be a huge threat, so...
The thing is, once you get to a certain point in the Ash, it is quite late in the game, but you're able to build those more like defensive items, things like a Bloodthirster, that just make you a bit bulkier. Genji's composition might really struggle to deal with him. You know, if he's got a Braum sitting on top of him, he's got Cleanse, you know, you can block a lot of the damage coming out from like Canyon and Ruler. He will just shred. So we kind of talked about the 2-item spike for Genji being big for the Ezreal. They are approaching that. But with the game being kind of as even as it is, it's definitely not a clear one for them.
Yeah. And as spectators and casters, we definitely wanted Nongshim to come out swinging to make this interesting, because if they kind of fell flat and just let Genji just walk all over them and, you know, lose a game very quickly, wasn't going to be a very fun series. But Nongshim coming out fighting right from the get-go and looking crisp, you know.
Yep.
DK yesterday came out very slow, but then eventually made it interesting, did lose the series, but I like that Nongshim are just, like, they're awake right from game 1. They're fighting, not scared of Genji. They know when they can go. They're listening to their Hyung.
Yeah,
know?
I think that's the thing is, it definitely helps having a voice like Lehen's, who's obviously a veteran, very confident. But when you're playing into a team like Genji, you can really get trapped in just the names and just think, you know, we're against Chovy, we're against Canyon, we're against Keen Ruler. And it can really be, for less experienced teams, kind of throw you off your game. And you're like, oh, we shouldn't go for a fight here. They'll... You know, they might outplay us because they're just that good. And I think having someone like Lehen's being like, no, this is the right fight, really goes a long way. Ju taking a good amount of poke there, not ideal. And again, this is kind of the problem with having this Ezreal on the other side, is he will just harass you down from mid lane.
Yeah. That's why the Braum feels so good. We've seen so many times already that Helen's getting huge amount of values with the Unbreakable as Kingen. He's just kind of dead. Let's see if Nongshim can come over here. Just pulled away from the equalizer. Nongshim desperately trying to come up. Here's the TP. Kingen trying to turn this one around, but he's already dead. And the TP has been used. And now it's Fisher who is behind enemy lines, trying to ult away. It just gets blocked by a tank Galio.
He's away though.
He is fine.
Scary.
But that was not clean.
Yeah, scary. They do buy a bit of time, so Kingen, he's not that far away with the TP. I think ultimately, Genji aren't able to do Arakan, which I think is the goal for Nongshim on the back of that, given how badly it started. But it was scary, a little bit scary, a little bit hectic, a little bit messy. There was a point I was thinking, oh my god, are they just all going to funnel into Genji and die? No, they didn't do that. And you know, we saw earlier in the game, the second dragon for Nongshim, the Mountain Dragon, was sacrificed, and Genji made that play top lane for the tower. This is the big reason why this ended up happening, because that tower is down. Kingen doesn't have that safe position to retreat to, and he ends up burning all his cooldowns to buy time. They burn the TP to try and save him, but he ultimately does go down. Right decision made to disengage from this, but definitely a little bit closer than you'd like to be. For Nongshim. For Fisher in particular, I was very scared for him.
Yeah, he burns his flash, he burns his ult. Still not off cooldown here, so I mean, at this point in the game, it's still very early to just like rush down an Otacon, but these Mountain Drakes, you're definitely going to want to fight for those. So now you've got Kingen without flash, you've got Fisher without flash.
Yeah, it is Chovy without flash as well, so you know, it's a bit of trade. It's not the worst news. You're down 1 flash like net against the other side, and obviously set flat is also pretty valuable. But absolutely, big cooldowns not to have when that dragon's coming up in a minute. And I think particularly on, you know, Yone and Rumble, who really, they want to be positioning aggressively to look for like big ults in the fight. If you can find an angle to punish, if Duro can get on top of one of them, would be pretty big.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty big. You see a lot of focus on clearing the mid wave, a lot of vision control up here in the top river, actually. As Poke looking to try to land here from the side of Gen G. It's essentially Duro just playing frontline and allowing Ruler and Canyon to just poke him down. I mean, look at Jiwoo. The arrow's going to hit, but yeah, you get his cleanse. Follow-up here from the side of Gen G, thinking about a fight. Duro going in. The follow-up is very slow. The True Shot Barrage is huge damage, but Duro should be traded back. No, the heal comes through, and he will survive for a little bit longer. As TP's now being called in from both sides. Jiwoo just too low to really do anything, though. Has to back away, has no mana. And everybody's a bit injured, but now Gen G may be just able to run over and take a free Drake.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the situation. Remember, it's in Italy, so Sustain's going to come through from Canyon to keep them healthy on the back of this one. Scrappy fight that comes through. Gen G coming out with a little bit of the edge and forcing that TP from King in pretty big. I don't agree with this.
So no, I mean, unless King just doesn't check it. And it's going to take a really long time.
He's going to push that wave, though. He will be seen.
Yeah, he's going to see it. Maybe you can chain something here onto Keen, but Keen's going in, actually, trying to keep him in the Otacon circle. That's not going to work. They get a kill onto him.
Guys, you can't do this. It does so much damage. This is so risky. Just back up, back up, back up.
Yeah, now that they're coming up, you got to back off of
You got to back away. G was in such trouble here.
Yeah, he does have his flash. Might have to burn it, but Gen G not fully committing to the fight themselves as well, so.
Yeah, I think them being down a member, even with King and Fisher being low, they're like tentatively approaching it. They're happy to force them off. They're like, okay, Keen died. We stopped them doing Atakan. It's kind of the reverse of the play that happened earlier where Kingen died. They're like, okay, we stopped the Atakan. That's enough. But here, Ruler does so much damage. The arrow is great, honestly, from Jiwoo to burn the cleanse and the Galio ult. And then Lehens does a good job of stalling out. But this heal that comes in keeps Duro alive, that 466 health. I think if that hadn't kept him alive there, maybe Nongshim could have found a little bit more. You know, health bars start to get low. You're seeing the value of the Runans from the Ashe. And then here, I think Keen's plan was he's tanking Atakan. If I see him on top of it, I trade 1 for 1. But it just didn't quite work out. I think the Rumble a bit tankier than he anticipated. But yeah, a lot of back and forth in this game, especially considering how the predictions were. This game has been a lot closer than we anticipated. Oh, TP's coming in.
Yeah, we're maybe going for a fight, but Kingen and the rest of Nongshim are like, okay, bring it. You want to fight? Let's go. As Keen, once again, not really able to do much. Shovi is already low. Toby's going in as Keen is going out, but will return with the Galio. Oh, knocks up 2, and now Ruler's got an angle here on a Jiwoo, and that is a big deal. Jiwoo's going to go down already as Ruler is unchained. He's able to do anything he wants. And meanwhile, we got this fight in the top side, though. Fisher able to light it up the huge Yone, but it doesn't matter as Ruler just able to do enough damage to take him down. That was getting very dicey, but Ruler and Canyon able to survive and gonna start this one up. Gideon around.
Yeah, no, I mean, they're taking so much damage. Do not get hit by, okay. yeah.
Just walk in a straight line behind it.
That's enough. That spear alone is enough to kind of ward you away. I think the sad thing about this passage of play is that I genuinely think Nongshim would have won that fight if Gideon had been there. I actually want to see in the replay why he was so far away. Yeah, he was taking the enemy blue buff.
What's
a bit of a disconnect, I feel, between the team. Because if you actually think of how the play panned out and how Ruler played it, Ruler played with the context of Vi is not here if you look at how he positioned. So Jiwoo gets a good amount of damage on a Keen, then has to disengage from Chovy here. And then look at Ruler. He's like, look, I am going to kill the Ashe. And he just dives on him. And then Gideon gets there. And if that ult had been 5 seconds earlier, you look at how the fight plays out. I genuinely think that Nongshim would have won that. But Gen G making a 100% right call to play aggressive, play like it's a 5v4. Because you know what? It was a 5v4.
And now they're just doing Baron. I mean, they have Otacon buff on everyone. So, yeah, all 5 members, they call up Chovy. And they say, okay, bring it.
This is so risky, though, because if they reset, you know, Nongshim can just take the Baron, but they need to make things happen quickly.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to just take it down. Nongshim are not calling the bluff just yet. The arrow hits the Leona, as in goes the stealer. There it is, Gideon, the perfect timing. And Gen G just hand over the buff to the side of Nongshim. Gen G trying to get a bit more, but already one withdrawal as well. They'll get a kill onto Gideon, but that's
Hero
it.
play, hero
they only got
play.
Gideon.
Yeah, and he's happy with that trade. In fact, they actually managed to get the reset as well on one target, so a bit of gold in return.
Yeah.
You got the Baron. That's exactly what you want. Nongshim more than happy. And actually watch Gideon's pathing here. So instead of queuing straight over to Chovy, Q's to the side, ults over the wall to get in for the smite. You also have Fisher in disrupting, but then with his unbound soul he gets out. And Gideon, he kills Ruler. Everyone's trying to kill Jiwoo, and he just sends Ruler back to the fountain. Canyon does finish him off, but you're more than happy with that trade.
아 스마트함 지리잖아 기왕. 애나 용 보자 용 1분.
I don't know what he said. Sorry, guys, but he was very happy. You could tell with his play. It was very worth, right? That is the definition of #worth, where you go in, you die, you get a kill on top of the Baron.
Yeah, and especially with the Atakan buff, you know, even though they didn't get like a ton of, like they didn't get all the gold you can collect from killing the Gen G members with the buff, the fact is Gen G got that huge buff, and what do they get from it? They got a kill. And they lost a Baron in return. So I think Nongshim very happy with this. Also, you look at the XP. Fisher level 16, highest in the game now. Baron obviously given a lot of XP over. He's really starting to come online. We look at Jiwoo, who now has the Bloodthirster. 3 items on the Ashe, feeling a lot more significant compared to that 2-item spike when you're kind of not as strong as Ruler was.
Yeah.
They are setting up now for the Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, the teams have been brawling back and forth. It feels like we should have more kills, but there's been a lot of injured members running away in a lot of these fights.
Okay, Nongshim, chill. Gideon is pushing the wave mid. He is not there. Learn from the last situation.
He doesn't have Baron either, so obviously he has to be here for the fight, but yeah, he gets that huge wave into the mid turret anyway.
Oh, I love this setup though. Nongshim kind of threatening this pincer. Oh, going in.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to get a taunt onto Gideon, but you've already overextended into the pit. The rest of Gen G not looking to follow up on this one, as Keen is very low. It gets stolen down by Canyon, and now we've got Chaos here in the pit. Fisher not in a great spot. He's being focused down, and so is Jiwoo. They do get the 1 kill, but now Ruler being bullied by the Rumble. Kenyon going in, and will take out Ruler. And now he's thinking about taking this fight against Canyon and Chovy, but I don't know about this one, as maybe has overextended. Big shield though, and he is tankier than you'd imagine, but not enough.
His spears just keep hitting, you know? And Gen G also get the Dragon off the back of that, so they end up coming out ahead. I think ultimately the kind of pincer approach put Gen G in a comfortable position, but then they move on to the Dragon, and Keen's immediately like, oh, well, if they're not threatening the flanks, we can push in. Jiwoo's getting a good amount of damage down, but then he ends up in the pit. He has no flash. He gets CC locked by Chovy, and the thing is, Fisher's there too. They actually get a good amount of damage back in return, but it's almost impossible to win a fight where, you know, 2 of your main carries are just getting CC bounce housed by a Set and a Galleon. And here, Canyon just doesn't miss with the spears and that boosted execute damage. Kingen, he's doing a ton of damage in return, but he's just bursted by the Nidalee there.
Yeah, like you mentioned, if they had even just one of those other carries doing something in the fight and not just dying in the pit. I mean, they did a lot of damage. Jiwoo got the 1 kill, I think, on a Keen. But at the end of the day, you're not really getting enough value out of those 2 carries. And
I think having the summoners really important for Jiwoo in particular. You know, we've seen these teams scrapping so often. I think summoners just constantly being on cooldown. But Fisher also burnt his flash at the start of that fight to avoid the taunt. I guess he was kind of in the mindset of, if I eat this taunt, like, I will eat everything. And then ultimately went down at the end because he had no way of getting away. Crazy the amount of damage that both Kingen and Canyon did. We often think of Nidalee as like, get ahead, you know, heal bot maybe late game. That's how some LCK junglers have played it. But Canyon is just pumping the numbers.
yeah, he's got a license. He's one of the guys that does, as now an engage here on a Gideon. He's just going to flash away from that one. Jiwoo, meanwhile, not scared to run up to 5 of them, as Equalizer comes down onto a couple of very tanky members, but Chovy not as tanky. Bit of damage does go back. That will push Nongshim away from this one. So again, very much testing each other in this.
I love the casual roast from Rumble. Just Kingen just standing there, just melting them, but not getting too close. But a lot exchanged on both sides. But, you know, we were just talking about the summoners for Nongshim, and Jiwoo just lost his flash again. So I think Gen G are doing a great job where they're maintaining this pressure, because the summoners for them aren't as valuable. Like, you have an Ezreal and a Nidalee. Nidalee has Zhonya's. Ezreal has flash and like a 3-second cooldown if he's hitting all his abilities, it feels like.
Yeah.
So if you're trading sums in this manner, it's still going to be hard to kill Ruler. It's still going to be hard to kill Canyon. But Jiwoo, if he's not threatened, he pumps out so much damage. But he's constantly being
Well,
threatened.
he doesn't have flash, so he's just going to get bullied here by a lot of members. Eats a giant spear to the face, just no vision on the right side. Ju just dies for free, and now Lehens might have to pay the price as well. He goes in, tries to save his younger brother. He will be taken down, and we got Baron in 20 seconds.
Yeah, that Baron is just a miss, and I think with 2 members down, not realistic that Gideon's going to be able to make it in to steal it. You can see Gen G really taking control of this game.
Yeah.
And Ju just a little bit lost, if I'm going to be honest.
We talked about positioning with Duro. Jiu, unfortunately, makes a bigger mistake here in a more important moment. That should be just a free Baron. This time,
Yeah.
he's just going to take a blue buff
And
constellation.
also a more important role, if I'm going to be honest, as the AD carry. And the takeaway from this is Gen G already have a 4,000 gold lead. They're going to get Baron. It's Soul in a minute. They're really going to be in a great spot. The ult from Duro, perfect. And Lehens tries to save his AD carry, but there's not really much you can do other than sacrifice yourself as well. Just try to flash, because he's like, maybe if I get away, we can contest this, but just ends up wasting that in the end. And now we're back live. Gen G have Baron. 5,000 gold lead, 50 seconds until what would be Mountain Soul for them. And I feel like LDR is coming for Jiwoo, but already Keen and Chovy feel very bulky. Keen, Chovy, Duro is a bulky front line.
Yeah.
Add the Mountain.
Realistically as well, like how much damage is Jiu? How many seconds is Jiu attacking for before he just dies as well?
Less than you'd hope.
I mean, he doesn't have flash now. Already took a loss, and they're setting up a nice gank rush here. I say nice, maybe the opposite of nice here, as Lehens is going to get locked down and might just die here for their sins as the follow-up comes in, and Nongshim are just kind of falling apart as the engage goes in. Fisher finally shows up, and Jiu is alive, but it is a 5v3 as they're just able to peel here for Fisher and take him down. So 3 essentially free kills for Gen G, and they're going to get the Mountain Soul.
Yep, not much you can do there. I think they were kind of looking for like that little bit of pressure onto Duro, maybe try and force something. But it's kind of that thing we talked about earlier where like, okay, now the Leona has Celestial opposition, Merc Treads lock it, and they kind of realize that, okay, we can't burst this Leona. Let's do a little bit of poke, let's back away. But the end result is you're just locked into a situation you can't escape from, and now Gen G looking to end the game.
I mean, they still have Baron for a minute 30. So 2 members down here on the side of Nongshim. You don't really have any defense at all. And you're going up against Mountain Soul Gen G. Instead of, you know, going all in on the Nexus turret, they look to take the bottom turret. I thought they would, but instead,
oh wow,
a lot of respect.
Jiwoo sold Last Whisper and bought Seeker's Arm Guard.
Yeah, I don't think that's the answer, Dan Ox Harrison.
Yeah, it's like, I think the thought process was they're going to end the game. I need this or the game is over. But now you're locked into this item with no damage, and you don't have armor pen against the Mountain Soul team. So it doesn't feel great. And you see here, they're trying to wait for Lehens to like give him a jump out, but it just ends up getting them caught in the mixer as well. And Ruler's ult hits Jiwoo again, and he ends up so low. Like he's healing up with the Bloodthirster, but he just can't really participate in the fight when he's that low on HP. And things are starting to look pretty dire right now.
Yeah, I don't know. This was like a close game. It was a fun one. It was very back and forth. We had a lot of action. And then all of a sudden, Gen G just set up traps, and Nongshim fell for them over and over and over again.
Yeah, I think what feels worse on top of this is the fact that you look at the picks Nongshim has. Kingan's Rumble, Fish's Yone. Those are big budget picks in Fearless. They're going to be gone for the rest of the series, so doesn't feel good. And this is their side selection game on blue side. So not a good feeling to be on the losing end of this one. There's still some hope, but it is definitely dwindling for now. Gen G just applying the pressure. No Baron available yet, but still just able to walk up, and with the Bloodthirster from Ruler, with the Mountain Shield, tanking the tower a little bit to get some damage down.
Ruler just gets to do whatever he wants. He's got an engaged support, and he's got a healing support. Enchanter from the jungle, and they've got a massive front line now. I mean, so much engage as well, and nobody is dying here. I say that immediately Duro dies. They do have to follow up here on the engage, finally, from the side of Ruler, as Gio kind of left in no man's land. He does have the Zanya, so he'll survive for a bit longer. Ruler getting a bit low, but not quite low enough. Maybe just enough to get her hopes up, but not able to finish off Jiwoo. The turret should go down as Toby's got a haymaker, will stay alive as the Braum falls, the Ashe falls, and the Rumble falls, and so will the Nexus. Gen G picks them apart in the last 10 minutes of that game one and makes their dominance known.
And the thing is, in that final fight, Nongshim actually played it really well, but they're down Mountain Soul, they're down about 8,000 gold. It just wasn't enough. And the thing is, I think this kind of really reflected what we talked about before the series. This is the best Nongshim has looked in a while, and the weakest Gen G has looked in a while. But that was a big gap to overcome, and Gen G just looked better, despite the fact that that gap was closed a good amount. It was a competitive game. You know, Nongshim kept it close, but Gen G able to convincingly close it out in the end. That final few passages of play really felt like they'd come online.
Yeah, they absolutely did. I think that Gen G has looked like this all LCK Cup, though, where they're like at one point doing really well, at a couple of other points a little bit messy. I think that Nongshim did show their stuff, and I'm hoping that they can show a bit more in some of the future games to make this an interesting series. So far, though, a very dominant end to game number one goes to Gen G. You see that the gold graph just falls off a cliff, and they have Mountain Soul, they have the 5 Void Grubs, the Herald, the Otacon. They kind of just got everything in this game bit by bit.
Yeah, it definitely felt like they built up over time, but like Canyons Nidalee and Rulers Ezreal did a lot of work, and I think Nongshim happy to say goodbye to those.
Yeah, not the only picks they can play, though. Will be interesting to see the rest, as we will take a break, guys, and we'll be back with the space.
말로 칠 생각으로
마운드 넘어갈게. 마운드 넘어갈게. 천천히 볼게요. 나 요네 먼저 걸어볼게. 걸어볼게. 요네. 빠졌다. 요네 노플. 한 번 더 볼게. 한 번 더 볼게. 야, 바이도 오고. 애쉬 노플. 형, 요네
럼블
있다.
왔어, 럼블.
요네 있다.
럼블 노플이거든? 럼블.
요네.
그래, 나왔어. 애쉬 노플.
애쉬 노스펠. 아이고. 괜찮아. 타워 치면 돼.
근데 나 좀 까부터, 타워부터. 내가 끝낼만해. 럼블 노플.
괜찮아. 럼블 노플이에요. 애쉬 노플이고, 형.
저는 적응이 안 되네.
Oh boy, Nongshim made that one really close as Genji are able to pull it out here and lead 1-0. But it was scrappy, it was feisty, and I think it was a great first swing for Nongshim, but they still fall up short having the blue side here, Wolf.
On one side, or on one hand, like looking at the good side for Nongshim fans, they made it look pretty close, right? Like it's looking like a maybe 3-1 angle. Chronicler, like we might be eating good tonight. On the other hand, it was a pretty expensive draft. They ended up pulling out the Vi. They ended up getting the Rumble champions they won't have access to for the rest of the series. They did at the same time, though, deny Ashe from Ruler. It's been his best pick of the season. I appreciate that, but Ruler absolutely popped off on the Ezreal anyways.
Yeah, Ruler did connect in this game, which is a big deal. I also think that Chovy was there from the beginning. Keen to me was the other standout in this game. It's very telling to me that Gen G have very clearly identified that Duro, I think even in this game, I think his calls were a lot better. Still some deaths left and right, but still just hasn't been playing that well. So the fact that they also have the set and the Galio to really bolster team fights, I think made a big difference. The one caveat I do have is that they did have Canyon on Italy, and Canyon on Italy has always been, for like the last 5 years, very different from the Canyon on other champions. So I'm still not convinced, particularly not with how messy all of these fights were.
Yeah, let's take a look at those messy fights. They happened pretty much nonstop in the early game after early jump out by Nongshim, and they kept themselves close despite slowly bleeding out on gold here, Wolf.
Duro, I think, will get some flack for this one, but to be honest, like Canyon kind of baited him in here. This is not the first time this season, nor will I feel like it'll be the last time Canyon has kind of baited, unfortunately, either his support or his mid laner into a bit of a wonky setup here. You can't do that against this composition for Nongshim, you'll get run down. This fight is very messy by Gen G, very greedy.
And Gen G do get the objective, and then, and this continues to be kind of a theme, I think you can see some of the hesitation, right? Because realistically, I don't think you're going to be getting out here, but I don't think this fight is unfightable, and it really highlights, I think, the hesitation that's there right now for Gen G. I think the equalizer, yeah, that was great from King, and he zones off a lot of the damage, but you can even see as soon as Keen is like, do we turn? Do we go in? And the rest of the team is like, oh, I don't know about that. And then on the flip side for Nongshim, but from them, I think it's a bit more expected. It's fine. Like, King and dies, let it be. Instead, they end up investing a ton of resources. That's teleport gone. Fisher also uses his ultimate, and it just goes to highlight how incredibly messy this early game was, which I think for both these teams is to be expected. And it might mean that if Gen G don't clean up their act and they don't get Canyon on something like in Italy, it might swap up later on.
Yeah, definitely. It's not quite the dominant Gen G that we want to see, but it gets them over the line as we take a look at the second big moment here in the game. At 24 minutes, another fight on the top side of the map. And this one, Otacon... What is Otacon doing?
So,
Otacon gets in as...
Vibing.
He's vibing. He's definitely vibing.
I really want to put the focus on Ruler in this fight because Nongshim have a pretty nice advantage with this and starts off. They're able to collapse onto the Keen, teleport, burn through those health bars, buy a ton of time here. Both of the tanks, Chovy and Keen, do. But watch Ruler in this one because he's able to get on top of Jiu and actually execute him here. And I think if this doesn't happen, this fight becomes a lot more winnable for Nongshim because they have this Ashe that's going to be able to slow this front line. A ton of damage comes through from Kingen. But Ruler just gets on top of Jiu and just blows him up. And that was kind of the story of the AD carry matchup throughout this entire game. In the early laning phase as well, Ruler absolutely dominating Jiu. And moments like this make you feel like, okay, maybe Ruler can play peak form. These are the moments where you want to see him all in. These are the moments where you want to see him make the super play when it's completely necessary.
For me, Chovy also on the set, actually having an amazing game. I think that particularly the way that he was playing in fights where he was consistently fighting really good ult target setups. I think his build was great as well. Actually going for really a high base AD and using Blood Mill, which we don't really see that often, but particularly on set, you could see how much those Ws hit towards the end. It does still feel like Gen G is very much searching. And I think in this series, that's fine. We still saw them. I think this was still a relatively comfortable win. There were some dicey moments, but if that steal doesn't happen, which hats off to Gideon, this game, I think, is over a lot earlier and doesn't feel nearly as close.
So Nongshim have decided to go back to blue side after winning the coin toss, which is why they were blue side in game number 1. You said earlier there was a lot of champions that were in the power currency. What do you want to see here from Nongshim real quick?
I want to see Nongshim try and maybe play around King, and I think he's been the best so far.
Yeah, I want to see continued play through the top side, try to get grub control early. They lost it in that first game. Maybe game 2 they can play to their win cons that they have throughout the rest of the playoffs.
So let's see if they're able to do that as we send it back on over to Valdez and to Ox for game number 2.
Thank you so much, Spacers, as we are getting ready for game number 2 here. Gen G brought some people down to support their team. I don't personally know these two guys, but they seem to be somewhat popular or famous because the crowd likes them.
You don't know everyone on LOL Park. You don't introduce yourself to each person.
I know that guy below him. He's there all the time. It's Mustache Man. What's up?
Well,
how's it going?
There you go. 1 in 3. 1 in 3 people in LOL Park. Brendan Valdez knows.
There's like 2 other people there, you know.
Do you know them?
Like a guy in the corner as well.
You know them?
No.
1 in 6 then. Okay.
I tried my best.
Quickly. We're losing ground
Better than
quickly.
0.
Well, that's something, right?
Well, apparently they're YouTubers, so there you go. Gen G YouTubers coming down to support the team, and they chose a good matchup to do so.
Well, I mean, I feel like going into this, not the series that Gen G needed the most support in, but after that game 1, they got a win, but probably appreciating the support. Not the cleanest game we've seen from this team. Going into game 2, I think big takeaways are a lot of big budget picks now gone. It was mentioned on the desk, but like the Rumble and the Yone, I think for me really stand out as like major ones that are a hit for Nongshim to lose. I expect the bans to be somewhat similar. Maybe a little bit different from Nongshim if you want a different priority in what you first pick. They could first pick the Poppy, for example. Also, they banned the Xayah. Actually, that's something I think would change. They banned the Xayah kind of because they wanted the Vi first pick. Don't really need to do that anymore, but they actually go for it again. So, hammering away at Ruler's champion pool. I think the important thing with the Varus is that he can kind of do similar things to what Ezreal did to Jiwoo last game, which is poke him from a mile away and make him not have fun.
Question here, what is this last ban? Will it be the Jace again, or are they going to look at that Poppy and say, okay, that's higher priority? No, they just take the Jace down. Poppy has been quite popular and has been rising in win rates up towards 70%, but with Ambessa available, Kingen thinking about it.
This is a difficulty because you really want that top pick for Kingen, especially with the K'Sante and the Jace gone, and the Rumble gone. Ambessa really standing out as a big pick for Kingen, but you're giving up the Poppy. And you know what Ambessa likes to do? Dash a lot.
Yeah.
And a Poppy is very good at shutting that down. I think Gen G just take the Poppy. You don't even need to figure out where it's going to go yet. You can put it support. It's been where we've seen it more, but you can also go jungle. You can even put it top if you wanted.
Yeah.
That's how much flexibility it has. Heck, I think Chovy could probably play it too.
That's why I thought it would be a great B1 pick, right?
Yeah. Kai'Sa Poppy is a duo we've seen have a lot of popularity, so they're really happy to immediately lock that in for the side of Gen G.
This raises questions for me about Kingen's champion pool. If they feel that weight to go and say, okay, we need Ambessa here. He's played other stuff. Like, I don't really totally understand that. I think the Poppy and the fact that they banned the Varus with Kai'Sa available.
Take MF.
MF here is also not very inspiring.
No, we have not been fans of the MF.
So you went for these 2 AD carry bans that Kalista was always going to be banned. And you give over Kai'Sa, and now you take MF.
I guess the thought process of the MF is that Poppy isn't a great champion at interrupting a role, right?
They also took
like Leona.
Nautilus and a Poppy support?
Yeah.
What's going on here, Ox?
It's a bit of a struggle.
Take it away, please.
It's a bit of a struggle. And now you have Xin Zhao, who essentially can just ignore the MF ult.
Our space is going to have a field day with this one.
Yeah, not a great start. And I understand the priority on getting King in like a tier 1 pick, but everything that came after and as a result of that feels rough. There's been a lot of talk about blue side versus red side. Blue side heavily prioritizing the LCK with the higher win rate. But in like the LPL, red side is a prioritized side with the higher win rate.
Karma?
And there's a lot of budget for picking up the likes of this Ambessa and how much you give to the other team from their next 2 picks. The Karma, I don't know. I'm going to be honest.
Has Chovy been spamming this in solo queue or something?
This something, I think.
Maybe like a top Karma counter for Ambessa?
Goimbi played it briefly. I think one of the thought processes is that Karma combined with Xin Zhao really benefits from having like an enchanter. Maybe that's the thought process. Not something that we're fully aware of.
So an Orianna ban next? I don't know. This is kind of strange. Silas going to be taken down. And, I mean, Chovy is quite good at Silas, but Aurora available, so he's just going to slam that one down.
Is pretty good.
And King can play that as well, so that's a flex.
Yeah. I'm feeling rough.
This draft is making me feel things.
Why not lock in the Rengar, right? Why not at this point? Into Poppy as well.
Yeah. Well, Mel, certainly a better choice than Rengar.
Yep.
Will be locked in.
Yep. Mother and daughter combo.
Hey, there you go. We got some synergy. We finally found one.
We got a Bilgewater duo. We have the mother and daughter, Mel and Ambessa duo. Freljord, I guess maybe if this was TNT, you'd have like the Bruiser synergy with the Nautilus. It's looking like an okay early TFT comp. Camille left open. Something we've seen picked a lot into the Ambessa. I will say Ambessa Sejuani, pretty painful combo, but I feel like, look, the Mel and the Sejuani is fine, but I think Genji got what they wanted in entirety, and Nongshim have to deal with the consequences.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think it's rare to find a game that's completely over in draft. I don't think this game is that. I think it's rare to say the game is like 0% chance from draft.
Yeah, it never is.
But it's definitely favored towards Genji, I would say. I think they've been given some great dive tools here. It's going to be very hard for Jiwoo to ult. I also think the thing with Mel is he's really good at like blocking like limited engage. But like if you're being dived on by like 3 different champions, like you don't have a dash, you don't have an escape. Or like you press W, you block one.
It's like playing Xerath
projectile
into this, you know?
If you gave Xerath Mel W, he'd still be Xerath.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly.
And I think that's part of the issue, is it's a bit of a struggle. So we'll see. Again, I don't think it's completely doomed. I think one thing to mention is that Mel's laning is really strong. We also have the MF, who has a strong lane as well. So I think looking to leverage on the back of their laning strength, but yeah, not the hottest start, and we are not fans of MF, we have said very clearly.
She had a Genji shirt under the Nongshim jacket.
Wow.
Oh boy.
That's being prepared.
Playing both sides. You never know. You can always take off the jacket. Might have to here in this one as we are getting ready for game number 2. Game number 2 begins. We had a couple of bans towards Chovy, and instead he just said, you know what, I'll just play Aurora.
I feel like it's always one of those weird situations where like you get late in the draft and it's like, oh, we can play Aurora still? Okay.
Yeah.
Then sure.
It's just a lot of strong picks have been added to the game out of the recent picks, right? Ambessa, Aurora.
I feel like we need a new system where, like, I don't know, maybe you can't play the picks from the previous game. Like maybe it's like a like there's less fear of like, you know, playing new picks. So we imagine you know what I mean? Like imagine in this game if like the next game in the series you couldn't play like Ambessa and Mel and someone should think of that.
It's very clever.
Yeah, very insightful.
I think someone should put that into the system. Yeah, I like that idea, for sure.
It's a good pitch. We come up with good ideas on the LCK.
We generally do.
Yeah.
You know, we said that this draft as well. I think we've got a good idea that Genji's one is better overall. There's a lot of picks here that we on the LCK desk have not really enjoyed, especially the MF, I think is the most obvious one. Especially with just the way the draft went and the bans and stuff, but no, so we could still win this game. You know, anything is possible. I say that, and well,
oh my god.
Take it away, Ox.
I just can't.
I was trying to have a positive outlook for game 2.
I'm going to explain what exactly went down there. Lahen's queued and missed, and then when he got it, he was against the wall, and he was like, oh god, Poppy is going to stun me in the wall, and I will lose the game right now. And so he flashed, and Duro didn't even have wall slam. I mean, I don't know why. I mean, I guess he didn't have wall slam because he wanted the W to block the Q from the head, but it's just like unbelievable.
It's almost like he skilled up his W late, the steadfast presence from the Poppy, and then he used it after the hook already landed.
Yeah, I think Lahen's is worse because he burnt flash, but I think both supports kind of flubbed there. But Lahen's flub was definitely worse. But
yeah.
you're not allowed to set up any hopes anymore, Brendan. That was a big mistake.
Yeah, I can't believe I, for just a moment, had a positive outlook here for Game 2.
Yep.
I was talking too much to Chronicler before this this series. Too much positivity in me at the moment.
Hey, well, at least Lahen's unlocked Hex Flash, right? You know?
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Why does he not have...
Wait.
Well...
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, if we're judging players by flashes per minute, he's winning so far.
He is, yes. Unfortunately. And now, just gonna engage here on a Duro. Still gets hooked, and Duro, last second, is gonna flash, but that leaves him open for a first blood given over to Jiwoo. And our woes in the top lane continue, Ox.
Just do that. Apparently, Lahen's playing it really correctly. You walk up, you get the auto and maximizing the damage, like the W auto reset. And basically, Duro could only steadfast presence too late, and now, they're looking for a dive, but Canyon is here. This is risky. I think you just back away.
Yeah. Second Canyon shows up. Gideon's like, nope. No. And then Duro also comes in a little bit later.
Yeah.
So that would have been a disaster of a dive if they actually went for it. So Gideon spends a lot of time just going up to the top lane and then running all the way back down to his Raptors.
Yeah, so the big thing with the Poppy Nautilus matchup is that your W, so Nautilus will typically, when you're engaging from range, Q, and then you go for the root afterwards, you do your full combo. But the steadfast presence can keep some distance between you, right? And that will stop Nautilus from being able to follow up with the extra CC. But what we see here is that Lahen's does the complete opposite. They hit level 3, he walks up, gets the auto and Duro as the shield fails, and then the Q comes in, but doesn't end up really achieving anything, the steadfast presence. Because Lahen's was already on top of him, the dash wasn't really needed, wasn't necessary, and G was just there doing the damage. So good play coming out from the side of Nongshim. We'd say, this bot lane does have pressure in the 2v2, and ultimately, Genji didn't manage to find the swap, you know? They ended up with the standard lane assignments, matched lane assignments rather, which is not really what you want when you have this matchup.
Yeah. And Duro, he has unlocked his Hex Flash with his unfortunate flash. Maybe they can try to get some kind of a return kill onto Jiwoo. We talked a lot about his flash in Game 1. This is another game where he should be under a lot of threat, especially against the Camille, and another AD carry that doesn't have a lot of escapability.
Thing is, in total for how the plays panned out, Genji swapped their bot lane bot. They then get priority on this dragon and are able to pick it up. I assume Gideon's going to head straight to the grubs afterwards. And presumably there's not going to be enough time for Genji to swap back and contest the grubs. But I think Genji are pretty fine with how things have panned out. You know, they get some farm for Ruler uncontested. And actually, I don't think they can go for this dive in level 5 Kingen. He's very leveled up.
Well, Duro has other ideas. Not going to stun Kingen, who hits level 6 immediately after.
Yeah, very glad for Duro's sake that he hit level 6 shortly afterwards.
Yeah.
Instead of while you were under tower.
You're getting ganked.
Oh, no.
You're getting ganked, but the ult will miss.
Yeah.
Lahen says, I still wanted to go on that.
Should have just waited for Lahen's to get in. And then Lahen CCs them, you get the guaranteed ult. You know Duro has no flash. I think that was just 100% a kill if he just waited, so... Rare misplay from Kingen, who has been pretty solid for Nongshim so far in the LCK Cup.
Yeah. I mean, if he hit it, though, we would have been like, oh, sick play. Unfortunately,
just hit.
In hindsight, not feeling too good about that one. Level 6 is Keen, and Gio's a level 5 MF with no flash, no mana, and he does have a barrier.
Why?
He uses it and then dies anyway.
Yeah, I had no idea why you would bury it in that situation where I think every single person who was watching could see he was very dead, no matter what.
Why was he that far up in the lane against a level 6 Camille as well?
I don't have the answers to every question, Brendan.
I mean, you have a lot of answers to most of the questions, so I get spoiled, you know?
Yeah.
I just, my expectations are raised so high.
Yeah, well, I think ultimately, if we look at the passage of play from Genji swapping their bot lane bot, getting the dragon, trading those into objectives, then that kill setup because Keen's laning against an MF. You know, considering the misplay Duro made, things are pretty good for Genji in the aftermath.
Yeah, I wonder if even if Jiwoo had his flash, does he live then? Maybe? Because, you know, then Canyon's not really able to close the gap, but then maybe just Canyon flashes,
The thing is,
follows.
when Keen goes for like the flash R, like you're kind of locked in regardless.
Yeah.
And then Canyon also had flash as well.
Yeah.
Maybe he lives, maybe. But even then, I'm not even sure.
Yeah. Should have utilized the walk back farther in the lane earlier.
I think if he plays
strategy.
it perfectly and he waits for the hook shot to come out and then flashes it, potentially. I think potentially. But also,
Yeah.
I think that play, they're less likely to go for it if he has flash. Because Keen kind of just walked up and went, I will flash R you.
Yeah, and Jiwoo very quickly accepted his fate.
Did he? Did he? Because he pressed barrier, so I'm not sure how much he accepted his fate.
Yeah,
Yeah,
maybe not.
perhaps not.
You saw they were trying to hold the wave down there on the bottom side, Ruler and Duro. Trying to keep it close to the turret. Trying to not overextend. Maybe give an angle to Canyon.
I love when we
But
just get two like really new champions going head to head. It's like, who's more broken?
yeah, but they're both just kind of, okay, Ruler going to be slowed down here. Just tries to walk out of it. A nice utilization of the walk strategy. Doesn't have to flash.
Yep. Holds to some, which is pretty big. You know, I remember when like players would like start taking like cleanse, because you know there was once upon a time where it was basically like you just wouldn't take cleanse as an AD carry.
Yeah.
Like back in the day, summoners were like fixed and people didn't really do outside the norm. But like you'd see people not remembering they have cleanse and they'd cleanse in a situation like that. Oh,
Little Root
big
comes
damage.
in here. Jovi. Just
Probably
a little
close.
bit off. Yeah.
Probably very close to kill threshold.
Yeah.
For those not familiar with Mel, her ult can kind of detonate anyone who has a stacks on her.
Yeah.
And then if they get under execute threshold, they're just dead. So honestly, good flash from Chovy to get out of that one. But Fisher holding his own so far in this mid matchup. And in the battle of who is the most broken new mid laner, Mel has the edge for now.
Mel is in the lead.
She is a
and-
newer champion. I think that's
That's true,
in
yeah.
a battle of release dates. She wins.
She does. If you are a newer champion in general, you are stronger. That's just one of the rules. That's one of the laws of League of Legends.
There's some laws, you know. There's some rules you'll learn.
Yeah.
Like when you start playing, like don't chase singed, you know, the basics.
Yeah.
There's always a Garen in every brush.
Play new champions because they're OP.
Yeah. Invisible Teemos, something about them.
Well, we're trying to engage on the Xin Zhao here. Instead, Canyon says, "Come at me, bro,"
Yeah, like
and then realizes it's Nongshim instead.
A little bit off with some of these dredge lines. You know, not being as sharp as we've sometimes seen him.
Yeah.
I liked it when he walked up to Juro and just autoed him, so maybe he should have done that to Canyon. No chance to miss then. But
I mean, Canyon was just running into the pit, so
yeah.
he could have just
Maybe it's
waited.
one of those moments where like you throw it and you're like, oh, what if he sidesteps, or like maybe he has vision of us, or like he spotted us walking this brush and he's expecting it, and then Canyon's just walking a straight line. Like, I want to kill grubs.
Now, Genji are down almost 2,000 gold here, but they're still going to fight big time over these grubs. And they get the first one. They don't want to give a second one over to Gideon, but now an angle here as they go to that back line. They engage onto Fisher there, but they do just flash away as the bullet time is decent, but not enough damage to take out Keen just yet. They finally take him down, and down will go the Sejuani as well, but Fisher full health, Jiwoo full health, and they're on the chase now. The Q gonna bounce as well, and finally a hook will land here from Lahens. A couple of kills lined up from the side of Nongshim, and Ruler just gonna run away injured.
And I think, honestly, Gen G just kind of, you know, opted into this fight thinking we can handle them, we can deal with them. And I think got a good initial engage, but just didn't have the follow-up at the back end of the fight. This Mel's so strong. The extra plates have been picked up by mid and AD carry on the side of Nongshim, give them some extra power here. And Kingen,
Ruler.
he could get Ruler's flash if he steps up.
This is not the Ruler spot.
He does have ult though, Ruler, so I think it might be a bit tricky. But yeah, so we see the replay of this fight. And it's a decent engage from Canyon and Chovy because they get the backline forced away. And this ult from Jiwoo does nothing because you're hitting it into Keen, who's quite tanky, he doesn't eat that much. And the ult from the Xin Zhao. But they just don't have any follow-up in the fight. And even though they managed to force Fisher and Jiwoo away, they just come back in at full HP and just start popping all the cooldowns. I think maybe a different scenario where like when you force them back, you had like a flank angle could have been better. But I think just like, you know, you got the flashes, you couldn't disengage from the fight. It didn't end up panning out to being anything more. And even though G didn't get value with his ultimate, it just didn't really matter. Kingen was like in the mixer. And we're kind of seeing that value of the Ambessa first pick.
Yeah. They did not disallow the Ambessa to get in. The Poppy ult, if there was one, I didn't see where it landed. Maybe just a knock-up or something. And you got flashes, but you didn't get any kills, and you threw all of your damage into Sejuani. So, and you're down gold. So that's just not a recipe for success for Gen G in that fight. So now Nongshim, they're going to take the second dragon. They have 4 grubs. It is a Ocean Soul.
Oh, man!
It's going to land, and it keeps him nearby for the Ambessa Ruler. It's just so dead. Doesn't even bother to use his flash.
I take back everything I said. Everything I said about Lahen's Dredge Lines, that one was sick. He's redeemed himself. Now Keen's in trouble.
Yeah, he has to flash. And now we got a fight in the top lane as well. Duro just forced to ult Kingen away.
Okay.
And this is why there weren't that many 3-0s for Gen G over Nongshim. Even though name value, you know. As Gideon's going to get away. Fisher looking for the kill here. Looking for that R button. There it is, but not quite enough.
So close. Okay. I think the main takeaway, Brendan, is we were wrong, okay? Ambessa first pick for Kingen, justified, right? Lahen's Nautilus, clean, okay?
Yeah.
We ignore the first couple of dredge lines. He was calibrating,
Yeah.
right? It happens. You get into a game, you're like, I thought they would dodge left, they dodged right. So they would dodge up, they dodge down. Now he has downloaded them. He understands now.
Yeah. There could be some of that to be said. I think that Lahen's, you know, he does hit a couple of good hooks. Sometimes you're playing a hook champion, as you mentioned, everything goes wide, and then sometimes you're just locked in. You know, maybe the next 5 hooks go wide, but then he hits a couple of important ones in the late game, and then we'll all just forget about it. This is max range on the angle.
Yeah. Hits the hitbox around the wall, and King gets a follow-up. This is kind of what I was talking about in that bot lane play, where I'm like, if you let Lahen's land the CC first.
Why did they? It is level 10!
Thank you for ending the replay.
Yeah, we didn't need to see that.
We didn't need to see that at all. I have no idea.
That's like a tilt engage. There's just no reason to do that at all.
Yeah.
In that 2v2, you're never ever winning.
Ambessa no ult. Okay, I don't think that matters.
Yeah. So definitely a bit questionable. I mean, Canyon is 2-0 and probably had the Sundered Sky, right? So he's like, oh, maybe I'm strong. But the level gap was really the biggest thing for me.
Yeah. Chovy's recalling now and should have the Ludens. Yeah, but I was noticing that like there's a big item advantage for Fisher, who's on the map, has Ludens and a Hextech Revolver, so a lot of burst. And look at the damage dealt. You know, we criticize the MF. Rare MF doing what she should do performance. I really hope it keeps it up. And
I mean, again, it's just a lot of the fights have been Ju having space.
Yeah, but
and from ahead, she should.
I also think the lane pressure. I think a big thing is we've often seen swaps come in and the MF can't really get that pressure that is kind of needed to make the pick work, but we actually saw them have a straight up bot lane versus bot lane, top lane versus top lane, and it's really panned out, so it's good to see. And now Nongshim, you know, they have the feats of strength, they're about to pick up Herald, the 3,000 gold ahead. They have a sizable lead in this game. It's really significant. Like, you think how back and forth game 1 was. Nongshim are in a very comfortable spot right now.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they should be very happy. I think the one thing they might not be too happy about is the Ocean Soul, but even then, you know, Ocean Soul on Sejuani, Ocean Soul on Fed Ambessa, not too bad.
Yeah.
And you know, it's a decent amount of poke, especially from the Kaisa, maybe even the Aurora, although that's more of a burst champion than anything else.
I think it's one of those things where, like,
not again, Ju. At least he has his flash this time. Does he get away is the question, as there comes the bullet time, but it's just desperation. 5 members of Gen G right next to him to punish Ju once again.
That felt a little bit personal, I'll be honest. Not ideal for G to be stepping up like that. I think this kind of needs Nongshim to set up vision in return, but also you kind of have to put a bit of the emphasis on Jiwoo being aware when he needs backup to step up and... Oh no, not again.
Yeah, well, this is a level 12 Mbessa trying to go 1v2. Not quite as strong this time around. Canyon, the massive dash on in, and will continue the fight. Gets the knock up. There's the Q from Kane. And that's a kill. They take down and get a big shutdown. But meanwhile, we got Nongshim with a big push in mid. They're going to take down an inner and even go for a little drive, Will Lahens.
Wait, I think he can... No.
Well, apparently not.
I think
he could have ran into the bot turret.
I think like an expert driver, you know?
Yeah.
A little bit of drifting.
I think you would have to go in front of the Wolves.
Dominic Toretto would have hit the bot lane tower. I think that's what we can safely say. I think that's the moment G would just walk up too far. And the thing is, your MF with Bloodthirster, you're like, what can Ruler do to me? Well, bring his teammates. And here, Kingen just overstepping. That ward on the Arakan, I think may have spotted where he was recalling. But just two back-to-back mistakes. Just as we're saying nice things about Nongshim, just as we're saying, hey, they're looking great.
Yeah.
A couple of little flubs. They're still ahead, though. Don't get me wrong. It's just a little bit of a hit to the confidence from where they were.
Yeah. A couple of shutdowns, too. I mean, we saw the MF was almost 1,000 gold ahead of Ruler. Jiwoo over Ruler, but now it's only 500 gold. Also, the top lane cut down about 200 gold.
Yep.
The lead. So, just little bits here and there. Genji's still a strong team. I think they've shown a lot of weakness so far in this game, and Nongshim have shown why a lot of people are giving them credit and giving them wins in their predictions, but it's not over yet. It's really not at this point in time. I still think it's anybody's game from here. I still have my concessions about the MF.
You know, I just noticed, I just saw when they hovered over him. Lahens went W max Nautilus. So we've seen sometimes E max for the extra slow and damage. Q max is the standard.
Yeah.
But I guess the theory here is you can't Q into Poppy very frequently. And W max does make you very bulky. So, you know, Lahens is always someone who has his view on the game and he'll experiment with things.
Yeah.
Oh no.
And he went Aftershock this time as well, as now Kingen not going to be able to get away from this one. Tries to turn it around, but I think against the two of them you're going to struggle. He is buying a lot of time though, as in comes the bullet time. But that is a Xin Zhao. It only hits the Xin Zhao ultimate. And now your teammates are getting baited in. Lahens going to go down. And now a chance for Genji to just take Otacon down. 3,000 gold? Maybe not.
I will say, it's a 20-minute Otacon. It's super risky, and Fisher is still there. If you take the debuff from this Otacon...
No bullet time.
Oh, I think they're looking for a TP flank angle from Keen.
Yeah. Let's see what that looks like.
Fisher, I feel.
Yeah, it's almost like a bait more than anything else. Very deep TP comes in as Canyon is just going to be popped like a balloon. Down it goes, and now the turn comes in, but maybe it's a little bit too late. The double kill from the Mel. And we see the power of the new champion, but still, it's another one that goes the way of Genji. Chovy able to pick that up and get a big shutdown himself. As here's Gideon, very tanky, and he gets Smite! He has Smite, and Genji do not! And that is just a free Otacon to the side of Nongshim. You know, free 200 gold over to the Genji members, but man, he just gave a big buff over to Nongshim.
Second game in a row that he's clutched with the smites. He might be in trouble.
Yeah, you can't hookshot away from that, but you can buffer it. There's no tower here. Chovy coming on over. He says, all right, see you later, buddy. And eventually, Keen, will he go down here? Yes, he will.
Yeah, Lahens, I said he calibrated. He purposely missed that so he wouldn't steal the kill. Yeah.
For sure.
For sure. Oh, Lahens.
I mean, I think they saw...
Nothing there.
Okay.
He doesn't know. Okay, well, non-stop action, it seems.
Yeah. Just going in again. I mean, Duro is a Poppy. He's going to have to flash here 100%. And at least he's got Hex Flash.
What a hectic passage of play, honestly, this game has been. These last few minutes. We're going to get replays, so I don't want to talk about everything that happened right now before the replay comes, but it's just, you know, we need a moment just to kind of...
I mean, we might have another fight before we get into replays as well.
Yeah, maybe we don't get replays. Maybe it's just raw action non-stop.
Yeah.
None of that looking backwards, only forwards. And the thing is as well, even though Jiwoo and Fisher were dead, you still get the Voracious Otacon buff.
Yeah.
So, still have that available. Keen is on the flank, so they need to really be careful.
And there's only 4 here. Kingen does get his TP back. And Genji will just respect it.
Oh, the rebound on the Void Seeker?
Yeah, the rebuttal.
But it did miss.
Yeah. It is also just dodgeable. So you don't need rebuttal to avoid that one.
Yeah.
But sometimes
I feel like you sometimes see the Mel's where like the skill shots come in and they walk forwards like, I will take this. And like it was not going to hit anyone.
Well, if you hit someone, could have been nice, but, you know, that's Gideon. He's down, and now you got a 5v4. Kingen is late to the party. Jiwoo going to go pretty low. Finally taken down, and that is a bunch of extra gold just given over to the side of Genji. And yes, it's just withdrawals, but Genji at least able to capitalize here towards the end of the push.
Yeah, they get a ton of gold, and this Arakan buff ends up not panning out too much. But here, so the thing is, the Arakan puts a massive debuff on everyone who's in close range. The old snipe on a canyon into the burst, and then here, the damage that comes out from Fisher just explodes them. Keen does a good job of diving in, but then Fisher also nearly kills Chovy there.
Same, you know, go for Xin down. Play, you know, fight as you back away. I'm gonna leave.
And he's like, wait a minute.
Saying we have vision. I'm gonna go for it. Got it. Nice. I'm gonna try to get out, but yeah. And we got more fighting. Duro's dead. Keen, hook shot down. No flash. He's dead.
Man.
That is a very nice hook. Okay.
I told you he was locked in. He was calibrated.
Recalibrated. Okay.
He's just
2 free kills.
He's downloaded Keen. You know, the last person he missed on was Keen.
Yeah.
He's downloaded him. And now Dragon is up. Would be the third, so not hugely significant. But Nongshim, they're still 5,000 gold up. It's been a hectic game, a lot of back and forth. It's 11 kills to 8, but they are massively ahead. And you look where the gold is. We have this giga-fed Mel and Ambessa. Let's see how this happened. He didn't even W, so not ideal.
What were they even doing there?
Yeah. Guys, Arakan doesn't respawn. I just want to make it clear.
Yeah.
You can only kill it once.
But this is why, like, Genji, they're just, on paper, they should be such a strong team, but then this just happens over and over, and you're like, what is going on? And I think we, as a unit of talent, we've seen it happen so many times this LCK Cup that we're just, like, left scratching our heads.
I think it's one of those things where, like, a lot of people look at the roster that Genji's had, like, in recent years and be like, damn, it's like a crazy super team or whatever. But I think sometimes when super teams don't work, it's because, like, there are functional roles you need in a team, and it's about having that mesh where you meet all those roles, not just having superstars, right?
Yeah.
And I think Genji at the moment still trying to mesh together and make this team work, even though the raw talent is definitely there for this team.
Yeah.
There is still work to be done for the coordination to come through.
You said it earlier, it's still very early in the year, so they have a lot of time for that development, but for the LCK Cup, I'm not so sure.
Yeah.
Not so sure just yet, Ox.
Yeah. Still looking good in this series as a whole with that 1-0 lead. And the fact that obviously they beat Nongshim when they had sides like game 1. But this game is looking like a bit of a tougher cookie to crack. Right now, Nongshim trying to get vision around that Baron area. There's a lot of vision behind them though, so I don't think Genji are too scared. You can see a bunch of wards near the Baron pit. Yeah. I guess that's what they were doing when they died randomly earlier.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough, but obviously you want to try to not die while you're doing it.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I know from watching my gameplay, it might not be apparent that I know that, but that's
well, I think,
generally what you want to do.
I think the thing is, it's not even your gameplay. It's the fact that Beryl is performing so well, despite some of his decisions and his lack of regard for his own existence, it feels like, in his game. If Drew is trying to impersonate Beryl, you know, that last death was doing a great job.
Something's happening to our supports here in the LCK. It's spreading for some reason. We got a deep TP coming in here right now from Keen. That's the ult drop. They want to try to get Fisher. There's the flash.
Oh, man.
And the knock out of the wall. Fisher, he's just a fish out of water. Down he goes, and now Keen in the back line. He's alone. He's trying to delay for the rest of the team to come over, but Canyon's like, no, I'm not going in there. They don't have Ruler. As when will he pull the trigger? There he goes. They find the backline. They find Jiwoo. And Genji turn the fight around. As King and Gideon, yes, they're strong, but maybe not good enough to go up against 4 members of Gen G. Is now King and gonna get hook shot. There's the stun with the steadfast presence. Duro, he was also calibrating, just waiting for his moment. And Nongshim this time, they're the ones caught out big time.
It's like a blood tax. Like you have to die randomly like Beryl, and then you'll just do that in a team fight. Duro just dominates. He gets all the knocks into the wall, and now Gen G gonna turn on a Baron. Gideon has Spike, but against 4? I don't think he's there in time.
No. Okay, they're even gonna, they're gonna play it even safer. Just
TP's coming in. Fisher actually has ult as well.
Recall, you gotta get out of there. Fisher might be able to take down Chovy and Keen here. Keen is dead.
He's
for
already
sure.
gone.
But Chovy is on Vision. He's even gonna flash
the
here.
rebound.
Oh, the rebound. Get rebutted. And down he goes.
Well, some good pickups on the back end of that fight from Nongshim, but ultimately, this one, Fisher's quite overextended, and this TP angle, remember those deep wards that Gen G had that weren't removed? Fisher flashes away from the TP, but he ends up against a wall, devastating, and then Jiwoo kind of lost in this fight. If you track his positioning here, he's like, oh, I want to kill Keen. He should have walked around behind this terrain to safety. Instead, he walks in front, has to flash, and then still gets hit into the wall by Duro. I think if he takes the safer path, he's in prime position to ult over the wall.
Yeah.
So I think really Jiwoo made, like, Fisher was already out of position when the fight started. It was a good TP, but I think Jiwoo really kind of flubbed there, and it would have been a lot more fightable if he just made that decision to walk around the backside.
Yeah. Got to get better at the walk strategy. He did not walk the right direction. Walking within melee range of a Xin Zhao is not. That's not one of the things you do as an AD carry, or as
some great
any champion.
Some great knowledge bombs today, Brendan.
Yeah,
you just drop in the truth.
I've been practicing.
Yeah, these are
put in a lot of
years
time.
and years of casting the LCK, and this is what you do.
Yeah, kind of hard to lock down the Aurora.
Yeah,
I don't mind going for this when there's not really a. Well, I say that there is Ocean Drake in 20 seconds.
Yeah, it's not that long of a cooldown though.
This time Duro soaking up a lot of pressure, but might be soaking up a death as well. That should be Ocean Soul over to Nongshim unless Gen G have an angle. Keen, level 16, they spot him though.
Yeah, so they burnt the Sejuani ult, they burnt the Ambassador ult. Those are pretty big cooldowns, but they have time. Oh, now Keen's
all right. I mean, they saw him in mid. He had no idea that he was spotted on this big flank that he was going for, but that should just be a death on the Camille as well. As this is one of the messier games we've had.
I think just go for the Dragon.
Instead, opening up an angle here for Ruler to try to go 1v5. I don't think it's going to happen, though. Not with King in his face, but he's being kited out. That gigantic W just going to one-shot him, but there's the hook coming in. But it's just the front line for Ruler, but it's just not enough of a front line. Maybe another W going to land here on a Jiwoo, but the Ruler magic will be extinguished. And now Nongshim get Ocean Soul.
Playing a dangerous game there. I won't lie, I held my breath through that entire passage of play. It did work out, but not the most measured engage I've seen. Measured fight. I think Nongshim get the soul. They definitely had the soul. They definitely had it after this Keen pick. This was all good. This was already good, getting the Keen pick here. And obviously, like, taking a 5v3 in theory is very favorable. But it's like there's such a divide here. Like Gideon's like, okay, I'll do Dragon. Jiwoo's like, I'll do Dragon. And then these two are like, let's take a 3v3. Okay. And then they lose Fisher. And then it gets a little bit scrappy. And now it's like a 2v3. Okay, now it's a 2v2. Okay, let's wait for Gideon. And then in the end, it's a good hook from the Hens. They are able to just about close it out. But it's messy, okay, if we're being honest. I think the picks they got before that were very clean, were perfectly played. They got the soul. That whole passage of play was a little bit scrappy, but, you know, I think you get what you get with Nongshim. You know, they are the spicy team.
Yeah. It's been a spicy game for both teams. It hasn't been super pleasant, let's say. And I think I'm very worried about Ruler now. I think that was almost like a demonstration where Ruler's like, yeah, I'm pretty fed at this point in time. And we have Arm Guard once again for Jiwoo, this time in I'd say a better spot where he's not like really far behind and like trying desperately to use it against like Nidalee Ezreal, right?
Oh, we've seen this before.
This is a massive dive, and it's 2 teleports coming in. They spot it, though.
Fisher does have Zhonya's this time.
Yeah, Fisher's got it. Jiwoo's got it as well. Duro's just dead. And now the TP's going to come in, and Gen G say, you know what? We're really comfortable with 4v5s. Ruler just going to avoid the damage. In goes Canyon and Chovy in that backline. Fisher goes down, but Canyon has traded the AD carry battle. Ruler versus Jiwoo. He's got Keen in the front line as well, but now Ruler's isolated on the backside, and he will be taken down. And there's nowhere for Keen to go. Not with Lahans respawning and coming on over. And just, well, I say that. He is actually going to get away. So big hook shot over the wall. He gets away for now. Kingen still on the chase here. They desperately want to take him down, but it's not going to happen.
I feel like now the Ocean Soul, this team fight for Nongshim has kind of turned into, okay, Fisher, Jiwoo, do as much damage as you can until you die. You're definitely dying, though. The rest of them, though, no chance. Like, we see the slam come in from Duro to keep them in the fight, but I think it's too early. I think they were like, oh, what if they spotted the TPs, but they hadn't. Fisher does also Zonya's a little bit early, maybe. So he's like, okay, just do as much damage as I can. I'm dead. Jiwoo bins. Oh, we don't get more.
What is happening in this game, man? He's gonna go and biz. He's going the opposite way. He lives. He flashes. He's out. And now maybe Duro and his buddy Keen here will have to pay the price. They say he's out. Bit of damage coming out from Fisher, who's trying to get away from Canyon. Canyon flashing in, looking for the kill, and down will go Keen. Canyon able to trade one back, but you'd imagine that eventually he goes down as well. As W's coming in, and he goes into his GA, and Canyon eventually dies right before the Baron spawn.
I'm going to be honest, we've seen consecutively on screen probably a good 40 seconds of Gideon and Kingen fighting. I have yet to see the health bars drop below full. They are just not, they are not taking damage at all. Lahens, his health bar goes down, it goes back up again. Gideon and Kingen are just not taking...
I mean, they don't have Smite.
No, they don't.
But what if they knocked away Gideon? Unfortunately, there's vision, and it's not going to matter. They're not going to send it. So, Baron now for Nongshim, and surely, from here, they can close it out.
Yeah,
I'm a believer.
This game has just been... Well, Chovy just kind of woken up, and this is one of those moments where it's kind of like, oh, he's for sure dead. Don't commit more. He's so dead. Look, he's gonna die to Ignite. Like, the Hen's could have flash autoed, but then he just lives. But the problem is, like, Duro and Keen got in the fight to peel, and again, Kingen's health just doesn't move. I mean, I know Keen's focused on the Hens, but with the sustain Ambessa has and the Ocean Soul, it's insane. I will say credit to Canyon. The knockaway on Kingen was quite nice here, but it meant nothing. He killed the Mel, and then he dies, and he loses GA. Not ideal.
And the Baron, which they took that quote-unquote fight before the Baron was about to spawn.
Yeah. I want to mention, it's Spirit Visage Ambessa as well.
Yeah.
It is like, like this champion already does a lot of healing.
Do we have anti-healing for Gen G?
Well, we'll see after the...
I hope so.
The graphic. Red Bull Baron Power Play graphic drops. And we have...
The answer is no.
No.
Nobody.
Nobody has anti-healing. I think the problem is it's a little awkward for Kai'Sa to pick up in her build.
Yeah.
A little bit awkward for Keen. I think Chovy should get it, especially with Leandries. Like, you ult at the start of the fight, anti-heal on everyone. Everyone has Ocean Soul. Jiwoo has a lot of sustain for Bloodthirster. Kingen has 1 billion to sustain. I think you need it. I don't think you're winning fights without it. And you just pick up the Oblivion Orb, it's 800 gold. You can sell that Dark Steel, Chovy. You're not making a Medjai's this game, I'm sorry.
What about the dream, though? There's still a chance.
There's still hope. There's still belief.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think... Also, full Zonyas for Jiwoo now. MF actually has some AP ratios.
Yeah.
Some champions don't get any benefit from building like a Zonyas. I'm not saying like he's building it for the AP ratios, obviously not, but it's like, you do get a little bit of benefit on like your ult and your E.
Yeah, I mean, he had an arm guard in the last fight, so he just elects to say, okay, we're just going to go for the full item this time. Yeah, there you go. Ambessa ult into the Nautilus, but there is a massive knockback from Duro. They're all trying to get away, and you're not getting away from Mel. Doesn't matter the distance.
Guys, I just saw Ruler Q and put 3 autos into Ambessa, and the health bar didn't move. I'm telling you, this champion is not taking damage at the moment. I mean, it is Death's Dance as well, but it is obscene right now. It was a great ult from Duro, and it just doesn't matter. Nongshim. I think it's very hard to lose the game from this point, especially the double Zhonya's combo. It's like an extra 5 seconds of time for Kingen to kill everyone. And you know, we questioned the Ambessa first pick and the MF and those various things like, we don't feel so good about this. Kingen is just that guy. I think is what we've clearly seen from this game.
Yeah, I mean, we talk a lot about Lehens and the shot calling and about his play with Gideon. The two of them are really coming together, but some games are won by Nongshim by Gideon, or rather Kingen just pressing his buttons well and getting ahead and carrying. And I think this is one of them. It's been very messy. And at the end of the day, you have your big carry on a big carry champion, and he's able to carry your team.
I also think like Ocean Soul, obviously not the strongest soul, but on an Ambessa, and particularly like he went the Spirit Visage Death Stance, which, I mean, they're not uncommon items on Ambessa, but they sync so well with it.
Yeah.
And now the Elder with Mel, super scary, if I gotta be honest.
The rebuttal. Hit on Duro, look at his health.
That was a zoning dredge line.
Yeah.
Remember, he's calibrated.
Zoning Sejuani ult as well. And Duro zoning, trying to engage here on a
Look at his health!
His health! It's falling a little bit. I saw it go down.
Okay, now it's going down.
Oh, okay. Keen with the kill. And doesn't quite matter because Duro going to get smote out of the sky by the Mel. They got to get some health here and try to go for some kind of desperate engage. They're still going up against Elder Dragon for a minute plus as they go to the back line looking for Fisher, but he's going to live for so long. As Ruler not finding the angle just yet, as he is fighting against two tanks. And now, though, Canyon and Toby able to get Fisher. There's not a lot of damage left here for Nongshim. Can they end the game is the question. It's absolutely no. As Gideon, very tanky.
Have no damage.
And he doesn't do any damage. So now Nongshim, everybody dies with their Elder buff. They're not going to have Elder buff anymore. And the game is reset a little bit. You know, a couple of inhibitors are down. Nexus turrets, though, those respawn now.
Guys,
there's a chance here for Gen G.
What is going on? So ultimately, Gen G find a good angle here. Ult comes in, half health done to Fish immediately. Gio gets dove onto. Does end up Zon using very low, but then doesn't end up using sums here. Doesn't parry out of the back end. Fisher does get a kill in return. And Ruler surviving is actually pretty big because these two tanks with Ocean Soul and Elder, if Ruler was dead, I think maybe they just go and brawl and they might actually win. But Ruler living makes Gideon realize he can't win the fight. He's just going to do some damage to the Nexus. But again, you have no AD or AP as a Sejuani. You don't do anything. And
he's got Heartsteel.
You know, I said before this game was very hard for Nongshim to win from this position.
Hard to lose, you mean?
It's hard to lose, sorry. It feels like they're giving a good old college try.
You never know. I mean, there's always a chance. I talked about it before. I'm like, there's always a chance Nongshim still win this draft. And they almost did.
There's also a chance they nearly lose with this draft. Okay, Baron is going down quickly because of Ruler. Gideon is coming, though. You need vision.
That's the Sejuani gone. Sejuani just out. And that's why the Poppy priority should be through the roof. And it was for Gen G. And finally, Duro has shown up, which I'm happy about.
Do you know what's the most painful situation to be in right now? Imagine being the coach watching this game.
Oh,
imagine.
Yeah. I don't even.
Imagine sitting in the booth, watching this
booth
go down.
That's a spicy coaching booth.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
You can feel like the sting in your eyes, you know? It's like they're cutting onions in there. Duro, he's fine for now.
Yeah. Also, we did learn in that last fight around the Nexus that Ambessa can die if you CC her for 17 seconds and pump full Kai'Sa combo into her.
Yeah.
But the health bar did move. You were right when you called that out.
It moved, and there it is. Guess what?
Oh my god.
We're back. Holy crap!
You know, it's so rare that you see this be a thing, but I really love this change that they add the Nexus Tower respawn, because otherwise, Open Nexus just feels like a death sentence.
Yeah, it's just the game is over.
And I think Gen G, having won that fight, deserve another shot of the game.
Plus 3,000.
Plus 3,000.
We're back in the game.
We're back, baby. Nexus Tower's like, did you miss me?
You can't actually see them on the minimap, but trust us, they're there.
We did just show them for like 15 seconds.
Yeah.
Slow-mo.
They do exist. And we got Baron here that will exist until Elder spawns. And I mean, there's absolutely a chance now for Genji to take this game as Duro, he's in a rough spot. He doesn't have flash, and they're just going to leave him as he gets caught out yet again. And now they just don't have Poppy. So the second I sing the praises of, hey, Duro's back, he's playing well.
Okay.
He gets out of position.
Elder's in 48, Duro's up in 40. Poppy is pretty fast. But the problem is you have no wards on that side of the map in general, like at all. Like there's not a single ward. And the thing is, a lot of the reason Genji came back in this game was TP flanks from Keen. You need a ward to TP to. So that's not really a
Yeah, he doesn't have flash either. Ruler.
They want something more. If they get another pick here, that's like you've got Elder. But just Duro isn't enough, but it does mean Genji have to face check. And look at Canyon. He's like skating around. Like he's going like this mile-long journey.
Here's the teleport.
But they don't know. They're unaware.
Yeah, they're sneaking through mid. There is one ward in mid, but they didn't spot the mid and jungle duo. And now, oh, just gonna miss the hook on a Keen.
It's too late in the game to be calibrating now ahead.
In goes Keen though, he's like, bring it, man. I want to go for the fight as the Sejuani gets knocked in the air and doesn't go anywhere. Ju lives, but Sejuani falls and Ju gets popped like a balloon. Genji, they're actually doing it. It's a free ace for them. And they look to push mid and potentially end this game.
And the game's just over like that. Nongshim try to look for a pick. They don't set up vision. They don't defend the flanks. They get collapsed on Canyon once the Elder. I don't think you need it, buddy, but he'll take it regardless.
Well, they don't need him for the push, so you might as well.
And Genji, despite everything, managing to push this to a 2-0. Heartbreaker for Nongshim, but Genji clutched it in the end.
They made so many mistakes in this game, but you know what? They clutched it. So they made it hard for themselves. They're able to fight back, and Nongshim aren't able to shut the door in their face. Genji, that was a very difficult one to win, but somehow they found a way.
For anyone who tunes in, like in game 3, and maybe they're busy, people have, they have lives, they weren't able to watch, they tune in, like, oh, it's 2-0 Genji, of course it is. Like, no.
Nothing to see here.
This has just been an absolute roller coaster.
Man's got a tweet, hold on.
He's heartbroken.
He's got a post on it.
Talked a bit before about the coaching booth. They're in there now, and some of the looks on their faces, you can see the series isn't over, but it's got to feel so painful to lose a game like that. A game which, by all rights, Nongshim had won several times before that. It was at a point where you are safe to say they've won this game, and yet they didn't. They didn't kill the Nexus. They got the Nexus towers, but they didn't go that one step further. The Nexus was half HP at one point. And,
Oh my god, look at that gold grab.
It's
the dagger of shame there at the very end.
It's painful. It's really painful. And I think there was some clutch. I think Keen really stood out to me on Genji as someone who kept finding those flank angles, those engages, really well played. But I think multiple people on both sides have to kind of reflect on that game and go, wow, I really made some big flubs. Genji 2-0 favored, so they have a lot more safety net, but
both sides. You can see Lahen's head looking up at the sky. They are not feeling too good about this situation. But guys, we're going to take a break. You see the fans also unhappy. The space will break down that wonderful and wild game.
나 그냥 바로 직진할 거야.
야 노틸 그래 빠졌어. 야 이거 멜 관련해. 멜 볼게.
오케이.
아이고.
너 혼자 가.
나 혼자.
일단 세준 날리.
나 이거 가인 해볼게.
야 세주
나 가인이야.
야 이게 오케이. 야나멜 끊을게.
야 미드 와.
야 이게 이기네. 아 미안해요. 아 너무 많이 잘렸다.
빨리 너 먹어.
아 너무 많이 잘렸네.
I am Sanuzal, unconquered king of the Noxii, tyrant of the great grass ocean, follower of the first truth. The strong eat, while the weak have no offerings for their gods. No hope for eternal glory in the Hall of Bones. For them, a reckoning awaited. So I darkened the skies with the ashes of the unworthy, and built a kingdom upon sacrifice and blood. In time, I left the husk of mortality behind, and prepared to learn the final truth. But there were no gods. No Hall of Bones. No eternal glory. There was only one truth. I am Sanuzal, the unconquered, and I will forge the kingdom I was denied.
everyone, welcome back to Lol Park. We hope that you enjoyed that roller coaster of a game because we have the gamut of emotions here in the space. Digon alongside Angry Wolf and Sad Chronicler because that series made us feel all the feels.
I really think that with the mistakes Gen G made, the amount of control Nongshim had, the advantage they had, they should have never in any world lost the game. But if we bring up the draft, we could talk about some of the problems of the draft here. Notably, the Misfortune pick. Sitting at a 33% win rate, by the way. We've been hating on this pick a lot this season for good reason. That's with 15 games played, by the way. That's not a weird cherry-picked stat. That's 15 games, so 5 and 10. What sets up the Misfortune in this draft, Chronicler? Can you give me a little bit of a hint?
Yeah, not a lot. I'm just so sad, man. The MF comes in and it feels like the same trap that the Corki did, where in theory you can see what MF does. You have a ton of team fighting power. You also have the opportunity to win basically any lane because she is an insanely strong laner. But in practice, like you see Kaisa and Pop. What do you think the rest of the comp is going to be like? Let me tell you, not one that's going to be playable for MF. If they pick Jinx Lulu, by all means, right? Like, but I mean, I wanted to see it in game one. Anyway, I'm mad, guys. But let's talk about where Gen G started to get back some control. Because up until the Baron that they were able to take, there was some weird back and forth, but obviously Nongshim had a lot of control. This is when things started to go awry. And remember, Nongshim are playing an artillery mage and Misfortune. So if you don't basically win like a weird isolated skirmish in team fights like this, it gets really tricky to actually front to back. You just can't do it. And the Mel in this case is just like, bye. And the crazy thing to me is that both teams were very clearly getting sucked in by how crazy this game and this series has been, right? Game number 1 was already kind of out there. Game number 2 was even more chaotic. And as Wolf is highlighting, I think up until this point, we were very confident that Nongshim was going to be able to win it because even though they weren't the cleanest, they were still cleaner than Gen G. But the problem is that there was an underlying, very pervasive feeling that we've had many times when you look at, underdog versus crazy favorite, that they should be able to win. And we thought that feeling would be gone. And we're going to watch when we thought it was gone, when the Elder got picked up. And the Elder's picked up. Duro dies again, still having a kind of a rough series. But he might actually make the play that end up saving this game, which is insane to me because it is his slam onto King and that comes through here in a little bit that I think is actually really, really big, right? Because that flash slam is Kinging out of the fight and the only reason that this is close.
Yeah, I mean, you really just cannot. I mean, look at this MF ult hit nothing as well. You really can't, as Nongshim here, straight up just walk in and win the game. At this point, obviously, you have Elder buff. You have really late game scaling, right? I mean, in terms of getting all your items online, but you're still playing Mel Misfortune. Look at how squishy these champs are. Look how easy it is for Gen G to just go in and engage on you. And Keen is like, I'm ready to sacrifice myself to buy enough space here because there isn't going to be long-term damage in this fight. The Misfortune is gone. And now how do you win this? And as Nongshim, a lot of people are probably screaming, just go hit the Nexus, but they don't quite have enough damage here. They know it, and Gideon's just like, well, I'm trying to buy time for respawns here. You look at the player cams after this moment, and Nongshim looked like they had just lost the game. At that moment, they had not, but it seemed pretty likely because they're still running an MF into Camille, into Xinjiao. It's a kind of embarrassing loss, but I mean, the composition really gave them no outs once the game started to get messy there at the end.
And then finally here, the last fight at Elder. They're trying to set a trap. It does not spring off, and then Gen G decisively closed this one out.
There's just so many moments where you can go back if you're Nongshim here and be like, man, we could have won the game there, right? Like, play slightly cleaner, and this one is, as Duro gets picked off again, I think that Duro, his positioning has often been with his much more mobile. We saw this with Nidalee as well in the previous game. Camille can hook shot, right? Like, obviously, Keen can't get hooked, but I think that is also what gives the confidence. And then the long flank from Canyon here, completely evading any vision, plus the fact that Chovy does the same thing, because it's actually going to be those two, Canyon and Chovy, neither of which has had a great LCK Cup so far, that ends up being the big difference maker here.
Yeah, it's absolutely the case, and I think Nongshim thought they were just going to control this choke point because their comp is excellent at controlling that type of zone,
Front
that
to
kind of
back.
space. Yeah, if you can get the cone, controlled, this is definitely a winnable fight. But unfortunately, Gio is isolated, pushed back here in this fight, and then Chovy gets on top of him as well. Your AD carry is dead within an instant. Not really an AD carry, anyways, but. Just dead. Like, that's half your damage gone. You got an artillery mage. You're not going to be able to win that fight if you get caught. And they didn't do their due diligence. They didn't set up any checking wards to see the angle that Chovy and Canyon could have approached from. They were missing. Wonder where they were coming from. I think in this moment, you could see some of the inexperience for some of these players, especially Gio, is not really realizing what was about to close in on them.
Professionalism by my gentleman here on the desk because of how messy that fight was, how messy this whole series was, and professionalism by the casters that had to call that action, where we're going to game number 3. Let's send it on over to Brendan Valdez and Daniel Ox Harrison.
Thank you, Spacers, for keeping it together for that segment, because I know that it was rough. Gen G, they get the win, and it's a 2-0. Nothing to see here so far.
2-0.
Will Nongshim go to red side? Or do we just play blue 3 times in a row? See if this time's the charm.
I mean, they won a game on blue side. They just didn't kill the Nexus. They did everything they needed to do to win the game apart from the final step. So, maybe they just stick with blue side. Maybe the lesson is just keep banging your head against the wall until you win the game. They will go blue side again. Again, we've seen LCK teams prioritize it heavily, and inevitably, if they win this game, they will spend 2 games on red side. So they have a lot to look forward to, and that's what they're hoping for. So they'll take that potential likely last game on blue side, as we start to move deeper into Fearless. And my big concern is for Kingen, because it's not that he doesn't have a wide champion pool, but like he's having to do so much in these games, and a lot of the top laners are getting thinned out. And the thing is, 2 games in, it's like what? We've lost Rumble, we've lost Ambessa. Those are like 2 big picks for him. Like, it doesn't sound like much, but they are also going to ban Jace. And Cassante is being banned by Nongshim, and suddenly like the top tier of these top laners is just gone, right? Those are the 4 highest prio picks right now in the LCK Cup. And now, that's when Gen G can start to really put the pressure on and target certain roles, and Kingen is a player I would 100% love to shut down if I was Gen G.
Yeah, and you think about other picks that we could see in the top lane, like a Jax, or you start to begin to chip away at some of the tiers. As you were saying, there's not a lot of great first pickable stuff either, it feels like. So, maybe a Gnar could be an option. But again, are you really first picking like a Gnar for Kingen? Is he really going to be able to carry on something like that?
Yeah, we've also
I'm
seen
not a believer.
Azir ban instead of the Xayah, which they've been banning throughout the series. And, Azir and Xayah, both Avian champions, but also able to play the difference. I mean, maybe this is the thought process. Azir definitely a threat to Jinx. Xayah not so great into her. Something to be said is that both games so far Jiwoo has played immobile AD carries. Both games so far his positioning has been suspect. So a lot of confidence to first pick the Jinx. And it is something to be said that in Fearless, AD carry is the smallest role, I would say, in terms of, like, when you look at the amount of champions played by role, mid is normally the biggest, AD carry is almost always one of the lowest. And especially it's condensed to the top, right? There are some mages sprinkled in there, but it's generally condensed to the top. So Nongshim recognizing that and want to prioritize it. But we do see him return. Wow. Would I want to play Jinx into Nocturne Silas?
That wouldn't be my first 2 choices. How about Wukong?
Well,
Silas Wukong as well, a very strong duo once the Wukong begins to come around.
Yeah, I like the Lilia a lot. Good defensive pick. You can do the AoE sleep and get a lot of damage down. Gideon's also been having a good series, so it makes a lot of sense. I think the MO is definitely, we need Jiwoo to survive. And what better way to keep Jiwoo alive than to let him die and have a second AD carry as the backup? You know?
Tristana, Corki, Smolder,
These are all
Zeri, right? Oh, there it is, right?
called it.
What else is there? I mean, he's going through everyone. Corki has been the most popular.
The backup AD carry. When you look at the enemy comp and you go, I'm not sure we can keep you alive, buddy.
Yeah.
Just try and press R before you go. Try and throw your chompers out before you go down.
And it's a good pick in a Sylas as well. The Sylas doesn't have to go mid, but it probably is. Almost definitely. Rakan coming out. Still a lot left in the support role, I feel. You know, you got like Alistair Rell still up. You've got enchanters for Jinx if you wanted to go for those.
They definitely want that late engage. With the, I think Rakan Wukong is such a powerful combo. I also like that Nongshim aren't banning the Xayah, because I don't think Xayah does well into what Nongshim have. It doesn't fit with Gen G's comp. Don't be baited. Just because Rakan is there, it doesn't mean you have to ban Xayah. But they're trying to limit the tools Nongshim has to engage. I think a Lulu ban would actually be really positive here. Would be a great lane into Rakan, and the ult can have a lot of value to disrupt. So I think I would probably ban away the Lulu to be safe. They go for the Tom instead. Still a safety defensive pick. I think the Zeri ban would be pretty heads up from Nongshim here. Zeri, like on top of this comp diving in.
Goes very hard.
We saw like Zeri and Kai'Sa banned in game 1 with like Nongshim's composition. Gen G denied it. Kai'Sa's already gone because of Fearless. I think Zeri ban makes the most sense in this situation. No, they went for the Xayah. I think it's a mistake. I think like your comp is running forwards. I don't think Xayah really works. That like Xayah is a lot better at kiting backwards.
Yeah.
So I honestly think Gen G can just take, unless there's a top laner they really want, they could probably just take Zeri here and be fine.
Yeah, just take Zeri and then just go ahead, or there's that top laner they really want.
I think that's fine too. You know, Jax into double AD carry compositions has a ton of value, being able to block those auto attacks. So yeah, I think Gen G's comp, very clear theme, kill enemy AD carries, and they have a lot of tools to do so. And now Nongshim need to figure out how they're rounding out their composition, and the big picks really for King and have kind of been thinned out.
Yeah. Also, if you want to pick Alistair here, you have to deal with Sylas. So that's not a very good pick to pick in a Sylas. Renata Glass.
I like the Renata pick a lot, you know. I was thinking Lulu, but I think Renata has, if anything, better value here. Less specific buffs to Jinx, but maybe just the ult value into already 4 melee champions is massive. Top lane, you know, you could play something more defensive. I actually think this kind of feels like maybe where Kingen would go GP. It gives you a squishy comp, a lot of carries, but a lot of threats they have to deal with. Alternatively, you could just go something like a Nob, but actually go the Anivia.
Okay. I mean, he's played it before.
He's playing in a 4 melee champion so far.
Yeah.
And looking at the Ziggs for Ruler.
All right. Locked in. This is a guy that does not play. We've said it so many times. Atlas has raised this point so many times. He is not an awesome dude player. Even in the awesome dude meta, we called them awesome dudes because it's AD, right? When nobody was playing actual AD carries. Ruler doesn't do this, but he's doing it. He's playing Ziggs.
Yeah, you know I love Ziggs, but
yeah.
And I understand the concept, like you're layering the CC, you have the Ziggs ult on top, sure.
It's not going to be a lot of MR on the enemy team.
I'm not sure I feel so great about it. The thing that the Zeri has that the Ziggs doesn't is like follow through in fights, because I think this is a composition for Gen G where you press all of your buttons and you have to immediately win the fight, but you're into Renata, into multiple carries, you're into Lilia as well.
Yeah.
Like, are you going to get every single person like a 4-man Rakan charm? Probably not. Like, I think Nongshim have to really be misplaying for that to happen. And I think having something like, you know, when sometimes you have compositions where there's like a Viego or an Ahri and they have that reset to keep the fight going?
Yeah.
I think Zeri would have added that follow through. I don't think it's a major issue. Like, if Gen G get ahead, that comp's still going to work well. But I think Nongshim having multiple carry threats, if they set up correctly, which is a big if, they definitely have a lot of tools that can shut down this short-range dive comp.
They absolutely do. Well, guys, we are ready. Let's hop into the Rift for Game 3. All right, here we are, game 3. It's been a 2-0. Nothing to see here. Don't tell your friends to watch game 2. Just the expected result. Genji ahead in the driver's seat. Man, that game 2 is painful. I'm still thinking about it. I can't get it off my mind.
Clean slate. You know, Nongshim are looking for the reverse sweep right now. Yeah, I will say, so to finalize my thoughts on the draft, very squishy comp from Nongshim. I think this game is going to feel, we've had so many scrappy games, this game might feel a lot more feast or famine, where whichever side gets ahead, just kind of, like if Nongshim get ahead, it's going to feel very hard for Genji ever to engage without, like they're not going to be able to kill everyone immediately if they're behind. Jinx might get resets, they have the Renata reset as well. And on the other side, if Genji get ahead, they will just bowl them over. So we'll see how things pan out. We do end up getting a swap coming through. Anivia actually, one of these unique picks that's just like rarely actually suited to swaps.
Well, it got pulled a little bit.
Yeah, a bit of minion blocking, and it does actually mean the wave should be pushing faster into Kingin. So normally we have a situation where you can zone out a champion so they don't get any XP from those melee minions. But as you can see from how it's played out, it's impossible to deny them. So he's going to be level 2 before they can even get the minion wave to tower. He's also an Anivia with the egg, which is just incredibly hard to dive and then kill the egg before, well, you know, it's just not feasible. So it's one of these situations where Anivia's kit very uniquely suited to this lane swap meta where you are, you know, the biggest thing you can do to an enemy top laner is dive them on a tower and deny them. And you can see in return, Keen has a little bit of XP. I think he might have picked up a melee, but he's zoned out quite heavily.
This is, one of the only times where you should be using your satchel for poke.
Yeah, not much start in return. But I think, you know, with a Rakan, like compared to other melee engagers like a Leona or Nautilus, Rakan does a lot less damage. Ziggs also, like, you just don't have enough, like, consistent damage. I think even if it wasn't an Anivia, the chance of them diving is very slim. So, not too much of a concern. Both junglers just kind of farming through. Lilia definitely a pick who can run away with the game if she gets momentum in the jungle.
Yeah.
And we've had some really strong, you know, Lucid played the other day and had a pretty crazy performance.
Yeah, he was really insane. We do have a lot of damage coming in here on a Keen, but with Counter-Strike at least he's able to kite out a little bit. But now Chompers are down. Keen in a little bit of a wonky spot here.
Yeah, have to be really careful not to step onto them. But getting put down lower and lower. I think, though, you're safe to recall and TP back in here. I don't think they're really going to be able to... Well, we know with the spectator view that Gideon's topside, and if he gets spotted now, then you have complete confidence. So Keen will be able to pick up that wave. And didn't burn his flash, I think is important to mention, so not too bad of a scenario, but they're losing plates bot side.
Yeah, they are. And Kane continues to do this minion block as often as he possibly can. Just trying to delay minions from coming in and pushing the wave away from him.
I mean, this is a great start for Nongshim. Working out pretty well so far.
Yeah. I think, as you said before, you know, this Lilia is going to be really important. Can act as a bit of a front line where she's just threatening. She's always landing a bunch of poke, and that can lead to sleeps if you're in a wrong spot and stuff like that, and can build a bunch of health items.
Yeah. The thing is, you know, like, Genji's comp have to dive into Nongshim's backline, and if Gideon just presses Q, it's hard not to hit like 3 people. And then you just press R. It's that simple.
That's your front line.
The thing is as well,
there you go.
You know, he might be in trouble.
Yeah, I'm not sure how he got into this position, but I think he might have to flash here. Although, he's pretty fast.
A lot of confidence to hold it. Yeah, exhaust burn by Lehens. Not a big deal, but just, you know, Keen doing a good job not burning the flash. But yeah, the thing I was saying is, we often see like Lilia MF, because if they're slept, the damage of a time doesn't wake them up. But that's also true with Kingin's ult on the Anivia. It's like, imagine you're slept and you just get put in this frost storm.
Yeah. Nobody talks about that because, well...
How many games do you have Anivia top lane, Lilia jungle?
Yeah. Even Anivia mid, or just Anivia at all. Not really a thing for a long time now.
Not that common. Yeah, I mean, I think this is one of those situations where the early game's been going good so far for Nongshim. and I'm feeling pretty confident with them, but I did watch the previous 2 games, so my expectations are tempered somewhat, I guess you could say.
Yeah. I mean, at least this time, it feels like their comp has some answers, even though it looks very weird.
It's very squishy.
It's very weird. Like, if you just walk in today and you're like, huh, let's see what's going on in the LCK. You look at this comp, you're like, wait, what? Like, how did this happen? And yeah, you know, Fearless is Fearless, and that's part of the reason. Kingan's taking a lot of free damage.
Yeah, it was a nice satchel from Rilla to get away over the wall. That is one thing, is that playing Anivia into Ziggs is very unfun, because it's very rare you can actually truly catch him out, as you can satchel over your wall and out of your storm, and he just outranges you. He can just poke you down.
Yeah.
So...
Also, I'm pretty sure the satchel interrupts the ult.
It does, yeah.
Yeah. So that's also another thing. If Ruler has an angle and they can't get through a choke, he might just be able to throw it forward. Or if, you know, he's holding it, maybe you just like drop a bomb on Kingan's head. There are potential angles for Ziggs to do that.
Yeah, Nongshim picked up 3 grubs already, and Gideon, he's getting a little greedy. He's like, no, I want more than 3 grubs. I'm moving bot side, but I think he doesn't dare walk into the river. That being said, Fisher will, and that's enough.
Yeah, and so will Kingan.
Ruler? The wall! He actually interrupted the
wall
dash.
tech. Nice.
So gets the flash from Ruler. Ruler definitely in the shop right there. Yes, I mean, this is huge for Nongshim. Fisher moving down. We saw like Gideon helped Fisher pushing the wave. Fisher moves down. Canyon gets cold feet. And then Ruler gets colder feet, so he has to flash.
Yeah.
But a positive passage of play for Nongshim.
Yeah, it's looking good so far. I like as well how Nongshim really, they tailor their comp around not giving good ults to Chovy. Like, we could have maybe seen Alistar, we could have maybe seen Gnar, we could have maybe seen a bunch of other things that would have been much better, but instead, you're dealing with a Sylas that has, like, Corky Rockets and, like, Sleep and Nivea?
I think the Renata
Glask is the one, right?
That's a good one, but it's also kind of clunky, you know?
Yeah.
With Sylas. Like, Renata is on the back line and will pop the ult defensively, and everyone in melee range gets hit. But, like, you know, imagine you're, like, diving into Sylas and you interrupt your combo to, like, channel Renata ult. It feels very weird.
Yeah.
It is definitely his best ult, and it's got good value, but it's not the best ult you could have on a Sylas. And I definitely think you're right in saying that, like, something like a Gnar ult would have gone... Gnar ult, Sejuani ult, all these things would have gone a long way. Alistar for sure.
Well, nice little catch here, but Chovy a little bit low on mana and out of abilities.
Honestly, that's interesting because they banned Rel. Didn't ban Alistar obviously because they knew it wouldn't get picked, but Rel also actually really good with Sylas. So
yeah. I guess you can like steal a Nivea and dash in and just like drop it somewhere. It doesn't feel good, but you're like, eh. Let me go out of mana real quick. You know, like,
yeah, you're not selling me on this.
It's just, it really feels like it needs selling because there's really nothing.
So if you look at the bottom left, you'll notice that Ruler's satchel was on cooldown.
Yeah, I wonder where he used that.
So he got walled in and lost half his health.
Yeah, again, Ruler's he's not an awesome dude player. He plays the actual AD carries, the ones that shoot the guns or the, you know, the magic or whatever, you know, they're using.
Yeah. Well,
not the Ziggs bomb throws.
It's interesting because sometimes you have these scenarios where like it's an AD carry against a top laner and you're like willing to keep it for the long haul because it's like, I don't know, Callista into basically any top laner and she just like destroys them.
Yeah.
But having this Ziggs into the Nivea, like it was looking good on the bot side, but if Ruler's not confident in the matchup, you will start to just lose pressure on the map.
Yeah. And that they are a bit, you know, Nongshim just kind of straight up through lane leads, through jungle, farm of objectives, and otherwise have just opened up about 1,000 gold to lead. A bit less, I suppose.
That's Flash.
Flash comes out. But they got the Drake.
Yeah, I mean, they've already got 2 objectives. They got the Grubs, they got the Drake. Next Grub's up in 30. So I wonder if they'll... Well, they've already moved the bot lane there, but Gideon seems to be grabbing his Krugs, then moving. And that's one of the things, with the fact that Genji showed force bot side, even though, like, they forced the flash out of Gideon, it means that Nongshim know there's, like, they're not setting up for Grubs already, right? Everyone was just bot side. So if you actually look, Ruler and Juro come in lane behind Lahens and Jiwoo. So they're already there on grubs, and it just feels like Genji are behind on tempo.
Yeah.
They're just like trying to catch up.
Position totally held here by Nongshim. You have to go through a Renata.
Something to note, Chobi has TP, Kingen doesn't. So this could be a 5v4. Kingen needs to keep him in vision.
I mean, we do have a fight coming through. That's the Renata Glass Skull. Tons of value there, but Keen's on the flank here. Gideon gonna get stunned down, and now the Ziggs ult over the top, but trading it back. Oh, we have the revive there going the way, and the sleep comes through as well, and now we got an excited Jinx. A massive team fight here for the side of Nongshim. As Canyon trying to get out of this one, but Lance keeps him in vision. And I think eventually he will be going down as a kill, perhaps? Ooh, a little dodge, but it still goes to Gideon. Not enough time for the execute. Massive fight here for Nongshim.
That was so sick from Gideon. I'm like, you're dying. Are you not going to ult before you die? And he's like, no, I have a Renata. I will wait until it's a 4-man. I refuse to ult until I get more value. Like, I thought maybe you ult here, right?
Yeah.
Maybe he ults, like when they focus him here, he could ult. No, he still refuses. He's like, I have to hit every single person. And yes, he goes down, but the sleep is massive. It's such a confident play from Gideon there to say, like, we're winning this fight. It's not enough for me to press my buttons before I die. I have to carry. Such a good fight. So well played by Gideon. I actually love that so much.
Yeah, it was really cool. And I would imagine that, you know, Lahens is probably also shouting it out.
Lahens like, I'm pressing W. Yeah. I did my job, you know.
I did my job. I kept him alive. He's the one that's going to go down first. And Gideon just knowing that he has that in his back pocket is pretty huge.
Yeah, and I mean, Gen.G focused down the flashless Lilia, but it just took so long to take out the Lilia. The big ult came in return, but also they just didn't really have the follow-through. The fact that they also got the Renata proc as well to like revive, even though he didn't last long. Gen.G just really didn't have the follow-through in that fight. And ultimately, Chobi didn't end up TPing. I think very hard to TP against a Nivea who has like multiple ways to stop you.
Yeah.
That being said.
Yeah, Kane's in a lot of trouble here. He's just going to flash to get out of that trouble.
Yeah.
Silas, you know, he can hop over walls. He will be very annoying for the Nivea, even if the ult steal isn't great for him.
Yeah, so bringing us some of that, definitely nice, especially in Nivea, who isn't mobile. But once again, we're looking at 2,500 gold lead. Everything's looking good for Nongshim.
This is so annoying, actually. Now TP's coming in. Keen doesn't have his TP. So he's out of this one. He has to stay, actually, but he's pretty low. Toby going kind of 1v3. Nongshim not committing. And now they're just going to back away.
Yeah, I think it's the right call. You could see all of Gen.G moving in, try and make a counter play.
Toby? Well, he's going to bait out a lot, and the rocket belt's here as well, but can they capitalize is really the question. Thinking about a sleep, but he's wide awake.
That's one thing with Nongshim's composition. A lot of the ways they engage in return, very slow.
Yeah.
You know, you have to hit connect and then go for the sleep. A lot of time for them to get away. Also, the Renata ult, very slow. You know, we criticized Engage Gorm. Engage Renata that much better. And I think that's why Nongshim, fine taking this one slow. They win when Gen.G comes into them. If you're chasing down Gen.G, you're burning your tools, that just allows the counter engage to happen. So, no, I don't think it's bad that they expended those resources. They will end up taking down the tower, but just something to have in mind for those later fights.
Yeah. And it's great because Gen.G, in order to win, they need to run into Nongshim. They have to. They don't really win fights by having, you know, Chovy drop Qs down or like ruler poking a little bit, right? Yeah. Like they have to commit.
Yeah, I mean the ruler poke will have some value, but you're absolutely right that it's like they are playing a dive-focused composition, and they are looking for it right now.
Yeah. No Renata ults. There's the dodge on the handshake. Very nice. The exhaust comes in, not doing a whole lot of damage. Just Toby. Lahens gets away. And now the Valkyrie over the top, and here's Lilia. Gideon going for the sleep. And Toby's just dead. And Ruler, the fish out of water. He's like, wait, I guess I'll satchel out of here. At least he does that, but I don't think he's getting out of the fight at all. It's 2 kills over to Nongshim. And Jiwoo, he wants more. Oh, the dodge on the zap is big.
Did he skill up his Celestial Opposition as that happened? I want to see the replay, because did it just come out? Did it come off cooldown? I'll see. We'll see in the replay.
We should have
Either
been
way.
focusing on the Hextech Soul, I think, because that's what we have.
Yeah, so we see this replay come out. Jiro dodges away from the Q, which is really nice. They get the CC layered, but there's just not that much damage. And again, the Corkiel not doing that much when you steal it away.
We got in live Anivia King in here in a bit of trouble, but Canyon actually in more, as once again they're going way too deep for this, and that will be punished immediately. Nongshim, surely from this position, you guys can get it done. This is 5,000 gold almost in 16 minutes.
I don't want to say it, but this game feels pretty hard to lose for Nongshim from this position.
I like how Fisher totally ignored Keen there. He's just like, yeah, you don't exist to me. Oh, all right. Engage Renata comes in. There's a satchel. So when you engage Renata, you have to ult in the right direction. That's part of the combo for
I was about to say, oh, this is actually a pretty slick QR like combo, like to catch out Ruler. Like they can act.
Yeah.
Lahen's still calibrating, it appears. He thought that Ruler would teleport behind him.
Satchel forward, maybe.
Yeah. I mean, he went to do the combo fast because, again, it's a slow ult and did kind of just... But why does it look like there's a laser pointer on the screen? Do you see that?
Where? Oh, wait. Yeah, wait. It's there.
Yeah.
What is that?
I feel like a cat right now. Like I see a little...
I can't not look at it now. What is that? It's just there on the right.
Where's it going?
Somebody's actually trolling us. It's on all monitors, though.
There's no Yumi in this game to chase after it.
I don't know. It's just kind of hanging out there with us. It's a Firefly.
It would be even funny if it's only on our monitors and it's not on the broadcast and people are like, what's going on?
Have lost their mind.
Wait, there it is.
It's below the UI. We're safe for now. Fisher, not very safe. And Flash even committed to make sure. But Fisher just Valkyries away. You got Rakan following this one up as well. And finally, they take him out. That's a lot of gold. Big shutdown.
I mean, it's weird, but it's a lot committed to make that happen. 2 flashes, a lot of... Oh.
How about an Anivia? I don't know if they kill him.
Yeah, I think he's fine.
Well, they stun the ult down. Chovy is tanking up quite a lot, but he gets walled in and just commits to it.
Guys, I don't think you kill the egg in time.
Okay, they're going to kill the egg, but they're all dying instead. Mikhail's. And now maybe Duro just dies here to Gideon, who is very fast. Even a TP away. And yeah, Duro can't get away. So they got a couple of kills, but they paid for it with 3 kills, which is more.
Okay, so the kill on Corki was fine. You expended a lot, but you got a big shutdown, right? You then make the decision. So let's take a look at this. Flashbang, also the ult from the Jax. We have the ult from the Silas, the ult and flash from the Rakan. And they're like, you know what? We burnt everything. Let's run it back on this Anivia. So they have no ultimates now. We still have some Corki rockets. Then Canyon comes in with his ult, but like they're trapped in the wall. Canyon's taken like 17 tower hits. And then Gideon, even if Gideon wasn't there, I think they still lose 2. But Gideon just means they lose 3.
Yeah, and a TP.
It's a play that reeks of desperation, I'm going to be honest. It kind of feels like Gen G know that comp isn't going to hold up later, and they're like, it's not enough to get a kill on Corki, we have to kill Anivia too. And it just didn't really work out for them very well.
And when you've got a top lane Anivia who's mostly side laning and getting a lot of levels, I mean, Kingan's already level 13, and he went Roa, so he's not the Anivia, like the squishy Anivia that you might imagine in your mind. He's got a lot of levels. He has a decent amount of health.
And this is my problem.
It's like difficult to kill him.
They have to burn so much. When they're behind, they have to burn so much to kill him. I say this.
Well, maybe in this position they can kill him. They're going to get his flash.
But they have to burn so much to kill him, and then there's like 3 other carries on the team. And there's a Renata with Locket and the shields. So.
Yeah. And Lilia's fed, so...
Yeah.
Surely Nongshim get this one, right?
Surely Nongshim.
In fact, our 2 Preds are on the line for this one, by the way.
Surely they will win from here.
You and Pony win for the 3-2 Gen G.
Honestly, I think this is...
Even if Gen G win 3-0, I'm like, you know what, guys? I see you.
I feel like this is the most surefire Nongshim win I've seen since last game.
Yeah. All right, are we just diving Anivia? She doesn't have her ult, or egg rather, anymore. No ult on the ground until just now, and this time, okay.
Yeah.
You did it.
The passive makes a big difference. It would be really unfortunate if there was some neutral objective that spawned on the top side.
Well, they can get a Chemtech Drake instead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, at least I think the thing to be said is that there's nothing up to do with Yadakan, right?
Well, Fisher's...
What? I mean,
he's just hanging out.
he's just... I mean,
He's like, hey, what's up, guys?
He's stopping the resets.
Yeah?
And they don't really want to commit the time to kill him. I mean, Keen can defend this tower.
Yeah, I mean...
Can he?
Yeah, he
Yes,
can.
yes, he has the wood hop too.
Do you? Is he okay? He's gonna get tamed on. Jovi, exhaust, Renata ults, in comes Keen. It's not clean, but maybe it works. The bailout comes out, and Jiwoo is just gonna get taken down. 200 gold into the pockets of Genji. I think that went to Ruler.
Yeah, this is one of the things is that like, you're in this situation where you get the Arakan buff, but Arakan buff in and of itself, like the Voracious Arakan, isn't that strong. Like, sorry, the way that I want to phrase it, it's not like permanent value. What's strong about Arakan buff is what you can do with it. Like if you get Arakan buff, it can lead you to getting towers, to getting Baron, etc. But it's not like a Dragon Soul or something where once you've got it, you're strong forever.
Yeah.
And the outcome of this play is they lost a Dragon. Admittedly, it's only a Chemtech. They went top, nothing happened. Jiwoo lost 200 gold. And it kind of just feels like they're back to farming. Like, I'm not saying it was bad. The correct call was taking the Arakan there, 100%. But I just think it's not really proving to be very impactful.
I feel like, though, you know, maybe if you're far ahead enough, like Nongshim is, perhaps you just wait for Baron to be up. As I say that, Chovy, he's got Renata Glass ult. He's going to use it as Fisher starts hitting his own minions. Here's Keen now to try to finish the job, and the Counter-Strike is dodged. Down goes the turret, and down will go 200 gold over to Keen.
I think, honestly, it's better for Nongshim that that tower dies, because it just felt like it was baiting them in. Oh.
Nope.
No. Yeah, just felt like they were going to bait them in that situation. And oh my god, the man who doesn't play mages,
he knows how to build them.
Leandries. He has the Oblivion Orb as well, because Ziggs applies the Leandries Being to everyone for the healing reduction.
Looks like Ox in there.
Oh my god, he gets it. Such a shame that they're so far behind that surely there's no way.
It's impossible to lose from here. That's why they should have delayed the Otacon, right?
Yeah.
I mean, let's take a look at the value they got out of this Otacon. -400.
I mean, what? Like, that's what I mean. It's like they got it and achieved nothing. Like, it's different.
Just left it.
There's this.
Uh-oh. All right, Sleep comes in.
Oh, the
Mikhails.
There's this. I've heard stories about it, right? But there's this allegedly this other Otacon called the Ruinous Otacon.
That's a great name.
That one's a permanent buff,
yeah.
right? That one, you get it, and you're like, great, we're good to roll. But that's a very different one. This one, you have to make something happen when you have the buff. And ultimately, they didn't make anything happen. Apart from they gave 400 gold over, so...
Yeah.
But they'll get a tower here, and they're still ahead, and their composition still does very well into what Genji has. So, you know, I'm not trying to be too doom and gloom. Nongshim definitely still should win this game. Still will win this game is a bit strong. Should win this game.
Yeah, they definitely should. I think if you know, if they lost game 2 and then they eventually go on to lose this game, Nongshim fans would be furious.
Yeah.
And I think the players would be even more angry because it just feels like you're leaving a lot of potential on the table, right?
I also think it really hurts when you've had a game like that in a series, and then you go into this game and you're like, it's in your heads. It's undeniable. Even like veteran players, you can like try and have a strong mentality to ignore it, but it's so hard to ignore how it felt to lose a game like that in a game like this, where you're like, guys, we're in a great spot, really far ahead. Just don't make mistakes, but it can make you feel tentative.
Yeah.
For sure in this one, because they absolutely 100% should have won last game, and they should be winning this game. And we'll see how it pans out. We now have the level 16 King in, thanks to that Rod of Ages. We're approaching Infinity Edge for Jiwoo, and not too far away for Fisher as well, who's nearly, I mean, he's got, you know, he still needs like a BF, so he's still a while away, but he's got 3 items and a pickaxe. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, no, he's doing very well for himself. And now the biggest objective we have is this Baron, of course. Somebody's got to face check it. It's going to be Duro. But he gets hit by a bowling ball, and the control ward is down, though, in the pit. Or I think that's a regular ward, but they're getting a couple over.
Yeah, it's regular deep wards.
Yeah,
No.
they're just sending a bunch to try to keep a vision. Keen has to flash away, but they stop the Baron.
I think all in all, oh, they actually Chovy TP'd as well. I was going to say flash to stop Baron is fine, but the Chovy TP as well hits.
They're going pretty deep for this one. The sleep is only onto the Ziggs, but it might be worth it. Ruler does get out, though, and Gideon, oh, the timing on the stage is very nice. Nearly punished, but is able to survive. Ruler too low for them to do much of anything, and now they're going to turn their sights on the Baron.
A little risky with the health bars on Nongshim, but a lot of ults have been burned from Gen G, so they definitely want to bait here.
Yeah. Not going to go for it. You got a handshake on one side. You got Keen a bit low on the other. They're going to get another flash.
Burning a lot of sums here, some good play. And you look at Nongshim, like they haven't burned any summoners apart from King and TP in this passage of play. I feel more and more confident now with Canyon low. But Keen has TP. He has ult as well. He's TPing in.
Yeah, he's coming on in. Ruler just going to stop that ult, and now Kingen might go down to an A. Canyon, but there's the flank coming in from Keen, and that's really the key. But the exhaust comes in, and the damage is insane. And Jiu stays alive until Chovy does get in there and take him out. But look at this fight. Ruler not able to do anything except fight up against a bird and just get over the wall. At least they stop the Baron, I guess.
Yeah, hectic, very messy, very back and forth. Ultimately, Nongshim come out ahead, but it's so down to the wire. Feels like with all those tools expended, there just wasn't quite the same level of peel for Nongshim, but they still end up being favored in this one. So they kind of wait for them to approach here. And Duro ults in, but gets caught out by Lahens. Really well played by him. A lot of damage in return on a Gideon, but the Zonya's value is massive. But those low health bars from the Ziggs damage is pretty big. And then here, I was watching the left side of the fight, so you know we saw Jiwoo flash over the wall here and get the reset.
We're fighting again, and this is against the Ziggs. Ruler, though, he's just going to get blast coned away. Could drop an ult, but there it is. I thought maybe he wouldn't even bother, but does drop it. Not going to get it away from Gideon.
Yeah, that does mean Gen G can pick up another Chemtech Dragon.
Huge.
Yeah.
2%.
Woo. Well, once they get the soul, but we don't have that yet. In the meantime, though, Nongshim have Baron, can move out on the map. And the thing is, with Nongshim with Baron is so hard to deal with because Gen G, they have the Ziggs wave clear, but Ziggs struggles to wave clear against a Baron of minions, and everyone else is melee. You know what Gen G's response to a Baron, it's like a siege is? It's to engage. But like engaging against this Nongshim composition is horrible. And they're now 7,000 gold ahead. You know, I'm truly ready to say it now, Brendan. This game feels pretty unlosable at this point for Nongshim.
Thank you for having the courage. I didn't.
I have the courage to say it now. Even with what we've seen today, I think Nongshim have this one in the back. Surely, right?
Yes, I agree. I do agree.
Now you're in for it too.
Yeah, I kind of have to. Fisher, bit of trouble. They've been doing this all game, just trying to shut down the Corki and trying to find the angles. They get the flash out of him, but it's Corki.
I think they should just forget Botland exists, honestly, for Nongshim. It feels like it's that pain point on the map. I mean, to be honest, they need to get a bit more from this Baron. They still have a minute and a half. They got mid tower and mid inhib, but mid is the least impactful inhibitor. So I really want to see them do a bit more with this.
Wait, they're going back?
Does he sleep?
Toby's very good at baiting Renata Glass Golds.
Yeah, I really like that. Yeah, it's hard to see if you're not focusing, but he did a very slight sidestep, microscopic, to avoid it. It may look like he just walked in a straight line.
Yeah.
But, you know, a keen eye will notice.
Yeah.
Just two masters playing the game, and one outplays the other. The engaged Renata never fails.
Yeah.
There has been a good Renata game from the Hens, to be fair, just some ambitious ults. But 2-0-10 in this one. I think the Renata pick was great here. And in this one, so much value already. I think some good handshakes as well. And now Baron, 30 seconds left, kind of timing out. And with how the map's opening up, pretty slow to get that to sort of push up. You can see they're playing it a little bit tentative. I don't think they're getting another tower off the back of this. You can see them looking towards top lane. Like you push in mid, you rotate up through top. but they're making sure they have the vision around.
Gideon's just running at them. He's like, I will just take you down if you want to fight right now. Yeah, last wave coming in. Should be able to do a bit of damage to this one. Ult on top of Keen. And yeah, they're just going to push them away. Fisher has that angle, and Kenya now has to flash away. This Anivia has just done so much work into all these melee champions.
They play it patient, and it works. But now, GP flank coming in. This could be a comeback moment.
Well, he's going very deep for that. And yeah, here comes Keen. Fisher takes a little bit of damage, gonna dodge the Q, and he gets the stun onto 2! The follow-up here, Duro, trying to land some of those charms on in there, but they just don't have the damage. They can't dive into this. As the rocket gonna hit into Keen, nearly going down on that one. Canyon looking for his angle, but he's gonna be exhausted as well. They do take out Gideon, and maybe a chance here, but with the Nexus turrets going down. Little respawn here from Toby, though. Maybe an angle? Not again, Noshim, not again, please.
No!
Not like this.
No, Noshim!
They can't keep getting away with it. Don't let them spawn the Nexus turrets again.
Oh, no! There's no way! The Nexus is like the same health it was last time. God. I think even the Gen G fans just want to see them win a game, you know? Like Gen G, massive flank from Keen once again, but it's still really hard. There's still so many peel tools. Hard to approach it. This Anivia is just such a brick wall, and I guess a paper mache wall, I think that skin is as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, they don't have any minions right now, so Kingen takes a lot of damage. And then they just kind of auto the Nexus. The Rocket Belt kills Lahens, G dies, and...
It's just, you gotta know when the death timers are coming in.
또 이 장면이야?
I didn't quite hear what he said there, but maybe a tough game as also some happy fans.
This is a tough game. And Viola's continuing. He's got the Rabadons working on the Void Staff. Prime Ziggs build. I do want to praise.
So what Chovy said was, didn't we see this before?
Yeah, bit of deja vu.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no. Nongshim have lane. They're going to win this time. Wait, are they just going... Wait, Gen G are trying to go for the Chemtech Soul, and they're going for the back door? Look, they're going!
It's really? Is this possible?
Guys, what is going on?
Keen has Zonya's.
No.
Gideon is getting low. Not like this. Okay,
they
they've
killed
taken
him,
out the
they
Jax.
killed him.
Canyon's holding the wave. Canyon.
They don't need a wave yet. There's no towers.
There are no towers for now. Ruler getting pretty low as well, and maybe, I think they've done it. Jovi, though, on the back line, they get the Jinx for now, and the reset, it finally does come out.
Fisher's doing it!
They finally do it! Fisher's getting in there! And yeah, they get a couple of kills. I think finally we can say that Nongshim can end the game, and they can take a win. They will just get this one for now, and we'll see if they can continue with the reverse sweep.
The crowd, the Nongshim crowd, it's like they've won World Finals. The battle to take down a Nexus in this one. Man, that I don't think I could have handled it. Like, I can't even imagine for the players, but if they hadn't been able to end that game, I would have crashed out, let alone the players. Look, regardless of how the series goes from here, Nongshim needed to at least get a game. That was, even though they had such advantages, the comp outmatched what Gen G's dive had to offer. They had such a big lead. You can see the nerves are still there. It's still tense because of how the series has gone so far. Guys, build Ziggs correctly and do the most damage. That's just an absolute fact. I just wanna lay out. Yeah. But wasn't enough. I think Keen, even though Keen had some good moments, like Keen Chovy diving bot, the flank as well, it's so hard to play into this Anivia. This Anivia pick was just flawless into the 4 melees. Really nice draft from Nongshim. Like, the Anivia Renata value into this melee comp really good. And it worked. There was a little dip towards the end in the gold graph, but they maintained it. They went strong.
They held on. They kept their cool, and that's all you can hope for. Nongshim, great job so far to at least hold on and get the 1 win on the board. We'll see what happens later as we'll head to a break.
everyone, and welcome back to the space here at the LCK Cup. Nongshim find a way to get it done as they find a way to close out the game, that is. They've done a great job finding a way to take leads here. Digon alongside Wolf and Chronicler, and all I gotta say is no one goes up plus 40 on the Noodle Boys. There we go. So let's celebrate some Noodle Boy action. Wolf, here it is. Here's the stat.
All right,
38-1 at the beginning of the day, and now it's 40-2. 2025. This is when it all changes for Nongshim against Genji.
It has been 4 years since Nongshim won a game against Genji, and Chronicler's losing his mind. The crazy thing about this, and I think a lot of people, I've been watching people's reactions online and stuff like that, a lot of people have been mentioning, which is true. I thought I was kind of going to be the one who's saying it, and I was like, well, if that's a bit crazy. This could actually have been a 3-0 for Nongshim. Like, we could actually be walking out of this series being like, damn, I can't believe Nongshim knocked Genji out 3-0. But game 1, they weren't clean. Game 2, they threw it away. Game 3, they almost threw it away. I don't know what's going to happen in game 4.
What happened to the team I love, man? Where's Genji? What is happening?
Well, they're defending their Nexus, which is what they did multiple times in this series, multiple times in this game. Let's take a look at it here. This was the ending push. It should be GG. You know, Nongshim played a clean game. Nothing to see here.
It really
right?
should be. And then they have the deep TP coming in from Keen. And I swear to God, Nongshim, you could see this one coming. You can see the teleport animation. And it just feels like they just lose it every single time that they're inside of the Nexus.
And like, what was King doing pushing topside? Then he walks up into a Wukong here, giving Ruler a ton of space and agency, trying to defend. And once again, they just cannot actually end the game. It's crazy. Respawn, or not the respawn, but the channel of the back finishes for Chovy. He comes in here with some new health.
Oh,
and they don't have
cleanse.
enough.
Oh.
He can't avoid Chovy's chains. The egg is also killed in the process of this, so King loses a lot of his survivability there. It's got to be a lot cleaner than this. I mean, Nongshim are used to closing games out. Like they got top 4. You know what I mean? Like, this is not Nongshim from last year.
There are so many conflicting emotions because there's anger because Genji's up 2-1 in this series when they absolutely shouldn't have been. And then Nongshim, even in the game, that basically gets handed to them because Keen is having a horrible game. Canyon's having no impact. Chovy's trying, but not really hitting. And then, fortunately, we are given solace for the previous game as Nongshim actually kill a Nexus.
That's right. Let's take a look at that historic moment. What were you doing 4 years ago? 4 years ago, the last time they did this against Genji.
I mean, I might have been casting
We were
that game.
definitely there, no?
Yeah, I mean, we were. I don't know if I was casting.
I wasn't asking you. I mean, I was, that was to the fans. You know, what fans? What were you doing?
It was rhetorical.
You were young. I guess now you're old. All right, here's the moment.
This is not
Buddy did like that one.
At all. Look at how much damage Gideon takes on the approach. Ruler also gets super low here, and Fisher struggles to finish him off. And like, you can see there's so much indecision. He's like, oh, should I back off here? Should I chase Ruler? And he like chases him and isn't offering any damage for his team. And Canyon almost takes him out. Actually does successfully take him out. I forgot that even happened. It was not clean, but they did eventually do it. Like, Jinx has so much damage at this point and got excited. I'm losing my mind, guys.
Yeah, I'm just obviously Duro is going to be one of the focal points, as he should be. He hasn't been performing well, but in this game, I don't think anyone from Genji should get off scot-free because everyone has been playing below their level.
Yeah, well, anytime that we see a certain champion show up, piloted by anybody, it doesn't matter. The Ziggs was played, which means we need to look at a Ziggs highlight and get a Ziggs rating from the Ziggs connoisseur here in the LCK Global.
This is actually where I think Genji had an opportunity to put the game in their hand. I don't think that going for this play is wrong at all, but I want you to watch what happens to Gideon. This is a flashless Lilia, by the way. Yes, there's a Renata there, but look at how low he's getting. And look at that satchel. What happens, you think, if you knock the flashless Lilia over the wall? Boop. Oh no! Oh, she's out of the cycle!
Wait, what happens next? Wait a minute. Well, Gideon, I mean, he's just a Lilia.
It's fine. He's full health. He wouldn't have done...
Oh, but bailout comes through, and then what happens? Oh, he's gonna get a sleep in here. A
4, man.
Yeah, well, it was a pretty big fight-changing situation.
Mr. Harrison, use your hands. 0 out of 5. What do you rate this star rating?
The build was good, but like, what did I just see?
This is my favorite part. Is he didn't catch it, so we got to serve it to him. Going the same form.
Sorry, Dan. Sorry.
Dan, what do you rate it? What do you rate it?
I'll give it a 2 because the build was okay.
Good build, bad satchel. All right, that's the name of that Ziggs game again there. The second game ever for Ruler in competitive in LCK.
All right, I want to see both these teams tighten it up. This is not LCK Cup top 4 level that we're watching right now. I feel like I want to see some real high-level League Legends. That's what I was promised. I was told we're going into round 3, lower bracket, loser bracket, round 3. That's what I don't feel like I'm watching that right now.
Just came off of Hanwha Life versus DK.
And DK and Hanwha Life are still there.
Yeah,
They're still waiting.
they
They're
are.
play
And
one of these teams.
I'm sure they're looking at this with glee.
Yeah.
And I don't think that either team is going to be too worried, Dagon.
Well, the big question is, are we getting a Silver Scrapes heaping of this series, or will Gen G finally put their foot on the ground and close the door here on the Noodle Boys' hopes? Let's find out as we move towards game number 4.
Thank you guys for that wonderful heaping of Ziggs Satchel.
Haven't we suffered enough today?
Yeah, I don't know. Why did they have
the
to do that to
Nongshim
us?
tensions, and then they want to show me that. I was focused on the great play from Gideon. They're like, oh, no.
Yeah.
You missed this. You need to look at what the Satchel did.
You were distracted, yeah.
Oh, wow. No more Ziggs for the rest of the series. Some would say that's a blessing.
Yeah, I think it is, especially because we're getting pretty deep now. It's game 4. You can only go one more from here, and we've already had a bunch of champions selected and taken off the board. So we're gonna have 30 of those gone, plus the 10 bans in this game. So certainly digging deeper into the champion pools, but Kingdom was able to take out an Anivia in game 3. You know, they won with the Jinx as well.
Yeah, I think it's one of these situations where later in series, these a little bit more niche counter picks just become absolutely insane. I think the best example I can give is the Olaf from Zeus, we've seen 2 times come out in game 5 and just dominate. Once the traditional blockers to these picks being powerful are gone, you can really just have some insane strength with them. This is Gen G's first game on the blue side as well, it's important to mention. And banning away some tanks so far. The Maokai obviously have Flex. The Shen very much banned away from Lahens.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll go even deeper and think about the Elise. I feel like Elise has fallen off a little bit so far in the meta. They're actually going to take away the Lulu. Because as we get deeper and deeper, you know, some of these AD carry picks that can dominate lane go away, and you begin to see more of Twitch Lulu, Jinx obviously gone.
I think as well, remember when we had Zeri Lulu and big picks into it were Vi and Nautilus. Those are both gone now. And interesting enough, so the Jace was something that Gen G were permanently banning on red side. I feel like you kind of have to prioritize that. You haven't banned it yourself. Keen could do a great job on it. You don't want to give over to Kingin. That feels like a must grab.
Really, the question is, why did they ban Zyra instead of this?
Yeah.
I'm not sure why you're giving over Jace to Keen or Tovi in game 4.
I feel like it's one of those things where you get into your head with okay, you're reading into the bans. Okay, they banned Shen, Maokai, Lulu. Does it spell anything? No. Okay. What does it mean? And they're deciphering what picks would be really strong there. But here's the counterpoint. I feel like this is a flip of the ideal champions you want these top laners to have. Kingin on Jace and Keen on Cassante sounds crazy, but they'll just take the opposite side of the equation. And we do get the Varus for Jiwoo coming through, something that we've also seen in the last 2 games, Nongshim banned away, so a lot of priority there.
Yeah. Gen G have definitely looked at Nocturne before. They've gone for a lot of dive focused, at least in the last couple of games, compositions. And with the Varus being the AD carry, Nocturne begins to go up in priority, will we see the Orianna picked alongside of this? We've seen Aurora and Nautilus, or Nocturne rather. Thinking about a Jhin, so that's going to be the choice here.
Yeah, so this kind of feels like a lot of long-range artillery with a Nocturne diving in. I mean, it depends whether the Jace goes mid or top. If it's top, he's going to dive buddy with Nocturne. If it's mid, you kind of just line up the shots on this immobile Varus. So Cassante, having Cassante already is good. This kind of makes you feel like you want more for frontline, though, just to kind of be a blocker for some of this. Alistar is a phenomenal pick here, and I really like that they prioritize that before the next rotation. I think if you're diving into Alistar, because obviously Alistar's combo, you commit your W and Q to knock someone up, but if Nocturne's diving into you, you have two separate abilities. You can either knock him up or you can knock him away, and if you knock him away and he flashes in, you knock him up, you know? It gives you a lot of tools to disengage, and I think in terms of blocking the artillery, it also does a fantastic job, so I think that's a great pickup from the Hens there. Also, notoriously, Jhin into tanks. Yeah. And I actually love the Azir ban as well, because Azir is good at shredding tanks. You really want to limit the things that can cut through tanks. I think even like a Talia could be a good ban in this situation.
Feels like there's a lot left in that line. You know, Victor could be another one that you could consider, especially with the Azir taken away. The Ahri is taken down here, so we don't have mid-jungle just yet for the side of...
You know, I feel like this could, if it is the, because they definitely need AP, this could honestly even be like a Hui angle from Chovy. I could definitely see him doing that. You can fire like the long-range artillery on top of like the Nocturne diving in. I like the Talia ban, offers a lot of DPS, and also that roaming potential with the Nocturne. Also makes Cassante's life hell. So I think that's a pretty good one there. Remember, no mid-jungle picked up for Nongshim yet. They did ban away the Ahri as one of their mid takeaways. They will ban the Lee Sin as a jungle takeaway. I feel like jungle's left open right now. Kind of like Viego.
Yeah, this is always the Viego spot.
Yeah, just doesn't feel phenomenal, but I mean, alternatively, you could even go, I mean, it depends really what Giddy wants to come out, because you start getting deep in the trenches and there's a limited pool. They go for the Orianna as kind of a denial, but they do have the ball delivery system, the traditional one of the Alistar, which is that old school.
Traditional.
Yeah,
back in my day.
Back in the day, this was the combo. Orianna, Alistar was really good. Brel makes sense. I think as one of the few engaged supports left, even though I think Lehens is fine with the matchup. And then mid lane, I could honestly see it being the Hui in this situation. Chovy has played it a few times before. I think your Victor mention also pretty valid.
It has to be like one of those, right?
Yeah, I think it's one of those.
It has to be something that can burn, that can build the Andres.
Yeah.
And he will go for the Victor.
Okay, so does have that sort of insane damage. Oh my lord.
There you go.
Yeah, this is the thing, when you start to predict jungle picks this late in Fearless, it just really comes down to what the jungler plays. Like, going for the Bounce House combo, some of my concerns, this is a composition that kind of lacks damage. You have two carry threats, and something we've seen in the previous games, so I think a great example is game 2, is Fisher and Jiwoo kept dying, and even with the Ambessa, they didn't have enough damage to win the fights. If Fisher and Jiwoo die, you have a Zac, a Cassante, and an Alistar, right?
Yeah.
They're not winning the fight. They can't just carry 3v5. So it's really important that Jiwoo and Fisher have an exceptional game in this one. They need better positioning. They need to ensure they're not in a scenario where they're just flopping at the start of the fight. And honestly, when you have Orianna, Alistar, and Zac, you need to kind of lead the charge. I feel like you want to be engaging, you want to be diving in.
Yeah, you absolutely do. And so we're actually getting an update on some stats here from production. The LCK Cup records aren't included in LCK, but Jinrel so far in LCK 2-7. But it's Fearless. It's a different situation, you know?
Yeah.
Going up against Varus Alistar.
There's context.
You know? Yeah, a lot of context here, but either way, we'll see if it works out and if Atlas is happy at the end of the day. Let's jump into the Rift for game 4. Here we go, game 4. As I said, I wanted Atlas to be happy. He's never happy when Jin is selected. So not going to happen here tonight. But Fisher is going to take a bunch of damage. And that means he's got a back, which means that Gen G can kind of just take wherever they want. And they'll go into the red buff side jungle.
Yep, got some vision down. Able to establish that. It will, fortunately, be the lethal tempo Varus. I was a little concerned for a moment as we were loading in. You need the DPS, I think, is very true in this composition. I think for Nongshim, they have a really bulky front line. They have 2 carries who scale pretty well, but 2 carry compositions into like a Nocturne Rel. Those carries have to be in the right position. If they are, I think, great front to back, right? I think it's very obvious that that's true. The front line of Gen G isn't going to be as durable, but there's a big if, you know? Do you see this kind of swap situation? You saw both top laners trying to help out with a little trade here.
Yeah. I mean, lane swap, so...
Yeah, Keen definitely able to contribute more by being ranged half the time.
Kingan's just dashing in their general direction.
I'm like, I'll do it.
I have a shield.
You want?
I mean, it's Orianna, so at the end of the day, it's not like she's suffering all too much outside of health damage. She's at least able to farm. Canyon came in here trying to steal the blue buff, and he might still be able to, but not going to happen.
And they both actually smited there.
Yeah. And now, I mean, Duro comes over, he's level 1. There's nobody in the bottom lane, so he can just do this. And Canyon's just threatening the Cassante ever so much.
Not really a potential to dive if he gets level 2 here, which he should do. And yeah, he'll be completely fine. So I think Kingan doing a lot of things right here. Helps out mid a little bit, moves over, helps out his jungle, gets in bot to pick up the wave. And will safely be able to soak up some XP. We do see on the top side, the Alistar Varus pushing in aggressively. They're not in a position to dive the Jace right now, so like, hey, let's steal some camps away. And this will end up working out really favorably for Gideon. Given that he didn't manage to get the blue buff on the top side. So Canyon forced away here. And the thing with the Nocturne is your goal in every Nocturne game since the Champions release, which was a long time ago.
I mean,
The goal in every Nocturne game since the beginning of time is to get level 6 as soon as possible. And this is definitely hamstringing that a good amount. Now, they will be respectful. The wave's getting pushed up, so they back away. And this is the point where you wonder if maybe they stayed a little too long, because you and Lehens are missing out on some farm here. So, a heavy commit to zone away Canyon.
it does feel like the Nocturne is very much behind the 8 ball and just very slow on his route. At the same time, though, Gideon had to take an aggressive route as going to stop a back here with an Ignite. I feel like he could have just stunned him, but...
I think the Ignite's fine, because you don't have to, like, you get locked in the animation. I think you'd have to get in tower hit range for it, and then it sometimes get a
Also, the Ignite lasts a long time, so he can't just, like, immediately channel it afterwards.
Yeah. It's also one of those things where, like, how likely is it he's going to use... In a lane stop scenario where you're not diving, I don't think he's going to use it anytime soon. It's pretty low cooldown, so...
Harass Ignite.
True.
Amazing.
You know, we keep doing callbacks like the traditional all delivery. Back in the day when we had the masteries, and if your Ignite was on cooldown, you got extra stats. So people would just run into lane and ignite each other level 1.
Yeah.
That was a thing.
Quite literally, yeah. Just run into each other and press Ignite. Good times. But not the times we're living in. We have other good things nowadays.
Yeah.
Such as Victor versus Orianna. The return. In a game 4 of a Fearless. Couple of control mages. Jin Varus as well. Feels pretty traditional.
Jin, that's the thing. I feel like any champions that came out after you started playing feel kind of new. Like, Jin doesn't feel new, but he doesn't feel that old. But he is pretty old.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, he was, what, like 2014?
I think it was after that. I think it was like 2015, 16, something like that. Then again, I say that, and like Kai'Sa still feels like relatively new. She's been out for like 7 years or something.
I think it might have been longer than that. I think she was out before 2018. I don't know.
2018 was 7 years
Yeah,
ago?
2018 was 7 years ago. That's the thing.
Stop, Brendan.
Time is passing so fast.
It is. It is. Yeah, so something to take away from how this early game has panned out. Overall, Canyon hasn't really fallen behind that much except a little bit in XP, but generally keeping it close. Mid lane, though, Fish has been having a rough time into Chovy. And it looks like Gideon's moving over to try and offer some assistance. But right now, that is the lane that is starting to bleed a little bit. And again, this is one of the things when you have a 2-carry composition. If one of your carries falls behind, it feels bad.
Yeah, it feels quite bad. Here is Zach. Love the Zach pick into this one because, you know, if they end up diving into you, if it's like Jace and Nocturne, I'm going to hold that thought as we have a bit of a fight here. Pulled through the wall, but this is Keen with Grasp. Gets a very nice knockback, and that's going to save him here. Oh, the flash forward and knocks in Duro. Down he goes. First blood over to Jiwoo just like that. Lahens, he puts Duro right back in his seat, puts him in his place, tells him to sit down. Part of the reason why we don't see Rel do very well into this Alistair.
I was going to say, though, Ruler's level 6.
I mean, just dodge. Yeah.
It's that easy.
There you go, just dodge. It's easy. And now Jiwoo, he's like, oh, maybe I can keep this guy down? Nope.
Yeah, Ruler was reloading, unfortunately. But yeah, just a great play from Lahens to set up there, and I love the synergy between Jiwoo and Lahens. Feels like the duo's been developing that a little bit. Now, Grubs will go over to Genji. Ruler still has Prio there, but I can see Nongshim moving over towards the Dragon. Duro was looking for another Ignite. It's not actually up, never mind. Unfortunate. I was thinking he was going for another one.
Yeah, he wanted to get his stats on cooldown, or he wanted to get his stats up by putting it on cooldown, but it's already on cooldown. Yeah, here we go.
Thing is, he gets locked in the Q animation, and it just gives a perfect window for Lahens to punish. Just a complete outplay from Lahens there. And then here, I do think he walked up a little bit too far and allowed the ult to happen. And yes, Ruler didn't connect the shots. Lahens just dodged, but it was still a little risky.
You know, Ox, nice dodge there. We were talking about Kai'Sa before. We were like, I think it was about 7 years ago. It was almost exactly 7 years ago. March 7th, 2018.
Wow.
So there you go. You're correct on that one.
It's nice to be right.
Yeah, it happens, you know, occasionally for you.
Whoa.
Jin was 2016. So...
Hey, I said that one as well.
Yeah,
you said
I said 2014.
I'm spot on.
But you had 2 years, so you kind of like get a half right.
2016, which was what, like 4 years ago?
Yeah.
Yeah.
About that.
Yeah.
Zach, I wanted to talk about it before. It's really good into these immobile carries, and this Victor really struggling. Finally gets an ability to press his flash, and he does. I'm not sure why he does, but at least he will get the follow-up flash out of Fisher. Meanwhile, we get a 1v1 here. Keen getting quite low, as maybe it was all just a bait for the Nocturne to come in,
nice
but Kasante's got flash, and Kasante gets to do whatever he wants.
Keen's playing this lane well, very defensively, but you can see he's very much on the back foot in the matchup. But it's just a great gang from Gideon. You know, a lane we said was struggling, which was this mid lane, and you give a kill over to Fisher, the flash is down for Chovy, which allows like return gangs to punish. Definitely what Nongshim need in this one. And I think you look at the scoreboard, kill on Jiwoo, kill on Fisher. This is how you want a composition like this to start the game.
Absolutely. You know, the top laner's going even. That's fine. They're about even. The 80 carries about even. You know, Ruler's been farming a little bit more.
And actually, this is something that Gideon's kind of been notorious for in the LCK Cup, is that if you get a slight advantage in the jungle, he will run away with it. We've seen him do it on like Sejuani, on Vi. He's 20 CS up on Canyon right now. He is very strong on his Zac. And yeah, I mean, everything lands. You know, the bounce house comes through. Chovy pressed R, but doesn't really get to play the game. I assume the gravity field, he dropped it very late. It might have been on cooldown before that. By the way, a good gank. But yeah, if you look, 20 CS lead between the junglers. Sunfire Cape already for Gideon. So even with that gank coming in, he's still really far ahead in that matchup.
Yeah.
And a whole level up.
And Zac only gets stronger, right? Like, his jump is going to get larger range. He's going to be more of a threat. There's more angles you have to worry about. And with Sunfire Cape, he's already a fast farmer. He gets more levels into his W. He's just farming even faster.
Also, I know I said that, like, you know, it's a 2 carry comp, you need your carries alive, yada yada yada.
Oh boy.
But if Jack jumps on if Zach jumps on Jin late if Zach jumps on Jin later and he's a fed Zach, he will just 100-0 him without Jin able to do anything.
Absolutely.
He will smangle him.
That's why the Zach 5th pick is so strong. And that's why Red Side has a lot of strength in theory, but our teams don't seem to really play into that very often. So I'm really glad that Nongshim did this time around. Can even be good for peeling against the Nocturne if he's in that position. He probably won't be. Speaking of which, Nocturne trying to go in, as there you go, the bouncy caster peeling for your Orianna. It's not going to work out very well, and there you go, the stun comes in for the Victor. This time pulling the Zac in is the Rel, but only able to get the 1 kill this time.
Yeah, good counterplay though coming out from Gen G, and on the back of this, they might look to get 6 grubs. I say might, because Gideon's healing off this camp. Zac notorious for a lot of healing, and Canyon is pretty low. They could actually contest this, potentially. Remember, Chovy has no mana right now. No mana, no ult.
He's just going for the kill. He's just like going in there. He's looking for Canyon. There's the TP. And so Nongshim kind of painfully, but they do at least pick up 2 grubs. Genji got 4, so.
Yeah, but they stopped the extra point for the Fear Strength. They stopped the 6. I think it's pretty positive considering how the play started.
Yeah.
Do you want to look towards that dragon that is up on the map now, though? And we'll see the replay coming through. So just a nice counter engage after Chovy dodges everything. And the shockwave comes through, but I believe caught by the spell shield of the Nocturne. It doesn't pull him away. And he just sticks on top of you. And definitely nice to get some good value, because that first Nocturne ult really didn't pay off when he went bot lane, but that one definitely what you're looking for.
He chose a better target this time, let's say.
Yeah, I think, generally speaking, Orianna Varus every time for the Nocturne ult.
Not Cassante, okay?
Yeah, I'm going to say, though, it's going to feel uncomfortable, because at some point, if you dive into these carries and they're not isolated, they will just, you'll get bounce outs. You're just not going to play the game for like a solid, like you have so many things that can just drag you off the target. And once that fear tether's broken, you're in no man's land.
That's why I like the Genji draft. They started with the Jace and then they ended up with Nocturne Jhin, and it's like you've got a decent amount of poke and you have a lot of pick potential, dive potential with the Nocturne, but it kind of, you know, you needed damage eventually to deal with all the tanks. I feel like Nongshim really handled the draft very well, and the individual picks that were coming out, they always had an answer. And now they just have this massive front line that Genji don't really have a great answer for, outside of Chovy. And you see that they're trying to dive here on the Keen, but really just mainly getting space for Jiwoo.
The arrows, the Halo arrows from Jiwoo didn't hit, but if it did, he would have just taken tower aggro, so probably for the best. But yeah, you can see Nongshim kind of threatening, but not wanting to overcook, unless...
just going in. Here's the bounce castle once again. Stretching strikes utilized, but the follow-up is very slow, but there's the Chains of Corruption, and there you go.
Okay.
I was on the Duro.
I saw Ruler coming down with ult, and I was like, is this too much? But no, they managed to get it and disengage.
And they give it to their carry, the Zac in the jungle.
Absolutely. So, good moves there from Nongshim, and it feels like it's not new in this game, but they really have been driving the pace in the series in whole, as a whole. It feels like they've been the ones making things happen. You have seen Gideon take part in these plays. In the meantime, Canyon is massively caught up in farm, so not to be outdone. He has worked hard to try and bring up the parity there.
Yeah, thinking about diving Cassante again. Don't do it. It's not a good idea. They do want this first turret, though. And with King getting low, even with Lahens here, they can at least siege the turret. Jiwoo, threatening.
I think he can win.
Oh, I don't know. No.
Can't. The way it's going to
And that's going to deny the feats of strength from Nongshim.
Yeah, it's close, but doesn't manage to get it. And now it's going to come down to the neutral objectives, which they're both even on at 1 apiece. We have Herald up at a minute, Dragon up at 3, so look at those. But to be honest, I feel like feats of strength in their current state, not that crazy. And this is the play. I was kind of thinking, you know, they burned a lot of their CC already, but I guess they still had the Zac ult, they still had the combo, they still had the Varus ult. I was a bit concerned about the Jhin coming down, but I think this front line is just too much for a Jhin to really do anything into. So bit of a wrong read from me, but a right read from Nongshim.
You can see that Gideon, it looked like he wanted to go for Keen.
Yeah, there was
But-
that hesitation.
I think that Lehens was probably screaming like, no flash, because Dura at the time didn't have his flash. He has it now.
I've got some news for you, Brendan.
What's that?
Okay. 3 super bulky tanks on the enemy team, right? What item?
Oh no!
What item would you... It's not a tank kill, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, he's gonna do the thing where he goes Collector and then he eventually goes for a Last Whisper item, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to rush LDR first or anything, but I just think a lot of people will see Cassante, Zac, Alistair, and then they'll see Jhin with Collector, and they'll be like,
Yeah.
it ain't happening.
Of course.
It's never happening, bro.
It's not.
How many times do you think he has to reload to kill?
He's gonna fumble the bullets before he's able to do that.
Drop them on the floor.
Yeah. He's gonna trip over them. He's like tumbling down the stairs. Poor Jhin, man.
Poor Jhin.
I mean, you're not able to really shoot through this front line, though. That's really for sure. I'm not sure how he's going to deal damage to the back line either. We have a TP coming in as Zac, very fed. The Paranoia is going to break up this fight as the Cassante has to tank up a bunch. But I love the angle here on a ruler. Gets into a really rough spot, but the engage from Duro is quite nice. But yeah, look, trying to hit the back line. They're not quite able to do so. And down will go Duro. You see that Lehens and Jiu quite low themselves, but Kingen and Gideon still alive and thriving. They stay alive for so long. Nobody can kill these tanks. They both get stunned somehow. Toby, he is going to flash away from the cube, but it's still going to give a shutdown over to Fisher. Was it really worth it in the end? As yes, he did get the kill, but here comes Nongshim on the chase, looking for more.
Oh, the Jhin!
Yeah. What do you do as Jhin into Zac?
He's run out of bullets!
You die!
He's fumbling them! And Nongshim...
He's starting to cry!
Nongshim with a huge team fight! Once again, it feels like they're the ones who know how to play the early game, and these fights have been so much more crisp as the series has gone on. This one, so I think the TP from Kingen is very bold, but I love the confidence. He flies in, and he does... This is peak Cassante. You dive into 3 people on the back line, and you just drag the AD carry out, and Jhin is petrified. In the meantime, Juro gets a good ult, good damage on a Jiwoo, but you see Fisher moves in to actually block the Jhin ults initially, which is really nicely played. And Keen gets focused down by that Orianna ult, which I think is a great move. You don't have to get 4 people with it, just get 1 valuable target. But then Chovy here, with a bit of an outplay on Jiwoo, but even then, that's not enough. They just can't cut through this front line yet, if ever.
I mean, the Zac, it was just kind of unkillable, as now Rel ult's going to be used onto an ulting Alistair.
Yeah, he was like 2 seconds on his ult at the start of that play, and I think maybe they thought it was still not available.
Oh, Chemtech Soul.
It just came up. Chemtech Soul with this Nongshim comp is actually insane.
It's actually really
Genuinely,
good.
it is the best case I'm not going to say that it's the best Soul you want with this comp. That's not true. But if you're going to pick a comp to have Chemtech Soul, it's the one with like 3 Gigatanks. And you have a Jhin.
It's the Jhin. I mean, he doesn't do damage already.
I can't wait from the 4th shot, like Gideon at like 30% HP, and it just not kill him.
Down to 27% HP.
27.8. Let's be clear, you know. I mean, I think Mountain Soul would be even more insane for this comp. But you know, I digress. It's a good Chemtech angle. Cassante gonna love that one. Oh, ult comes in. There's a Giga Cone.
Yeah. And I mean, they're gonna go together. There's
another
Giga Cone. Can he get the angle?
Wait, he's in the tower! Oh my god! Oh my god, he got Giga Coned!
All right, end the game. We're done. Go
Oh my lord!
Go next. It's over.
You know what, Brendan? I finally found someone who hates Mega Blast Cones more than you, and it is Canyon right now.
Today.
Oh my god, that's such a tilter. Nongshim are looking great.
Yeah, I mean, I said it as a joke, but I think the game might actually just be over.
It seems like, dare I say it, this game seems won for Nongshim at this point.
And it's going to be their 4th win in a row.
Wait.
Not actually, but
okay.
They've been in positions to win.
This is so funny, actually.
Ah, yes.
나다 여기.
Here.
Boing?
살았어.
I got him.
안녕하세요.
I got that one. Said hello at the end. And then Jin getting back. This is, dude. This is not the Jin game. This is not it.
They didn't see the R5 Zac pick coming, I guess.
I love how Kanya must have dove in and be like, guys, there's no Alistair, Cassandra, or Zac nearby. I can't get bounce housed. Little did he know.
Yeah, little did he know.
Little did he know. They're going for Atakan. TP committed, but I don't even think Genji can. They're not even bothering to approach. I mean, this is a 2-item Blader King Rage Blade. Varus shredding this.
Yeah, I mean, they were never going to be able to approach this. So the TP's a bit wasted. And now Kingen might sheepishly just run up to the top lane to catch the wave. But it's still a big win for Nongshim, right? They're going to get the Otacon, and they're in a position to use it. Because it's not old Otacon where you get to dive basically for free, but still get to dive really well.
Oh, and they certainly are a composition that will die. My only concern is, can they even die?
Well, I guess we'll find out. It's a big Rel ultimate to come in, but the damage not quite there. Finally, beginning to land just a bit. Gideon goes into his passive for the first time, as it looks like, in fact, Genji will get a decent amount of value from these Otacon resets, as in goes King in, the knockback once again. Fantastic and crisp. Fisher, no! Don't do it. He is going to pull the Jin over once again, as they're doing negative damage to Kingen, as Kingen assassinating the Jin, trying to at least. He does eventually get withdrawn.
Well, the answer is yes, they can die, you know.
Yeah.
I was thinking they're very tanky. Would they even be able to go? Yes, they definitely can. I'm glad they could answer that swiftly for me.
Yeah.
Absolutely, they can run out of health. This kind of feels like that previous game when I said, can Ambessa's health move? And then literally 7 seconds later,
yeah,
the Kingen died. A little bit crazy, this one. A little bit hectic. Some flubs. It was actually a phenomenal flash from Keen there to read Lahens. And then it got a bit scrappy. A lot of tower hits coming in. Low health bars. Jin actually doing things. Collector, which works on low health.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Collected.
And then Fisher with an unfortunate flash here. Keen is just clean. I'm going to be honest. No notes for him. He's been playing well. Ruler is not having a fun. Look at this fourth shot. Look at this fourth shot. Boom! Oh. Keen's like, I got it. Don't worry, little bro.
Yeah. They don't have Chemtech Soul yet.
Yeah.
We'll see what damage it does when they have Chemtech Soul.
It's only a 1-item Cassandra, 1.5 item Cassandra as well, by the way.
Yeah.
Ruler did go the Collector, and then he's immediately like, I need armor pen. Percentage pen.
Yes, he figured that out, and so he'll be getting that Mortal Reminder any second.
Yeah,
but is it enough? I do think that Nongshim did not have to give over 1,000 gold to Genji. That wasn't very clean.
Look, I'm gonna be honest, Brendan. If we're gonna make a list of things Nongshim didn't need to do in this series, we could fill a book, okay?
Yeah.
There's a lot of things they didn't need to do.
Is that one even top 5? Probably not.
We have a lot of things that I'm sure the coaches reminded them that you guys really didn't need to do this.
Yeah.
But, you know, Nongshim do as Nongshim do. And they've managed to secure the third dragon, one away from Chemtech Soul. And for those who, we are on the 25.S1.3. Chemtech Soul has been buffed. It's now 13% increased damage and damage reduction under half HP. And especially with this comp, good value. So I feel like when you're already this far behind, losing that as well just feels so bad. When, I mean, look at Jin's items. Yeah, I mean, you need the healing reduction, but it means you have less armor pen. But that just doesn't feel inspiring. I don't see that on my Jin and think, wow. Okay, actually, to be honest, this is kind of unfair on the build. It's just a Jin in general. I see a Jin into these tanks, and I'm like...
Yeah, he was able to do damage when they dove the turret and got 3-man Rel ulted.
Yes. I mean, I think the tower probably did more.
He slowed them.
True. I mean, if they're like less than 5% HP, he will collect them.
Yeah.
You know? And you will get a little bit of extra gold that you can put towards items, which I've heard helps you do more damage. Remains to be seen, though. for Jin.
Yeah, we're not sure about that yet. We need more data.
I also think it's an unfortunate game when, like, you know, you need to kill the Orianna and the Varus, and your divers, your Nocturne, your Rel, are combined 1-7-1. Yeah. It's only a 3.5k gold lead, which isn't even the most insane gold lead we've seen in this series, but it just feels so hard to come back from here. Only Keen. Keen is, you know what? Keen with his 3 gold bounty, sorry. He's doing his best.
How dare you?
Wait, 6 gold bounty, okay.
He's climbing.
He's climbing up
The game
there.
has recognized his efforts.
Yes.
Thank you, game. Yeah, I mean, this... I feel like Nongshim as well, they did a really good job of identifying early on that, hey, Nocturne's probably the only issue that our carries will have. And if we
shut him out
can
of the game, yeah.
put him out of the game very early on, it's just kind of over. Because what is Jace going to do? What is... I mean, we talked about Jin a lot. Like,
The thing is, I actually think...
Victor, can he do it alone? No.
If it was damage Jace... Nah, never mind. I was thinking, like...
No, I don't
like
think
at least you can poke, but they're just going to jump on you, so it doesn't work.
Jin value? Actually rooting him, and now the follow-up comes in. The cats here onto the Orianna will be huge. As long as they get it, looks like they will.
There's
And
the
there you
Jace
go.
value. Okay, guys, you're going to look towards Baron, probably. Kingan's getting ready to TP in. That is one of the carries down, but it's 40 seconds and then he can TP, and Genji are not going to do anything.
Yeah.
You know... Okay, I'm going to say it. I get it, because I think going Baron there is extremely risky.
Yeah.
But the problem is, when you look at it, okay, they've been Seeker's Arm Guard, but Fisher's about to finish Zhonya's. You didn't get Fisher's Flash. You didn't even get TP from Kingen, right? This sort of play, it's fine for you not to get Baron off it, but you really would have hoped to get a bit more. And the end result is, like, this is gold. And don't get me wrong, like, gold's important, but you didn't achieve much more than just getting a bit of gold onto your team. So, again, it's nice. You would have hoped for a bit more. You would have hoped to be able to transition, because the game state hasn't drastically changed as a result of that. Did finish Keen's third item, though. That's something.
Yeah. You can see that Kenyon was purposely trying to hand the item over, because he went experimental.
Yeah.
Exploit.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, I think going the tanky build for Jace is right, because if you don't, you're just going to get one shot. But also, like, these shock blasters don't hit. You know, if you hit, like, a key shock blast on Gio and you are, like, the Thaldi Jace, that's where I could see, like, oh, you know, things are difficult. But
we've seen the angle here, Ox, for the Jin to do damage. Double Black Cleaver.
Wow. And then now he's going to Z-Light him.
Yeah. It's possible if we attack enough. They will die.
Once Gideon gets Spirit Visage, and if they get this Chemtech Soul, I think he just becomes immortal. The thing is,
but
as well,
he's only one blob.
Chovy's not going Void Staff yet. He's gone Seekers, because he's like, I don't want to get Bounce Housed and one-shot by Orianna. But
they
now,
have vision on this.
You know what? I'm not sure Nongshim mind too much. And Genji were committed so hard to bot side.
Yeah.
They're like, buffed Chemtech Soul, we can't let them get it.
Yeah. They're just so out of position here. Genji, you gotta get in, but you can't.
Too late.
Not gonna happen. Lehens might have to pay for it, but no, he doesn't even seem like he will. They want to punish, and Lehens will give his life for it. But one Zac shot onto Zac is not enough, as Zivu trying to turn this one around. They keep Nongshim around, and now Genji trying to force them into a fight, but Duro gets bounced out, so a huge amount of damage comes out. The Shockwave catches the back line, and now you've got Fisher and Gideon right on top of both of them. Genji just reeking of desperation here, trying to get over and punish. And they are the ones that get punished for this fight. And there's still Jason Chovy here. I mean, it's Mega Cone Zac.
TP flank?
It's Mega Cone Zac. He didn't even need the TP. And there you go, it's an ace.
They clean up, they get the Baron. They might be looking to push an end, but I'm not sure they can get it in time, so I think they're going to back away on this one. They may just look for the inhibitor tower. I think maybe not even going to go for that. They want the dragon.
The Chemtech Soul.
But huge fight from Nongshim, and I think Genji, there was definitely a point where you could have backed away on that one.
Absolutely.
But they just ended up committing to the bit, right? They're like, hey, this might be our best chance we can get. Lehens is low. We're going to pop the Jin ultimate. Lehens is like, guys, go on without me. And then Canyon dives in, but this this Nocturne's so weak. Juro comes in, and honestly, Juro gets good value with the ult, but the follow-up's just not quite there.
Yeah, look at the peel as well. Like,
Yeah.
That's what I was talking about. The Zac is huge in these moments.
And then Gideon, this shockwave into the knock-up, and then the double slam is beautiful play, honestly. Gideon's been so good on the Zac. And Jin just can't do anything. And now they're going to get Chemtech Soul. If you thought it was hard to kill them before,
Yeah.
it just got a lot harder. It just got a lot harder. But guys, do not worry. Do not fret. Ruler has nearly finished his rapid fire cannon.
Yeah.
Oh no, he's got it! He's got it, guys!
Oh, he's got it, okay.
Guys, this is what they're waiting for.
The spike has been hit.
No IE, no Void Staff, doesn't matter, we have the rapid fire.
Yes.
Guys, Kingen is not taking much damage right now. And he's not even below half HP.
Yeah, I mean, Toby doesn't do damage to him. King doesn't do damage to him. Ruler doesn't do damage to him. And it's not just him, it's Gideon too. And there you go. I'm not sure about that one. Nice Zhonya's, I guess. And the follow-up, pretty big, although Nongshim are going very deep for this one. And eventually, we talked about this, eventually you can kill them, although Duro is going to be traded out.
Oh my god, that's a big ult.
Yeah. You can see the health bars are very slowly beginning to fall. Okay, Kingen says we can win. We're still going.
We're still
sieging.
That one that threaded the needle on Jiwoo made me very nervous. He should not be tanking Jin ults, but it feels like Genji have to do so much work to kill just the Alistar.
It took them forever.
It took them so long.
But they did it.
Yeah, their base is in shambles, and now Nongshim can just reset and head top, and the Super Mini is going to do the work for them. And the thing is, they didn't actually really get any additional summoners off the back of that. Like, Jiwoo bit his in the last fight, so it won't be long before that's back up. I think that's a big reason why this fight felt a little scrappy for Nongshim, because they were down sums. This was a great reaction from Chovy, honestly. I think him and Keen have been playing these fights really well, but they're just so far behind. They focus down on Lahens, they take him out, and then the Arcane Storm for Victor just actually doing so much damage. And then this shot, look at this next one. Oh, that should not be hitting your virus. But yeah, it's still okay. They're still too bulky, way too bulky.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like at this point in time, Genji have to thread the needle multiple times in order to actually win. So, you know, we saw a little example of it there.
I mean, look at Jiwoo's items now. He's 4 items, and he has a bonus chain vest, and he has Terminus and Wit's End, so he is legitimately tanky now. Like, he actually won't go down easily. And, like, is your Hex Plate, Black Cleave, and Nocturne gonna kill him? No.
No.
He's nearly got Flash Up as well. Oh. Lahens?
I think Lahens is just having fun.
He's having a great time.
I think he's sending a message, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, what up? Nongshim. I moved over to Nongshim. I knew we'd be better than you guys.
Imagine Lahens. I mean, after this game, it comes to the final one, but Lahens pulling the reverse sweep on his old team, his old teammates. You can tell he's hyped. You can tell he's hyped. Because this game looks, dare I say, as good as done.
Yeah.
Dangerous words to use with Nongshim today, but...
You know, they've been through a lot of adversity, right?
They were just calibrating how to destroy Nexuses, okay?
It has only made them stronger. The adversity they have had to go through in this game,
They've battled.
Series.
They've battled.
They battled harder than Genji.
Anyone who's eaten the really, really spicy Nongshim noodles will know this adversity, right? Yes, it hurts, but you come out a stronger person.
Yeah, exactly. And Nongshim have done exactly that.
Absolutely.
Every game they've come out with so much to learn from. Even the game that they won.
If losing is improving, they improved a lot in those first 2 games.
Exactly. There's Genji, you know. They won the first game. They won the second game, kind of.
Just about.
But it's been a big mess.
Yeah.
To say the least.
And now Baron up in 20. They did get that top outer tower, which was up for a very long time, Nongshim, on that last push, but for now are looking to just deny area away from the Baron. And there's 2 problems. So firstly, you have this Jace who's not like a Camille like we had in the earlier games, not as good as a threat on the flank. And secondly, you don't really have the deep wards this time. So I think a lot of the problems in previous games were solved by Keen just TP flanking. They don't have that tool in their wheelhouse in this one.
Yeah. Well, Genji are going to have to send it one way or another. as the Baron was unleashed. Here comes Duro, looking for that front line. Fisher should not be frontlining, but eventually he should be okay. Flashes away, and they're just trying to fight front to back now. Catching Keen out, but the damage's not quite there. You know, Nongshim tried to turn, but it's like they tripped over their own feet while it was happening. The paranoia obviously not helping them very much.
Yeah. I feel like if Genji stalled it anymore, then maybe they decouple the Elder and the Baron, but it looks like the Baron's going to go down, Elder's still in a minute.
Well, they're getting in there, but there's the knockup on a Chovy. Follow-up knockup. The bouncy house is beginning. In goes the Zac, and Chovy doesn't have flash anymore. Down will go Keen. I think this is just the nail in the coffin. Ruler.
Look at Jin!
He's fumbling the bullets. He's tripped over his own feet.
He's trying to reload. Look at the damage.
Oh, no. He nearly maybe chipped away at the shield.
Wait, Canyon, don't die to the Krugs. He has to defend the base. Recall Canyon, you can do it. Oh no,
he's dying.
oh no,
Yeah.
oh no. I don't think he wins this.
No, I don't think so.
He's got his little puppy to help him. His little, no. The
All right.
disrespect auto.
We're going to game 5, and I didn't think it was possible, but the one-hit curse is stronger than mine as Nongshim will force a game 5. And as our space already mentioned, they have been ahead in pretty much every game. Game 1 was the only a little bit closer, but they have been the dominant team this series.
I think it's safe to say that despite it being 2-2, Nongshim have been the better team on the day. They've made mistakes, absolutely, and that has allowed Gen G to capitalize. But I think a lot of Gen G's capitalizations have come from hands diff and like Keen doing some great teleports. But as a unit, as a team, Nongshim have really looked better despite those mistakes. And they've taken it to game 5. The reverse sweep is one away, and to reverse sweep Gen G of all teams.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people when T1 got knocked out were like, guys, did Nongshim deserve top 4 over T1? The answer is yes.
The answer is yes. At this point.
They've earned it. And Chovy on this Victor was trying his hardest, doing so much damage. But a lot of tanks to the team. You can do 39.7k damage. That's Gideon's health bar.
Yeah. It was not nearly enough. This comp here for Gen G did not quite hit at all. The R5 Zac was incredible. Don't let the damage of Gideon fool you. The Zac was amazing.
I want to see damage taken.
Yeah, we honestly, I feel like we should have those stats. But either way, it's Silver Scrapes. It's happening again. It's just over and over and over. We're repeating it here at the LCK Cup, and it will happen again today. As we are getting ready for that epic game number 5. We'll just have to wait and see who will take it down as we'll throw it to a break.
천천히 이제 바로 바로 먼저 치고 아나 쌈 볼게 이거 잡아야 볼게 보자 야 보자 빅토르 아 이게 어려워 라이브부터 봐 아 빅토르 봐줘 빅토르 볼게 야 집 봐줘 이겼어 야 이거 미드 라인 지금 끝났어 나도 나이스 끝내자 나이스 앞판 잘하자 오늘 신화를 쓰나요? 신화인가? 끝났어 아, 이 세트 이긴 건데, 씨. 세트가 아니라 3대0 각이긴 했어.
오각이네.
괜찮아 얘들아. 어차피 이게 집중력 싸움이라 그냥 끝까지만 가보자. 잘해보자.
나 오각 처음인 것 같은데?
자크 피해. 잘했다. 우리 집중력 잃지 말아보자. 파이팅.
the final words that were said by Nongshim as they took down the base there in game number 4 is, are we going to write history? Well, we're about to find out in just a little bit. Welcome back to the space. Degon alongside Wolf and Chronicler, and it is game 5. How did we get here? I'm not sure, but Nongshim have found a way time and time again to stifle Gen.G.
I mean, this might be Gen.G not going to a finals here domestically. The first time in, I believe, like 6 finals that they've been to back to back to back to back to back to back. And Nongshim just by far looked like the better team. In game 1, it was close. Game 2, they should have won. Game 3, they did win. It was a little bit rocky there. And then game 4, we just watched it. I mean, they were pretty much in control of start to finish.
It was a stomp. And I cannot think, because we joined the LCK at the same time, so it's very convenient, I cannot think of a bigger upset that we have experienced in the last 4 years, because nothing comes close. Not the upset that, Gen.G got over T1 in spring 2023, because yes, it wasn't expected, but it still felt like if you come from the future, you told me you could see the angles here. I did not see the angles coming in, even with Gen.G struggling the way that they have.
Definitely no one did here, Chronicler. Let's take a look at how they did it in game number 4. Started off with some early action top side of the map, and it stayed.
And both Gen.G, both Duro, both bot laners for Gen.G have just been having an awful series, right? Like, Duro is the one that's dying more, but you cannot tell me that Ruler is in good form when he misses 3 out of 4 Jhin shots. Like, you need to get the kill here. You already have a horrible time as Jhin into all these tanks.
Oh my gosh.
By the way, all the while, Canyon has Flash in his Nocturne and could have also gone over there to help secure the kill. Didn't go for it. This ends up getting incredibly messy as well here. And unfortunately, Ruler is not really a part of this fight. He flashes out and then ults here and does nothing with it. All the while, the rest of his team is incredibly split. Lehens is actually doing a ton of work to tank. And then when Ruler's done with his ultimate after hitting like 2 shots here...
tanks, by the way.
Yeah, he can't really offer much. I mean, this is just Jhin in a losing fight.
It's the combination of, right? Like, it really feels like it's only Chovy and Keen that have shown up here today. And we need to give credit to Nongshim because I feel like they have grown in this series so much. The fact that they didn't let the loss in game number 2 get to them is so remarkable because all of us were like, it's a 3-0, right? Like, no one had any faith in them, and then they have just never given up in this series.
Yeah, it is pretty incredible, especially with how new some of these players are to this best of 5 scene, right? To a really incredibly important match like this one. The momentum is definitely against them, and yet they still keep coming up big.
Yeah, let's look at the winning moment because that's what it feels like we've been watching this Nongshim team do. Learn how to win. They decisively call Baron. They are on a ward. Doesn't matter. They burn it down and then close out this game.
It's because the Dragon stacking was so great from Nongshim because, again, they've been doing a really good job of objective control, and you can just see the hesitation that's there for Gen.G. Lehens is standing guard, and I think Gen.G know we need to do something because they're going to get Nash. If we don't force a fight, we're going to lose the game, but Nongshim, they're not bothered. They're just going to disengage. You know, they have incredible disengage, a really good beefy front line.
This ult here from Ruler 2 is incredibly early because there's no setup for him here. Like, he can't hit anybody. Like, he hits King and once who just blast cones away. And this engage is just so disconnected from the rest of the team as Chovy's trying to do as much as he can here, layering that AoE damage into this choke point, but it's a really nice turn. Fantastic arrow from Jiu as well. And Gen.G, the desperation really sinks in this moment. You know, after this fight, they're thinking, man, we might not be going to the next round. We might not be going to the finals. This might be the end of our turn, but they still have a game left in this one. But I cannot really fathom how some of these players, these legends like Chovy, must be feeling.
Yeah, definitely not as we take a look at the champions that have been played so far in this Fearless draft. It's one of the greatest things about the LCK Cup. You gotta dig deep into the champion pool. Zach coming out in that last one as a surprise. And when you look up and down here, we've seen so many of these greatest hits, but we know in Game 5, it gets messy.
And I do think that the Game 3 draft from Nongshim was the one draft, right, where you have Anivia and Lilia and Renata into what basically is a melee dive comp. that was a draft gap. Outside of that, I think it's just Gen G getting outplayed. For me, we got to put Ruler on a hyper carry. Do go Axiom Arcanist this time, please. I know the Twitch didn't look that good last time, but there really isn't a lot left. And Keen, I think he's been one of the few players that's been good. Put him on something that can frontline, that can provide the support for the team. Because the best game Gen G played was where him and Chovy were setting up the team fights.
I think a weak side pick for Keen is probably something he's looking for. We've seen him pull out the Udyr sometimes. I think it's one that he's been playing exclusively, right? Only he's been playing this pick. I'd love to see Sion or Ornn as well. And then the Smolder pick, when you have players like Chovy here, you have Gio, and even Fisher, I think, can play it. It's one of the picks that's left available that scales incredibly well in these messy, longer games that I think is going to be a big win for whoever gets to pick it up in this 5th and final game.
Yeah, and we saw Fisher hover that one, so he was at least thinking about it with the mind games. You know what we were thinking about in predictions? How quick it was going to be when we got home. Lots of 3-0s, lots of 3-1s. Only Ox and Pony had the foresight for 3-2. And like the Noodle Boys said at the end of that last game, on the precipice of history, the last time this squad made it to a Game 5 of a best of 5, they dropped it 2-3 against Chovy's Hanwha Life Esports at that time.
They've never won one. This will be their first.
All right, well, let's see if they're able to do it for the final time today. Will it be Gen G or one of the greatest upsets in the history of the LCK? Let's just send it back on over to Valdez and to Ox.
Thank you, Spacers. We are on the cusp of something great and something new as NomeSim, with their new roster, didn't have a lot of people screaming, praise about how it had changed, but I think now being able to see it working and beating Gen G, you begin to believe.
I think everyone kind of thought, right, Kingen and Lahens, solid upgrades, right? I think everyone thought those two will add a lot to the roster.
Yeah.
But I think what's really stood out to me is Gideon and Fisher. Because I think expectations of Gideon with super high, we last saw him on Bro in the LCK. Bro was struggling a lot of the time.
Yeah.
And Fisher, a lot of people, like we saw him briefly on Nongshim at the end of last year, but most people remember him, for those who watch the LPL, from time on EDG, and that did not go well.
Yeah.
And if you'd said last year that like we're going to see Gideon and Fisher outperforming Canyon and Chovy in a series, insanity.
If you laughed out of the building.
To be fair, Chovy has actually played well, so maybe mid on mid, Chovy's still there, but mid jungle, Canyon has been struggling. So go to the final game, fearless, lots of things taken off the cards, and it makes things really start to feel difficult. Still going to be Skarner, Kalista banned away by Nongshim, there is no doubt there. Question is, where does it start to change? Gen G are once again going Lulu, Shen. Maokai is still available. Do they ban it, or do they want to prioritize it first pick? They ban Caitlyn.
Yeah.
They could take Maokai up, and it's a flex as well. Jungle support. We've even seen in some regions it's been played top, so I think that's why there's some hesitation from Nongshim here. They banned last time Zyra in this situation. So either way, you could leave them both open. If they take Maokai, you take Zyra, or you could. They're going to ban Zyra, so do we just see Gen G prioritize the Maokai in this situation? Or are they looking in a different direction?
Yeah. There's a lot to look forward to in this Game 5. New picks, new stuff. Azir left up, and in terms of mid laners that are left up, there's not really that much that's tier 1 or even like tier 2, right? Azir, I feel like kind of falls under tier 2, maybe even tier 3 at the moment, so it's still a good pick. It's very solid, can farm very well. There's that Maokai. They were hovering the Renekton. Definitely a pick that can kind of win any lane that's left, you would imagine. Although there's still like stuff like Gnar, Kennen that could maybe at least stand up to it.
We have seen Nongshim banning the Azir, but normally later in the draft, like in second rotation. But so making sure Chovy is a good pick. It's mobile. The Maokai has come through, not a huge surprise there. I feel like AD carry might be something you want to secure before you go to the second rotation, because the pool is getting thinner and thinner. We see the camera focused on Jiwoo and he is talking, so perhaps asking what do you want to secure now. Looking potentially, and they're going to lock in the Lucian. Now this could be a flex, right? You could see it mid. We've seen Lucian into Azir before, so keeping the options a little bit open with this one, not cementing things too soon, but it means if going in the second rotation they start to ban away the carries, you have that fallback. I think that's important to mention.
Yeah.
On the other side, Gen G looking at the Zeri, no Lulu to pair with. But right now you have a lot of backline DPS for the side of Gen G. And there's a lot less engaged tools available generally. this late. Like, I'm looking at the engaged supports left available, and so many are gone. So many are taken off the cards.
You're not playing Zeri Nami, right?
No, but you know, we have Leona, Poppy, Rakan, Rel, Nautilus, Alistair all gone. So playing a peel game for Gen G here could be pretty powerful, and they're going to cement with that. They're like, how are you going to lock down this combo? Oh my god. Guys, Fearless was supposed to prevent this. This was not supposed to happen. This is not supposed to happen. Guys,
no, not again.
This is not supposed to happen.
No.
We've had enough LCK games with this combo, but I guess when everything else goes away,
yeah,
this is what we go back to.
Dig into old metas. That's literally what we're doing.
I love how other series we've had super zany Game 5
yeah.
scenarios, but in this one, this is like the most LCK draft I can ever imagine. Azir, Maokai, Zeri, Yumi, Lushinami. This is like, if you asked what is the most overplayed stuff historically,
yeah,
these would all be thrown in there. Now, taking away the Viego, makes a lot of sense. With this many junglers got the reset potential. Something I also think you need to be aware of is the Olaf. Because Olaf, I think, into Nongshim's comp is actually insane. We've seen Zeus bring out the Olaf Game 5 to great effect. If Keen brings it out, I mean, honestly, Nongshim could also bring it out, but I think Keen having it into Nongshim's, into the Maokai, I don't think you can deal with that at all. At least with Gen G, you have like the Zeri Azir can kind of shred through him. And that's another note, is that the Talia band is like one of those higher DPS mid laners that they've taken off the cards. So
yeah,
the pool is starting to get thin. At least I'm going to get taken away. So they're really hampering the jungle pool for Gen G.
Yeah, I mean, what is Canyon going to play at this point?
Shaco he offered before.
You got like a Volibear. I don't think Volibear is very good into this.
Okay. Options here. I think taking mid is kind of the safer thing, but if you have a top laner you really want to cement now, you could just take it here. I think the Smolder's a big pick. It gives you that extra DPS, and in a game like this where you have limited lockdown, Smolder's super high value.
Yeah. I thought for sure we would see Smolder in this one, but after seeing the bottom lanes, I wasn't so sure.
So we'll see what ends up coming through from Gen G. I don't even want to say it because it's so twisted, but like a Olaf Ivan would just be insane in this situation.
Yeah.
The focus is definitely teamfight scaling. And so they're looking towards that Ornn in the top lane for that engage, for that CC. And the question is, what's going to come through in the jungle? They're looking at the Pantheon. I guess they want some early game pressure, but it doesn't really sync well with what the rest of the comp wants to do.
Yeah, it's like a stun bot, you know, shield bot. As you get later and later on in the game, I mean, it gives you more engage, but I mean, we're really digging deep, you know? There's really not a lot left, so they are going to go for the Pantheon.
I feel like here for Kingen, you have a lot of scale on the Smolder, but like, honestly, you could pick like a big, you could pick a big tank.
By the way,
I don't think it's going to be Smolder top in this game.
He's played it before.
He has, but that was a long time ago.
Maybe not in this game.
You can pick like a tank like Sion or Cho. You could go like Olaf. I think GP is something that he's really good on.
Let's go multiple times. So, or maybe
that is significantly less interesting than anything else I was thinking of. Yeah, I mean, you can't just go, no, it's going to be just in the side lane. Gen G's comp is kind of disgusting. The super scaler, as in, we're just going to outvalue your team. And
plus Pantheon.
Plus Pantheon.
He's there too.
And when the game gets messy, like, we haven't had that many clean games, I can understand the thought process. On the side of Nongshim, it's kind of like we have more early pressure generally, but we have a Smolder as like the insurance card. So both teams, it feels like, with all these options, all these engaged supports gone, it's a return to enchanters, it's a return to like investing in scaling that can't be dealt with. You can't just press Vyar on a Smolder. You can't just press Nautilus R on a Zeri. And as a result, these champions are feeling hard to deal with. I think this one's going to go late for sure. I have no doubt.
I think that says the most important thing is an unbreakable noodles, which is obviously a play on Def's quote, which is very funny. There's been a lot of great, you know, noodle puns in the crowd, obviously, for Nongshim. Boil up a 5-gamer was a sign I saw earlier. It's happening. A game 5, a silver scrapes between these two teams. I didn't think it was possible.
Yep. Imagine being a Gen G fan. You're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna watch Gen G play against Nongshim, but I'll be there later for dinner.
Yeah.
No, you won't.
No, you cancel those plans right now as we're hopping out of the rift for game number 5. Silver scrapes right now. And here we go. Has been quite a while since we've seen Lucian Nami. I don't think we've seen it at all this LCK Cup.
I'm trying to think. I don't think so.
I'm pretty sure we haven't seen it this LCK Cup. Zeri Yumi, we...
No, I think we did. I think we saw it once. Because Lucian and Nami both have 1 game played, 1 loss so
in that
far.
case.
I think we did see it once.
Yeah.
But because I think I definitely remember seeing it somewhere, and I think it was the LCK Cup, and it definitely didn't look great. But it's fearless, so a lot less things available. It's been a while. A lot of changes to everyone involved in this bot lane combo since you've last seen them. You know, a lot of changes to how they work, how the items work. You know, back in the day, it was like Gale Force with Imperial Mandate was this massive spike.
Yeah.
Gale Force does not exist anymore. Imperial Mandate does, but it's not as strong. But likely still what you'll go on a Nami. Zeri, Lethal Tempo, doesn't give you a range increase anymore, which is actually a pretty big deal for her.
Yeah.
And yeah, Fisher getting some grass stacks against Chovy. We're seeing the PTA from Chovy. We did see this... was it Showmaker or BDD played PTA most recently on Azir and got quite a bit of damage on it early? But not on the grasp.
I don't know. Sounds like it could be either of them for different reasons.
It really could. And they're zoning Ornn away, who's getting no XP right now. Very sad for Keen.
Yeah. You did see that Keen was kind of grimacing when they were locking in the Ornn.
Yeah, I will say, I mean, they are zoning out the Gnar, but it's a lot easier to zone out an Ornn than a Gnar. I mean, sorry, it's not about the champs, it's about the fact that it's like a Zeri Yumi is worse at zoning than a Lucian Nami. But a Gnar is a lot easier to dive, so if you get any damage onto him, he's going to feel bad. Did he get that minion there?
Orange buff?
I don't think he did.
I don't believe so.
And Pantheon dives is pretty hard to deal with. But it's also a Yumi. I mean, one thing is you can take aggro as a Yumi, then jump inside and just die. As long as you haven't been hit,
yeah,
that's an execute, right?
Could be worth for like 2 tower shots.
Well, you can take the 3rd one, you know, the one that will kill you.
Yeah. There's definitely an angle, that's for sure. I think it's a good shout. Whereas diving Ornn, certainly a lot more difficult.
Yeah, I wouldn't dive Ornn. I think the thing with Lucian Nami is they do good burst, but at this point in the game, they don't have enough burst to 100 to 0 on Ornn.
Yeah.
So,
not with the Maokai.
Unless you get him low, he ain't dying. And once you run out of cooldowns as Lucian Nami, you're just kind of awkwardly like right-clicking.
Yeah. So, might be an orange buff situation if they do really want to index into punishing.
Oh, Canyon could be in trouble, or is Gideon?
Who's locked in here with who? With the Yumi coming up, you think Canyon's good, but now Fisher's got Prowl from mid. Big wave coming in. Now Canyon has got the Yumi on his back. Trying to get out of this one as Meganar maybe gonna come in here. That's the flash from Canyon, but the bubble has to be dodged and the Atu as well.
Oh, they got the Yumi!
And the twisted advance as well. Duro, he can't reattach. It's a double kill for Smolder. 4 minutes into the game.
What a start for the side of Nongshim. And his thing, you have the Pantheon, you're like, yeah, I'm strong early, but it's Pantheon Yumi. Yumi's not offering that much. And they get the chase down, the movement speed buff. Fisher's there to follow up, Chovy isn't. And the end result, as you said, 2 kills for Smolder. I said this game was probably going to go late. I don't know if it needs to after that. Double buff as well for Fisher. We'll see the replay. So there's like this double collapse coming in, but importantly, Lehens is level 3. Fisher has priority because Chovy just reset. It's a big knockback, and then Lehens is applying the slows and giving the speed ups to Gideon. They dodge the zap, and then here, Gideon tries to get the flash Q knockback. Unfortunately, he doesn't get the knockback, and the bubble misses, but they still have the damage, and then he boots Yumi. He's like, no, we can get 2. Yumi's Yumi. If we really Yumi, she's gone. So, just great play there from Gideon and Lahens. And that is not the start you want as Gen G. And I feel like that's the sort of play where when it happens, when you see the 2 kills on the Smolder, the mounting dread comes in, right? You started the series 2-0. It was a scrappy one, but you were 2-0 up. You're now a game away from being reversed.
The flap on in. Fisher with another kill. And he's even going to get away from Canyon. I thought for sure he's okay. He's trading. He's denying a wave, you know. No, it's just a 3-0 double buff Smolder 5 minutes into the game, Hawks.
Another thing I said about the mounting dread, it's mounted. It's mounted. At this point, 3-0 Smolder. He's 1,000 gold up on Chovy. This is the game. If Nongshim win, it's their first best of 5 win in the LCK, and they get a reverse sweep Gen G. And they've had such a good start. Now, they are posturing to try and threaten Kingen, but Gideon's there in the wings, so he's just farming up fine.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about the late game insurance for Nongshim. It's Smolder.
They're cashing in early.
He's going to be so accelerated out of his mind, not only on items, but like stacks as well. The fact that he's fighting so much this early.
But also, so what are the things that pushed Smolder out of the meta? Because obviously everyone knows he was like that big meta pick, then he kind of went away. They really tried to emphasize that you need gold as well. Because old Smolder, you got the stacks, and it really didn't matter that much where your items were. You were still strong. But they did a lot of things that basically made that, like, you had more ratios, you needed more items, you can't just rely on stacks. Which means that, like, having the gold lead is even more impactful. Like, you need gold for Smolder to be as good as he used to be, and he has gold now.
Yeah.
So it's phenomenal place to be.
We're really hearkening back to the old days, you know? Zeri Yumi, Lucian Nami, and OP as all hell Smolder.
Yeah.
Just bringing back great memories for all of us here at the LCK.
Peak LCK.
Yeah. Meganar into Zeri Yumi, not going to do much. But yeah, I mean
the confidence to go for this, the E damage stacking up, and the damage from Lahens as well.
Just singing. Chovy, little head scratch.
You know, I feel like we sometimes say, like,
Nothing
would you have imagined a year ago this? Or would you imagine, like, 3 months ago this? Would you have imagined coming into work today that we'd see Fisher tower diving Chovy on Smolder at level 5?
No.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I mean, he got a little bit of help. The hands give him a little bit of help. But even so, not something I would have expected.
Yeah. You know, like, they do the segments at Worlds where it's like 90, 50, 10.
Yeah.
10%. You know, like, this was very far below 10%. This is like, okay, 90, 50, 10, 1, 0.1. Like, how far can we go? Nobody could have predicted this.
Yeah. And the thing is, both teams have a lot of scaling elements, so it's not doom and gloom yet for Gen G, but it's not
mounting dread.
Mounting dread, yes.
Yeah.
They still have the Zeri Yumi. The Pantheon is starting to feel less and less relevant, though. That was the pick. I honestly feel like I was talking about if they had, like, the Ivan, Olaf.
Ivan, yeah.
That would have been crazy. But I feel like the thing is, the Ornn is going to scale well and provide that engage, but the Pantheon is already quite a bit behind Gideon. And obviously, he died early on, but Gideon, as we've seen time and time before, on these tank jungles, will just run away with the game and become giga farmed. And he's doing that again. And the thing is, if you want to catch up, you need to spend time farming, but catching up on farm as a Pantheon, it's like, that doesn't, guys, just give me 5 minutes, I need to farm up. It's like, do you?
Yeah.
Just kill something, please.
Be of any value, I beg of you.
Guys, we have like 3 minutes before you stop being useful at all.
All right, he's level 6.
Yes,
he's heading towards the top lane.
Okay, no cleanse, by the way, on Jiwoo, and it is level 6 for Ruler, which is a big spike.
I mean, yeah.
There's no vision to kind of see this coming, so...
Here we go. They're already under their turret.
I think when you see Ruler playing confidently like that, you have to assume.
Yeah.
You have to assume that Pantheon has 6 at this point, and he is hunting for an ult.
And as Jiwoo, like, you're not the main character anymore. It's fine. Like, he doesn't have to get fed out of his mind. He doesn't have to take trades. He doesn't have to eke out the tiny little advantages by taking little, you know, not falling down against an aggressive ruler. It's better to just sit back and let Fischer carry.
I think that's the thing as well, is that, like, Lucian Nami, even with it being changed, it still spikes in the mid game.
All right, going for the culling here.
Well,
coming out.
one.
Zero just going to block most of it.
Yeah, still spikes hard in the mid game, like on the one-item spike, so like you don't need to crush lane. They find a good angle for the culling to chunk ruler out though, but they don't look for more. Don't overstep, but ult for ult. The Hen's still not level 6 though. Spent a lot of time out of lane. Definitely wants that tidal wave before long.
Helping out Fischer dive Chovy on Smolder, you know.
Yeah,
just normal Nami things.
That's what you do on Nami, right?
Yeah. That's what I do on Nami. We have the item completions here for both Fischer and Jiwoo at the same time.
Double Essence Reaver.
Even though Fischer does have 3 kills.
I mean, to be fair, Jiwoo just recalled, so Fischer might have a bit of gold.
Yeah.
But with Double Essence Reaver, they're never running out of mana. Level 6 now hit for the Hens. Nongshim already have 3 grubs. And looking to see if they can get some more. But Chovy's getting some very good poke in return. And Nami's sustain is okay.
Yeah.
It's not that good.
Yeah, in terms of posturing, the PTA Azir, even with the Smolder as fed as he is, he still only has 1 item and basically no stacks.
Oh, I don't think you contest this. It's fine to let it go.
Well, they're just going to try to disengage, actually. Just throw out the grasp and flash away, but they do have to expend the flash.
It felt a little bit unnecessary to even be there, to be in the flash, but I guess maybe hunting to see if they can get 1. Question is, can they move over towards the dragon? And now Chovy really, you know, the Sand Soldier's maxed at level 5. He's actually starting to take over this lane despite everything, so
yeah,
he is not giving up in the series yet, that is for sure. It is Nongshim moving over to dragon. They should be able to get this in time. Ruler's not there. He's kind of hunting for Jiwoo, it appears. I think it's crazy though when you factor in Fischer's like still losing these trades with the Nami assistance.
Yeah. It's just Smolder at this point doesn't really have a lot of trading power. Like, yeah, before the Azir is level 9, sure.
I think honestly it's also the nerfs a bit, because he definitely had more trading power
sure.
before. But there was other things like the nerf Doran's Blade and stuff like that. There was like a lot of... remember, we had like the 80 carry mid-meta permanently.
All right, we're trying to gank an Ornn. All right, continue, Ox.
Yeah. I mean, that like there was a lot of changes that pushed him out of the meta, but like there was like nerfs to him, there was nerfs to like 80 carries mid. Back then, Doran's Blade was really strong. It was also the Absorb Life everyone was running, so they could just sustain up out of trades. So you can definitely see this is why Smolder isn't just picked every game, if you're wondering.
He also generally doesn't get 3 kills like that.
Yeah.
In any game, really. Zeri does, but not in this game. We have Zeri moments. We don't usually have Smolder moments.
Smolder moments just normally comes after he gets his stacks, you know?
Smolder pentakills are like as close as it gets, essentially.
Yeah. I think the point, he's getting to the point now, you can see when he just queued that wave, where he kind of just one-shots the casters.
Yeah.
And once you can wave clear quickly, it doesn't really matter if you're not able to 1v1, because you just have to interact. King getting good damage on a Keen.
Yeah, I mean, Boomerang comes in, it's getting pretty close.
Oh, close, actually. But playing it a bit on the cautious side, I think it's fair when you're against the Pantheon, you maybe didn't have vision. There is a ping that just came out, though, so perhaps they did have vision at that time.
Either way, I do like playing for just winning lane as well.
Yeah, I think it's always when like they burn the TP from Keen, that's big enough itself.
Yeah.
I think you don't need to be the hero in every game.
You already have a 3-0 Smolder.
Yeah.
Just sit back, win lane, relax, play well, you know?
Yeah, just keep the pressure up. You don't want to give them too much space because they have the Zeri. Yeah.
Don't take your hands off the keyboard yet, but you know.
Whoa there.
But yeah, for now, just kind of try not to die, try not to make mistakes, limit mistakes.
Oh, they're looking
better way. There you go, trying to get on top of Jiwoo, and in fact they will, as Nami, Lahens just kind of leaves him. He's like, okay, yeah, I can't do anything about that. And now Lahens might be in a bit of trouble himself, as the Zerial comes out and Lahens throws in the tidal wave. Not really going to do much with the slow coming in, and they give the kill over to Ruler. As meanwhile, down on the bottom side, Kingen will pick up a free kill onto Ornn with the help of Gideon, and Fischer was just mid-farming.
Yep, so I think ultimately good moves from the side of Gen G, getting more kills out of this play. and also getting them onto some pretty good targets with Ruler and Chovy being the beneficiary. We waited a while for this first ult by the Pantheon, and Jiwoo just a bit too overextended here in the lane. Doesn't have cleanse, obviously, not much you can do. I think Lahens as well was like, I can try and help. The flank coming in from the Zeri was brutal. And then we see this play where Keen is just very overextended. And I think this is a bit poor because if your team's making a play on the top side, really no reason for you to be this far pushed up. I think you can kind of back off. But, you know, ends up being a trade, but Gen.G definitely favored out of that one.
Yeah, it definitely feels good to get a kill on your Zeri. That way you're just like, okay, well, you know, we have a late game win condition as well. Meanwhile, Chovy's chunking in mid, right? So you've got Ruler a kill. You have Chovy, who's doing quite well. He's ahead in farm. He's Chovying, right? And Gen.G, you know, there wasn't a lot said. It didn't feel good to get dove by Smolder, but at the same time, you just kind of sit back and farm yourself, and you say, okay, let's play for the late game. We have Ornn, Azir, and Zeri.
The thing is, we're at the point now, Imperial Mandate secured, not quite rapid fire. Oh, that's a lot of damage, actually.
Yeah.
But I was going to say, this was a point where he's approaching, where he can just really take over mid, and anyone who steps up, he should be able to poke out, but you can see he's still a little bit on the back foot. Rapid fire would definitely make a big difference for that extra range. But right now, looking at the Herald, everyone's moving up. Looks like it may end up being a big 5v5. Lahen's in trouble?
Yeah, Lahen's in a lot of trouble here. Tidal Wave comes out, as does the Nature's Grasp as Gideon. Just going to lock down Canyon for about 8 years. The Culling also going to lock him down, and the Pantheon just gets caught out. And, I mean, they have so many tools to peel, and Gen.G didn't even fully commit as well, so just kind of have Canyon get rolled there.
Yeah, not wanting to overstep, though. Just playing it a little safe. Ruler still has ultimate. I think that's the big thing that kind of warded them away. Chovy wasn't there for the fight initially, so Nongshim get the kill. Don't stay around for the Herald, and you can definitely feel the tension. This is game 5, this is Fearless. This is last chance to keep their hopes alive. And they are definitely being a bit cautious in this one. I think especially into a Zeri, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Got to be worried about being collapsed on. I mean, 146 stacks at 17 minutes. It's not amazing, but it's not terrible either. I feel like it's kind of like right down the middle.
Yep.
And he's got 2 items and 4 kills. So he's doing very well for himself, is Fisher.
Got the rapid fire as well. I think once Jiwoo gets his, that's really where the poke starts to become a bit obnoxious. And Nongshim can kind of play...
Take Soul again.
You don't have to fight necessarily, you just have to like chunk and poke. This was a big overextension from Lahens, honestly.
Just baiting.
Yeah, not an ideal spot to be in. They get Canyon though, this Pantheon, I mean, it just feels a bit out of place. Not really doing that much in the fights, although obviously it has the gank set up. Does end up going down.
Oh, well.
This is stacks.
Yeah. It's very fun for Smolder to play into Ornn because you just kind of cast your abilities in his general direction.
Yeah. Okay, rapid fire secured for Jiwoo. And it kind of feels like Gen.G, if they want to find an edge, it's like finding a numbers advantage. Use the Pantheon ult, bring the Yuumi with you. That's really where they can shine. Now, though, I want to see like Jiwoo using the pressure of the rapid fire and doing, well, this.
Yeah.
Doesn't hit the Q, though. Kind of just breaks the shield. So maybe a bit more than this.
Yeah, maybe not exactly that, but a bit more. And Gideon's here. I mean, it's really, it's kind of difficult for Gen.G to get in, but they really need to burn Lahen's and Gideon's ults, and once they do that, they have almost a free in, depending on where the Gnar is. So it's going to be really interesting to see how these fights play out, and the usage of the Nature's Grasp, the Tidal Wave, for peeling and keeping Fisher alive mainly in this game.
You can see Jiwoo is definitely playing this very reserved. Knows that if he steps up, there's the potential for Gen.G to collapse on him. The Pantheon was waiting in the wings. But it kind of feels like the teams have split the sides. Like we see Gen.G moving up towards the top side jungle, Gideon's red side. And on the other side, we've seen Nongshim moving into Canyon's red side. Another Herald comes down. It's a full health turret. It's not going to die.
That's a bit of damage. It'll actually stick onto Chovy, unlike onto Ruler. TP comes in, but the wave's already kind of cleared. And they still have Mom if they really want to try and clear waves and turn this one around.
It's some good poke, though.
Yeah.
Double rapid fire is really abusable.
I feel like Gen G, you know, they call up Keen for this one. They use the TP. King and just TP's bot. And he's like, yeah, okay, you have this Ornn in mid, cool story.
They can just wave clear, you know? They have a Nami, she has waves.
Quite literally, yes. You've got Mom. I think Fisher probably wants to call it down here. There's the Ornn ults. And the Nature's Grasp as well for the turn. And yeah, Gen G, they just can't really get in. There's the bubble on the Chovy, but he's got an arm guard. And Bates Gideon in. Oh, the ult and sweep! Chovy just turns the fight around just like that. And now you've got Ruler in his ult. He's looking for more. He wants one. He gets two. And in goes Pantheon just for a little showcase at the end, takes a picture. Meanwhile, Ornn goes down. And so does the Zeri.
And here was Nongshim thinking, there's no way they can dive us in this situation. And honestly, they might not have been able to, but this bait from Chovy in the shuffle, he's low HP. He ends up getting caught out by the bubble. Root comes in from Gideon. It looks like he's dead. The Seeker's Arm God baits, and then this shuffle from Chovy.
Beautiful.
And then Ruler able to dash in at the end and clean up these 2 kills. There's no gas in the tank from G-Ruler Hens. Yes, Ruler goes down, but it's Nami who gets the kill as well.
나 살짝 물렸어. 나 조냐 있어.
I kind of got caught.
야, 이거.
I have flash.
와.
Go for it, go for it.
Oh man, that was so good.
You can see his first reaction is like, oh, I kind of got caught, like, help me, help me. And then he's like, no, I'm turning this.
오호. 아재 노플.
Huh?
아재르 제리.
Zero, no flash.
That's true.
True, yeah. They got the shutdown onto Fisher. It's probably a lot of gold. You know, they didn't get the shutdown on his Kingen. We haven't talked a lot about the Gnar in this game, but he's kind of just doing whatever he wants.
Yeah, he joined the fight late and just cleared up Keen. He's very strong in and of its own, but the thing is, if he's
like
not
a
there,
semi-80 carry at times, you know?
my worry is Ruler's not very strong. There's a gold lead for Nongshim, but a lot of it's on this Gnar. So Kingen needs to outvalue the Zeri really in these fights, and it's a hard thing.
How's Canyon going to get in here? He needs to ult over the top, although they use everything on the Canyon, and now Lahen's out of position. And now they kind of have to desperately take down this Otacon and somehow get away. The ult is going to hit only Kingen, and yet they get the Otacon, but now Gen G are looking to farm them down. Canyon will hit the dust here as now Jiu and Kingen just being kited out, but it's free gold going over to Gen G. As, yeah, you got the objective, but you lost all your withdrawals.
And if you look, there was a gold lead of about 1,000 for Nongshim before the Otacon. There's no gold lead anymore. Dragon's going to be able to be picked up by Gen G as well. And the gold lead's about equal. And Ruler getting a lot of those kills as well. 2.4k up on the Lucian. This is not where you want it to be. See Canyon approaching here. And it's just an awkward choke because the Ornult's coming in return, so everyone backs off. But Lehens is isolated. You know, you're playing Nami, you're not playing Alistair. Yeah. And then Chovy comes in on this flank angle. He's a threat. The Pantheon is still kind of useless, but doesn't really matter because the rest of the team is there to clean up. Particularly the Zeri is a big problem right now.
Yeah. They're never in position to really punish Ruler at any point. And they're the ones that are like kind of half on Otacon, half turning, leaving Lehens just to die. The very kind of pitiful Nature's Grasp that comes out of Gideon to save Anami's life. It's like, I don't know. It just wasn't really a good fight from Nongshim. Maybe the pressure getting to them a little bit. I like the call to go for Otacon, but the execution afterwards,
not ideal.
Not good.
Yeah, King is strong on the sides, but Ornn is Ornn, so he'll just kind of dive away. Something to mention, Fish is very closely approaching the stack threshold point, where he does get that burn execute.
Yeah.
The only problem is,
it's getting a little slow now.
People need to be low HP for them to be executed.
Yeah.
And I feel like if you get washed in the fight, that's not going to happen. Serpent's Fang picked up by Jiwoo to try and limit the impact of that Zeri shielding. I feel like next maybe he wants like Executioners if he's really going the debuff angle. Like you get like a Mortal Reminder, Naive, your full build. But I guess maybe you want a GA as well. Maybe just sell boots. I don't know. But regardless, got some shield reduction for Ruler. And I think Ruler having no flash pretty big, but it's going to come up pretty soon. And he does have that cleanse. And all the CC is cleansable from the side of Nongshim. You know, he goes in for a trade. And actually, I was saying he was getting healing reduction, but Lehens has it, so he's fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's losing those trades despite the Nami buffs. And being a Lucian who's a base champion.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, we've seen a lot more Zeri than we have Lucian, and I think there's a good reason for that. It's a lot more reliable. She can hold her own in the lane as well, especially in the lane swap meta where it's like you don't have to deal with much pressure from the Lucian Nami.
I think as well, like the Zeri's still viable without the Yuumi, but it feels like Lucian was only viable because of the Lucian Nami and the way you played around the spikes. Whereas like, even when Zeri Lulu's not good, it's not, if you get at the late game, it'll still be good. It's just that like, it wasn't that it was hard to get there. But in this game, they're getting there.
So Arnold is reaching a bit, but they were trying to find an angle to potentially punish. They had Canyon there, maybe try to get some kills for Ruler.
This kind of feels like the play pattern though. Stack's about to be hit by Smolder, by the way. I think the zoom in was cool. This is kind of the play pattern of the Ornn.
I think it was for the extendo beam on the Ornn pillar.
Oh, maybe. He has hit the point now though, 227. So definitely a bit scarier. I think this is kind of the play pattern where like one of Keen or Canyon comes up towards mid and looks for like an engage, and then if they don't find it, they're just kind of hanging around. As you can see, Keen.
Yeah.
Just hanging around.
Just kind of hanging around, hanging out, getting XP, desperately trying to hit level 14. Needs to scrap here.
Oh, they're low.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of poke that is coming in. Mom from the sky as well. Just going to push them off the turret. The TP comes in. Not sure about that, but maybe they were considering going even deeper.
Yeah, TP feels a bit forced. It definitely takes away a lot of Kingdom's pressure now, especially given the Baron is up. But, you know, the execute threshold's been hit, and they're feeling a lot confident around the Smolder now. I like just the gradual chip away, right? Burning them down a little bit, get them lower and lower, but not like fully committing.
We got Omega Infinity Edge.
Yeah, something to be... Oh, I thought you were talking about the Smolder. Something to be said is that they also made it like Smolder's a lot more crit reliant. The problem with this is like the old build was a lot bulkier.
Yeah.
You know, used to go like the Triforce and stuff. He is pretty squishy. Yeah, he is pretty squishy. So he kind of has his core items now, though. I imagine he's going to be going more defensive stuff after this.
There's like 7 billion pings from Nongshim, so they know this is happening.
Yeah. Even if they don't have direct vision.
Yeah. I mean, they get the vision from the plants.
Gideon's smite's been good this series.
There's flipping Baron, and it's going to go the way of Genji. Here comes the Ornhorn right down the bowling alley there, as the Maokai not looking too tanky at this point, but the burn damage is coming in onto Keen. Nongshim thinking about taking a bit more. They've already done a bit of damage. Here comes the tidal wave. And it's going to do absolutely nothing. But here comes Fisher and Jiwoo. They look to turn, though, Genji right onto Jiwoo, who's just left alone. The culling, though, keeps him alive for a very long time, but Kingen goes in after the fact. It's just a little bit too little too late. And Fisher never able to find the angle. They have the exhaust for him as well, just to add insult to injury. It's another kill for the Zeri, 8,000 damage and a triple kill for Ruler in this fight.
Comes down to a Baron flip, and the smite isn't there for Gideon. He's been so good this series with the smites at clutch moments. But in the final game, it doesn't ring true. And Genji, the super fed Zeri, now going to do a hell of a lot of damage to the base of Nongshim. Man, the dream starting to waver a little bit.
Yeah. I know, I'm sure a lot of fans are like, no, we wanted the dream, we wanted the Nongshim first best of 5 victory. But sometimes the favorite team just wins in the end. It's not over yet, but the Zeri does look kind of unstoppable, especially with the Omega Infinity.
I will say, thumbs down for Ruler.
Nice.
Is what I think about when I think comeback. Is if you catch him out with the Maokai root, that could be it. Gideon has to flash in to try to steal this. And then it's this horrible Baron pit arrangement where the Ono covers the whole alley.
Yeah.
I honestly think like a counter ult from the Hens then could have been really good, but he puts it late and it kind of just splits them. And Ruler's just kind of untouched. Jiwoo dashes in, sorry. Big mistake. And it just feels like he's not piloting this Lucian too well.
Yeah.
They had the choice to take the Zeri first in this draft, and I think they're feeling the regret right now.
Yeah, they picked Maokai Lucian. That was their first 2 picks.
Yeah.
And the obvious angle was to go Lucian Nami. They said this is the best answer in a game 5 with what's left. But as we can see now,
you know,
he's struggling a little bit.
It's crazy he's dealt 5k more damage than Jiwoo, but it doesn't feel that way. It does not feel that way.
Yeah. Oh, that's a bit of a flip. Genji taking hold of this one. We have a couple of Chemtech Drakes under their belts. So they're denying a soul from the side of Nongshim.
And it's just going to be Zeri pushing up. What can you do to answer it? Cleanse is coming up and available, but you also have the Mikhails from Duro, so it's hard. It's hard to find an avenue in. You have Zhonya's on Chovy. And this is kind of the thing in these game 5s of Fearless. The tools aren't there. The same tools to lock down these carries.
Yeah.
And you can't dash up to poke. You'll just die.
It's very true. It does feel like a little bit of Zeri taking over the game at this point in time. 7 kills. You got this Azir as well. The first pick on blue side for Gen G. And they just stuck through it. They're like, okay, Smolder gets 4 kills. Cool story. We'll just wait it out. And we'll just push here in the late game. 30 minutes into this one. And Ruler's out of control. They've got a Yuumi for him as well. And they're just pushing here. They don't even have Baron buff anymore. But there's not really much that Nongshim can do about this. Gideon just pushing the side, or not Gideon, Kingen pushing the side lane. And at least gets an inner turret.
It's not really what you need right now. The one, I guess, saving grace is Gen G are a while away from Soul. Which means they're a while away from Elder. But part of the problem is these stacking Chemtech Dragons, giving healing and shielding power and tenacity. Which, if I'm Ruler, I'm appreciating very much.
Yeah.
I guess the thing is, at least he can't get any more items now, right? Well, unless he sells his boots. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not feeling too good.
Yeah, he doesn't even... The full build in 30 minutes is just insane. Like, Zeri, it feels obvious when you see it here, but Nongshim, they couldn't see the lines. And I feel like this entire series as well, Nongshim have done a great job of drafting.
Yeah.
I feel like there have been many games, many times where we're like, Nongshim just have the victory in the draft. Like, you know, we talked a lot about the Jhin game, but now right here where it matters most in game 5, it's like, oh, just couldn't do enough, and Fisher is just desperate. He just wants to land 1 Q.
Oh, he doesn't see the TP.
Instead, he's just, I mean, it's just getting flanked here. As in goes Chovy, gets 2-shot, lands 1 Q and a bomb, and that's about it. Kingen also fed, but not fed enough. The flash away, and that is the kill onto him. As meanwhile, in the base, it is just absolute massacre. As Gen G, they finally do it. Duro has his head in his hands as Gen G are winning game 5. That is the vibe right now, guys. As Gen G barely limp across the line. They take a dominant game 5 at least to feel better about their situation. But it's not going to be easy going through the rest of this tournament. At least they get the win today for their sake.
A lot to reflect on for Gen G. I don't think they are at all happy with the outcome of that series as a whole. The win, obviously they're glad to have gotten, but with how it played out, not ideal. Not ideal for Gen G. It was a struggle, it was a fight, but they get the win at the end of the day. The tournament lives on. They will look ahead at D+ as their next opponent. But a lot of things to resolve. A lot of things to work on, a lot of things to improve on. Not typical from what we've seen of Gen G. Normally they're the final boss waiting at the end for other teams to challenge. And for Nongshim, a pretty fantastic performance against expectations. They managed to get this far. They managed to take it to game 5.
Yeah.
But it's a heartbreaker. I don't think anyone's going to deny that. Devastating to be so close to getting their first LCK best of 5 win. Being so close to getting a reverse sweep in Gen G and falling just short.
Yeah. You can see Keen not very energetic, but still happy. You know, you got yourself into the next round. And we joked a lot, we memed a lot about, you know, Nongshim learning from their 2 losses early on and coming back and using that power. I hope that Gen G can take something from the series and try to figure out what is going wrong with their coordination, with some of their drafting. I feel like there are a lot of angles where they can improve. And, you know, Duro, he knows he didn't have the best series, but at least he had his moments as well where he was doing some good plays. So I hope he doesn't feel too unhappy. He had his head in his hands there at the end.
He was just feeling remorse because he had to bring out the Yuumi.
Yeah, it's like, you know, oh God, what have I done?
I won, but at what cost?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, we have seen teams struggle in playoffs before and then bring it back later. We have seen teams look like we've been ready to write them off, we've been ready to say, guys, this was not a good performance, and then they've come back and It's happened before. It's going to need to happen for Gen G, because if they play like they have today, there's no way they're beating D+, and there's certainly no way they're beating Honor Life Esports. So a lot to take away from this.
They already played 5 games against Hanwha.
And yet, I think they wouldn't make it that far with this performance today.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think Nongshim, it's heartbreaking because they did the work to win 3 games. It just didn't align all at the same time.
Yeah.
You know? I think this is gonna feel rough, but I think the thing to look at from this is it is the start of the year. It's the LCK Cup. We have the whole season ahead of us. There's MSI, there's Worlds. It's easy to think, okay, what could have happened? But I think it's better to think, okay, what can happen from here? You know? I think that's the outcome you need to have, Nongshim fans need to have, and they should have as a team, is that to already, at the start of the year with these roster changes, to be challenging a team like Gen G, to make top 4 and be so close to top 3, it's a good omen, you know? I think they can only improve from here. They can only keep going upwards. If they keep the rate of improvement they've had since Lehens has joined, with Gideon and Fisher in the mid-jungle, and obviously Kingan's been phenomenal, I think really they can keep challenging throughout this year.
Yeah, there's definitely a chance for them. Still a lot of strong teams in the LCK, especially with DK playing better here in the LCK Cup. You know, T1 falling out a bit early. Can't forget about them when it comes to the regular season. But very excited to see what Nongshim has in the tank for the rest of this one. Ruler, highest damage. Chovy does go 2nd place across the game. Obviously a phenomenal game on the Azir, even though he also got dove by Smolder at level 5. Just doesn't matter at the end of it all. And it was first pick Azir for a reason. This is the pick that he carried against T1 in a best of 5 in 5 games, right? And he's going to pick up the POM. It's the very most obvious vote, I would say, of today. The only other person you go for is maybe Keen.
I think Keen is a valid alternative because I think he had some great moments like the Camille flanks, but I think it was Chovy was in it. If Chovy didn't exist, Keen would be he wouldn't have won the series, but he would have got the votes.
The most solid 2nd place right behind Chovy.
Absolutely, but yeah, I mean the shuffle in that game was monstrous. The Victor did like 1 million damage. The earlier set game, you know, I think the solo lanes of Gen G, those are the ones that I think can come out of today and go, you know, I did my job. They really tried hard to make this a win, and they had to.
Yeah,
for sure.
The rest of the team, I don't know. Maybe they do learn something from this. Maybe Canyon shows a much better performance against DK, against Lucid. You know, maybe they get that matchup and they do better there. Not sure. I mean, the bottom lane, it seemed like Duro is still very much trying to adjust, it feels like, and alongside a Ruler, it doesn't seem like they're matching too well. He was at least on the Yumi able to just kind of ride on the backs and do a good job there. But yeah, Ox, by the way, does get the 3-2 prediction here alongside of Pony, the only 2 people to get it exactly correct.
We just know us, you know?
Yeah, there are a lot of 3-1 voters, including myself and Chronicler, who I know is out there feeling kind of bad, but it's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay, Chronicler, and the rest of us 3-1 predictors. I think you guys just knew that Gen G weren't quite as ready as we thought they were?
Yeah, I think, like I said at the start of the day, my thoughts for Gen G I wasn't convinced. I think they still had problems to solve. But it was that whole thing where, like, this is the worst we've seen Gen G up for a while, and the best we've seen Nongshim, but I still thought there was a gap, and sadly there was. I think would have been a dream if Nongshim could have beaten them. The storylines were great, but it just wasn't to happen.
Wasn't meant to be. Maybe in the regular season. Very much looking forward to what Nongshim and those guys have in the tank for this one. But guys, we do have the interview with Chovy on the stage. I'll hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POM interview translation. And after a very, very close 5-game series, we have Chovy, the POM, joining us for the interview. Congratulations. It was a very long day, so great job today. And we have Genrang, the mascot of Gen G, joining us on stage to celebrate this victory. And Nongshim was able to kind of display and showcase their spiciness as well. How do you look back at the entire 5-game series? Very difficult, you know. There were a lot of moments that was uneasy for us, but I think we were able to kind of overcome those kind of hardships. So it means a lot over there. Jovi, what was the biggest kind of difficulty today? Well, speaking of the match today, there was one moment where I based and then I teleported back to lane, and then Smolder, he somehow had double buffs, he got double kills, he was so feather ready, so it was really rough over there.
일단 좀 너무 오래 경기해서 힘들긴 한데
And it was a very long series for me, so I'm very exhausted, but what happened is what happened, you know? I have experienced even worse in solo queues, so it was not too bad, you know? I knew that we would be able to overcome this.
또 연습과 실전 간의 간극을 좀 줄여야 한다는 김정수 감독님의
And Coach Kim mentioned that we need to display the screen performance, you know, on the stage games. What kind of adjustments will you guys make? I think that is definitely needed. But that's not our top priority. I think overall, our performance has to be improved. I think that's our utmost and most urgent kind of goal there.
네, 그렇게 생각합니다.
알겠습니다. 자, 이제 다가오는 토요일이죠. 디플러스 기아와 결승
And this upcoming Saturday, it's gonna be you versus D+ Kia fighting for the last spot at the LCK Cup Finals. What are you expecting from them? D+ is on a great performance right now, especially Showmaker, my opponent mid laner. He's popping off. It's gonna be very difficult, but what are you gonna do? You just gotta do your best and win. Any message over to Showmaker? Well, Showmaker mentioned so many times that, you know, I'm coming to kill you on the stage interviews, but I think this time around for sure Genji is the challenger. So this time around I'm coming to get you, Showmaker. We have so many fans out here who have supported Genji throughout this nail-biting 5-game series. Any message over to them? Thank you so much for your support throughout this long games. Next time we might be having another 5-gamer, but still I wish I can do another interview in front of you guys. Thank you so much. And that will be the end of the Chovy interview, and back to the space. Thank you.
What a series, and that's part of elimination matches. It's all about surviving and moving on. Genji do exactly that against surprise challenger Nongshim Red Force 3-2. Welcome back to the space for the final time. Dagon alongside Wolf and Chronicler. What a day. What a day.
Yeah, wow. I loved Chovy's call out where he was like, hey, he just showed up in my lane with double buffs, but he did seem good-natured. And it goes back into what we've talked about a lot with Chovy. I think that, and again, been outspoken about this, he wants to change who he is as a player. So I actually think it makes sense that he looks pretty chill after what was obviously a grueling series, because he's like, yeah, I need to be able to carry. And the only person I really don't envy is Coach Kim. Because that must have been a little bit stressful.
Yeah, and with that, we have an interview in English with Coach Kim translated by Ji-sun in just a little bit. So stick around. We're going to get some answers on how the squad is doing as we take a look at the POM. This one, Wolf, to Chovy, all 11.
Yeah. I mean, we often have the it's a little bit uncertain vote Chovy, but I feel like this one was pretty obvious. Given his Azir performance, obviously, in the last game, and it felt like he was the most consistent performing player across the series. Unshakable, unstoppable. Even in lost games, he constantly was making plays. I feel like Chovy, throughout the last 2 years, really has leveled up and not just being the CS guy, not just being the farming guy, but being a bit more of the roaming guy, a bit more of the playmaking guy. You know, I cast my mind back to spring 2024, the playoff match against Hanwha, where on Azir he also popped off and carried. The guy has just been our most impactful mid laner for a long time, and he showed up big in this series where his bot lane couldn't get it done.
And even in that game 5, died very early on and showed some resolve. Cronny, what did you have here for Chovy?
Well, I mean, I imagine all comments are going to be the same. He seemed, even, and they made this comment before I saw the interview, but he just seems very, very chill, very content with it. And I think that as he keeps growing within his career, this man has been the best mid laner domestically in the LCK for coming close on 3 years now, and I think that he's going to maintain that form. For him, you can just kind of get the feeling that it's about, this is all practice for what actually matters, which is eventually getting the international title that still defies him, which is Worlds.
Here's Ox's comment. A little less, I guess, about Chovy himself and what he does. The crusher of dreams. All the Nongshim fans that were looking for the upset, they get stopped by the man in the mid lane.
That shuffle in the mid lane.
Oh my God.
That was dream crushing. It was soul crushing for Nongshim fans.
We all felt it soul crushed us. We all felt it as well.
We were like, wow, I guess that's it. The dream is dead. It's over. And yeah, look at this. Dribbles 2v1, 3v1.
You know, we had Mbappe, the Mbappe celebration by Showmaker. That's the next matchup.
He was like, not only did his jungler donate generously double buffs, and his support also donated a kill over to his direct opponent. I mean, that's a banger quote. But
it's back to back.
He also was laning against Lahens basically the entire game. He was laning 1v2 for a lot of that game.
Insane. Up on farm, up on experience, obviously, but laning 1v2. This feels almost Gandalf-esque, you know? look to the east, look to the mid lane.
Yeah, the Church of Chovy in full display there, as we wanted to take a look at this final game here in the last one, as there were some plays that happened early on that led to Gen G falling behind, and Cronny's on that one with our replay. Oh,
he needs his microphone, though, so he's going to come back and grab that real quick. But yeah, we're going to break down the little bit of a Canyon misplay, to put it nicely. Right, Cronny?
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. I was here, and I'm like, how are they going to hear me? You're not. Unfortunately, it felt like Canyon also was not able to hear the cries of his own teammates as we take a look at what happened here, because one of the big things when you are looking for any jungle fight is you look at how are my laners doing. So Canyon's playing Pantheon, obviously is quite strong, and as we roll the tape, he's probably on the bot side of the map, so initially it might look like it's not too bad of an idea to try and go for something here, because you want to try and really get the max influence that you have of Pantheon to try and get as much done as possible. But crucially, because of the early laning phase and the way that Lahens made an impact, we see Chovy is backing here right now. And if you ever, as a jungler in solo queue, see your own mid laner back, do not go for this crab. I know you want the crab, and Canyon wants the crab, but this decision-making has been a very consistent issue for this player, I think, this entire split. And even going back to some of the more rough games that they played earlier on, because you know that these two players are going to rotate over, and there is still a mini-Gnar waiting in the wings as well. And even though Canyon is strong individually, the same can unfortunately not be said for a support, because that's just Yuumi. So it really showcases a big lack of communication with Gen G. The fact that Canyon goes for this, given that his mid laner isn't there, given that it's not like the 4-man unit that is available for Nongshim is weak, and it really does feel like if they had ended up losing the game, this is where it happens, right? This gives over a double kill to the Smolder, which is the focal point of this composition. And the fact that they didn't end up losing, I think, was more testament to Gen G's team fighting and resilience rather than the decision-making.
Yeah. I think also the attempt there to get the Zeri accelerated is something we see oftentimes with teams that want to try to accelerate and get that Zeri rolling early, to have that Zeri moment right, and it could be explosive in the mid-game, but unfortunately they just weren't linked up there either. They were outnumbered, as Cronny said, and it was, I think, a desperation move from Canyon. Thought he had the angle there, but fell flat.
Yeah, a tough start there for Gen G. However, they are able to right the ship, get the victory here in the decisive game number 5, and they will move on to play D+ Kia as we say goodbye to Nongshim on the precipice of one of the biggest upsets in LCK history. Just final thoughts here on Nongshim's run here in the LCK Cup.
It really can catch you off guard, right? Like how well a team can do even when the expectations are low. I think that many of us come in today, we're like, man, imagine if it was T1 versus Gen G. And part of this is also Gen G really struggling, but you got to give credit to Nongshim. Their resilience after that game 2 is something that I don't think a lot of other teams can replicate.
I think Nongshim had a kind of perfect storm through these playoffs of some pretty cool drafting, some really aggressive calls, and pretty intense shot calling from Lahens, a team that kind of manufactured chaos. And if you're on shaky foundation like Genji was, you can almost lose a series like this. And I think, in theory, Nongshim should have won this series. They weren't able to get it done, but still, really, really cool stuff. I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to bring into the LCK.
All right, best of luck to Nongshim as they turn the page, and we'll move on over to the LCK regular season. But Genji will continue to move on, and standing by in just this short break, we have Coach Kim of Genji. Don't go anywhere, you don't want to miss this one. Well, not only joining me here is the mascot for Genji, but also the reigning LCK Coach of the Year. Coach Kim joins us now with translations by Ji-sun. Thank you so much for joining us.
이렇게 또 인터뷰 참여해 주셔서 정말 감사드립니다. Thank you.
Coach Kim, Fearless, we have to talk about fearless drafting. It must be a big change, an even bigger change to coaches. How does prepping differ for you with fearless drafts?
이제 피어리스가 도입됨에 따라서 정말 코칭 스태프에게 더 크게 와닿는 체감되는 그런 변화일 거라고 생각을 하는데요. 준비 과정엔 어떤 변화가 생겼는지 그리고 긍정적인 변화였다고 생각하시나요?
일단 피어리스로 바뀌고 나서 팬분들이 되게 좋아하시는 것 같아서 저희도 그에 맞춰서 열심히 하려고 노력하고 있고 지금 아직 적응 단계인 것 같아요. 저희도 이제 하면서 뭐가 좋은지 연습하는 단계라서 지금 잘 적응하고 하려고 노력 중입니다. 네.
Apparently, we can tell that the fans are loving the change. So we are also doing our best to kind of adapt to the new Fearless format. But I can say for sure, we're in the middle of getting used to this new Fearless kind of drafting. So we are giving our all to be the best Fearless team, but it's just taking some time.
Do you have an answer on which one you would prefer, regular drafting or fearless drafting?
그렇다면 개인적으로는 기존의 뱀픽 스타일이 마음에 드시나요? 이번에 도입된 피어리스가 마음에 드시나요?
저는 솔직히 둘 다 비슷하다고 생각해서, 그러니까 장단점이 있다 생각해서 정확히는 기존 거는 당연히 뱀픽을 어떻게 수정하는 맛이 있었는데 지금 거는 이제 끝나고 나서는 새로운 챔프를 찾아야 되니까 또 다른 새로운 챔프 보는 재미가 있어서 그래도 이제 팬분들이 좋아하시니까 저도 대세에 따라야 되지 않나 생각하고 있습니다. 네.
Well, for me personally, I think they're pretty much the same because they all have pros and cons. But the usual drafting we had, I think the best part of it was we have to kind of always find a better strategy to adjust our drafting and champ select. But with the Fearless, it's more about digging into the right champion after every single game. But I can tell for sure that the fans are loving the Fearless, so I think I have to hop onto this trend.
All right, and it's a trendy Coach Kim. You've been saying quite frequently that Genji have been doing well in practice, but it hasn't quite translated to matches yet. What is wrong and why can't we see it translate to the matches?
지금 많은 인터뷰에서 이제 감독님이 정말 스크림에서 좋은 성적이 나오고 있는데 무대 경기에서 잘 그런 모습이 보여지지 않고 있다라고 하셨는데 어느 점이 잘 안 풀려서 그런 것 같으신지 그리고 스크림의 젠지 모습을 언제쯤 우리가 볼 수 있을까요?
스크림이 잘 됐던 거는 그러니까 뭐 3달 정도 스크림했는데 그건 딱 10일 정도의 그 90% 승률이라고 얘기한 거고요. 지금 스크림하고 저희가 관계를 안 나온다고 분석한 거는 대회니까 조금 조심하고 위축 되니까 조금 평소에 플레이가 안 나오는 것 같다. 그래서 기초부터 다시 하자. 그래서 우리 기본부터 다시 하자 해서 홀 같은 거부터 세세하게 맞추려 다시 연습하고 있습니다. 네.
So when I mentioned about the 90% win rate, we've been screaming for over the course of about 3 months, and it was about 10 days period. You know, we were dominating during the 10 days, and then after that, we wanted to make sure that we can just like bring up our best form. But on stage, I can say that the players are a little more cautious, sometimes even like intimidated, so they're not as proactive. So we wanted to just go back to square one. We wanted to kind of check all of our fundamentals and make sure that we were making the right shot calls, we were making the best plays from the get-go. So we are back to the drawing board, trying to work on from the basics.
Now, you've had most of this core stay the same, top, jungle, mid, but the bottom side of the map went through a change. With these personalities that are different, it's a different group of 5. How do you coach differently with this group of players and their personalities?
이제 상체 3인방은 그대로 유지가 되었고 하체 쪽에 로스터적인 변화가 있었는데요. 그러면서 또 5명이 새로운 좀 합과 다이내믹을 만들어낼 것 같아요. 이런 새로운 5명의 팀은 또 어떤 식으로 좀 이끌어 나가시려고 하고 있나요?
뭐 바텀 2명이 바뀌었지만 뭐 룰러라는 최고의 원딜러 중 한 명인 선수 같고 듀로 선수는 신이긴 하지만 좋은 모습 보여줘서 저희가 영입했기 때문에 지금 당장은 이제 2-3달 정도 지났는데 조금 지금 부족한 부분도 있고 실수도 있지만 조금만 더 맞추면은 지금 아직 좀 빠른 것 같아서 조금만 더 여유 갖고 좀 지켜봐 주시면은 선수들 합 맞추면서 잘 해질 것 같아요. 네.
I mean, in fact, we do have 2 new players joining the squad, but Ruler obviously one of the best AD carriers in the world, and also Duro. Even though he's a relatively younger player, he has been performing very well throughout the LCK experience, so he was very promising as well. So I acknowledge that we still have a bit of a way to go. We do have some workings to be done, but as long as we can get to our best form and also find the best kind of teamwork and synergy, I think we will be able to kind of bring out a lot more plays and even better performance. So I wish our fans can kind of wait us until we finally get there and everything clicks.
Let's play a game. You are now Right Media. You get to vote for player of the match. Who would it be and what would you write about them?
그러면 이제 내가 POM 투표자다라고 상상을 했을 때 오늘 어떤 선수에게 POM 한 표를 주시고 싶으신지 그리고 나만의 그 한 줄 코멘트가 있다면 무엇일까요?
그래도
That's a big sigh.
그래도 초비 선수한테 주고 싶고 어떠한 상황에서도 믿음직스러운 선수라고 생각해서 주고 싶습니다. 네.
I would give it over to Chovy. He was very reliant in any kind of situations today.
He was indeed. Again, just a fantastic performance by Chovy. And then finally, you are playing in your lower bracket finals match with just a day to prepare. What is your focus? What is one thing you want to fix from today's match into tomorrow's match against, the next match against D+Kia?
이제 단 하루의 준비 기간을 갖고 결승 진출전을 D+기아와 치를 예정인데요. 딱 한 가지만 집중해서 우리 다시 보완해서 올 수 있다면 어느 부분에 가장 시간을 투자하실 것 같으신가요?
뭐 한 가지를 꼽기에는 오늘 문제점이 많이 나오긴 했는데요. 그래도 한 가지를 꼽기에는 오늘 2가지 꼽으면 안 될까요?
2가지 가능합니다.
뭐 이제 제일 좋은 거는 제일 중요하다 생각하는 거는 이제 선수들하고 이제 계속 피드백을 하면서 느낀 거는 너무 요즘에 솔랭처럼 플레이해서 좀 합을 맞추자. 그 하나의 팀처럼 게임하자는 말을 많이 해서 그 호흡적인 거, 콜적인 부분을 맞춰올 거고 그리고 이제 하루밖에 없으니까 시간이 별로 없으니까요. 선수들하고 또 같이 오늘 게임 피드백하면서 뱀픽 뭐가 잘못됐고 이런 거 같이 회의하면서 고쳐야 될 것 같습니다. 네.
Honestly, we were able to acknowledge a lot of our errors today, so it's really hard to just pick one, so I would pick 2. First one is the most important thing is we are playing as if the players are playing as if they're playing solo queues. We need the teamwork, we want them to move as a team, so we will focus on kind of the synergy, teamwork, and also aligning the shot calls. And secondly, we only have 1 day to prepare, so we want to go over to the series today and then review our drafting, our play, and then kind of get the best feedback out of it.
All right, this is why he's Coach of the Year. Asks for 1, gives us 2. Finally here, is there something, or what would you like to say to the fans that have supported Gen.G and supported you throughout this LCK Cup?
마지막으로 팬분들과 그리고 감독님의 팬분들께 혹시 전하고 싶은 말씀이 있으면 자유롭게 부탁드립니다.
오늘 이겨서 너무 다행이라고 생각하는데 좋지 않은 모습 보여서 제가 조금 더 잘할 수 있는 게 뭔지 좀 생각하는 시간을 가져보고 조금 더 잘할 수 있지 않았을까 반성 좀 하고 있고요. 그래서 선수들하고 잘 보완해서 남은 2경기라 생각하고요. 2경기 다 이겨보도록 하겠습니다. 네.
I'm very, very relieved that we managed to get the win in the end today. But honestly, I think our performance or everything we displayed today left a lot to be desired. So I'm going over stuff right now. I think I have to kind of do better in the upcoming match. And also all together with the players, we should be able to kind of improve and kind of display better performance. But I want to say, like, it's not just one match left for us. We got 2 more matches to play, so we're going to give it our all.
All right. I'm already motivated. Coach Kim, thank you so much. 감사합니다. And Ji-sun, thank you again for the translations. All right, well, with that, let's take a look at today's match results as it is 3-2 Gen.G over Nongshim with the victory. A huge day for Gen.G to get over the hump. Again, just one of those things where you gotta win. In the games where you don't look great, you gotta win, you gotta advance. Having Chovy helps, and they're able to do so right there.
Yeah, this really does feel like the classic. I know the score says 3-2, but it probably felt more like a 2-3 for Nongshim with how that game number 2 went. Gen.G was just on the cusp of getting knocked out, which I think is still insane. Even though Nongshim didn't get it done in the end, they still had an incredible LCK Cup.
I think a lot of people will look at this series and go, well, Gen.G was so rough around the edges, D+ easily win on that match in 2 days' time, and then go to the finals. But I think, and yes, we only have 2 people who got the Preds right, but I think when you lose a series like this, you listen to Coach Kim talking in that interview, I think a loss like this can be one of the most valuable series, or it's a win, right, technically, but it didn't feel like one, right? A series like this and some of the mistakes that were made could be some of the most valuable best of 5 lessons that you can learn, especially review that tape. D+ and Gen.G always play close against each other historically in best of 5s here in the LCK. It's LCK Cup, but I think they're going to set that record as well. I think that match is going to be a lot closer than people think, even though Gen.G's performance looked pretty rough today.
Yeah. All right, let's take a look at that updated playoff bracket. It is Gen.G that are alive and survive. They will move on to play D+ Kia on Saturday, not tomorrow. Saturday for the lower bracket finals. And then we got the big one, the ticket to the first ever first stand and crowning our LCK Cup champion. Whoever wins that matchup will be up against Hanwha Life Esports.
All these matches are going to be incredible, right? There's also no bad finals matchup left because we either get a rematch of the DK Hanwha series, which was crazy, or we get a rematch of the LCK Summer Finals, which, by the way, was also a 5-gamer. And you know what? I think we could go 10 for 10. We have had...
He's delirious, y'all. Remember, he took off the sweater, was throwing
Come on, we can't back down now.
No, we definitely
We've gotten so far with 5-gamer after 5-gamer.
Yeah, I'm feeling like we got 10 games of LCK Cup left.
Yeah!
That's what it feels like to me with
Easy.
Fearless Draft, with the strength of blue side.
Now, is that because,
trade them?
Is that because teams can't win earlier, or is it because they just love entertaining?
Well, let's leave it to the mystery. Let's leave it as a mystery, Chronicler.
It's a question for the crowd.
Yeah, that is definitely a question for the crowd. Make sure you tune in on Saturday to be entertained. 2 more series left here in the inaugural LCK Cup. You don't want to miss it. Thank you so much for watching and spending your day with us. We'll see you on Saturday for more LCK Cup action.